Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. It's great to have you here once again as we continue our journey through the incredible world of Shadow Slave. Thank you so much for your continued support, your patience, and for being part of this amazing community. I hope today's episode gives you a chance to sit back, relax, and escape into the story for a while. So put on your headphones, get comfortable, and let's dive straight into the next chapter. This is Shadow Slave. Let's go. Shadow Slave. Chapter 801. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 801. Distinguished guests. 5 of them sat inside the sleek PTV, watching as the streets of the city flew by. Sunny was not the only one who had donned an extravagant suit. Kai was wearing an even more stylish attire, radiating so much grace and elegance that the interior of the moving vehicle seemed almost electrified. Cassie had chosen a simple but flattering gown of soft colors. Her bracelets and jewelry were picked to match the silver half-mask that she wore like a crown. The familiar blue-green cloak was draped around her shoulders. She was holding the quiet dancer by the scabbard, as if it was a cane. Effie wore a white tunic with tasteful gold accents. There was a golden laurel resting on her head, with similar bracelets and anklets accentuating its sheen. With her olive skin and toned physique, she looked like an ancient goddess. The huntress seemed to be enjoying herself as she sipped champagne from a tall glass. Nephis chose to wear a more practical attire, which was nevertheless equally splendid. Her nightly suit consisted of black trousers, a black doublet with silver embroidery, and a pristine white cape. The simple band of the crown of dawn accentuated the steely gray of her striking eyes. Her hands, clad in white gloves, rested calmly on her knees. All of Sunny's worries about how pompous he looked in his expensive suit disappeared. Compared to the others, he looked almost underdressed. Was there really any time to worry about appearances, anyway? Looking at the members of the cohort, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Are you ready?" Nephis glanced at him, then turned back to the window. "It's just a ball." He stared at her for a moment, then grinned. Then he laughed. "Oh, indeed, indeed." Soon, the PTV left public streets and entered the road that led to the stronghold of the Valor clan. Although their main seat of power was situated in the Dream Realm, safely protected by the great walls of the legendary Bastion, the family obviously maintained several prominent properties in the waking world. This one resembled a hybrid between an embassy and a sprawling fortress. The complex took enough area in the center of the city to be considered a separate district and encompassed a multitude of buildings, most of them just a few stories high. More floors, of course, were situated underground, where the bulk of activity took place. The purpose of the buildings ranged from serving as residences for the members of the clan and retainers to training centers for the household troops, research facilities dedicated to various applications of spell tech, and everything in between. Just like Nephis had said, a legacy clan was not just a handful of people united by a bloodline. It was a large organization that in the case of Clan Valor included thousands upon thousands of people from all walks of life. The fortress also housed vaults where the sleeping pods of those awakened, who either belonged to or served the great clan, were located. So security measures were nothing short of exaggerated. Sunny himself could see and feel plenty of sentries, both mundane and possessing greater powers. Judging by a slight frown that appeared on Kai's face, there were plenty more that he had failed to notice. The complex was fully prepared to face any kind of attack, be it a manifestation of a nightmare gate or a sudden assault perpetrated by the forces of rival clans. On one hand, that made Sunny feel safe. On the other hand, escaping this stronghold would not be easy. Let's hope I won't need to. Other than that, the aesthetics of the complex were very pleasing to the eye. There were plenty of trees and grass around, with architecture that did a great job of hiding the utilitarian and militaristic design of the sprawling fortress. In fact, if Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that he was in the middle of a blissful garden district that was meant for people to relax in peace and tranquility. Living here must have been very nice. Chances were he would have an opportunity to experience that life rather soon. Yeah, as if that would happen. Sunny glanced at Nephis and then turned away, his face darkening. A few minutes later, their PTV approached the center of the complex, where a grand structure stood, illuminated by bright spotlights. He felt a bit of awe when he noticed that it was built of stone blocks similar to those that Bastion itself consisted of. This hinted at the fact that the stones were brought to the waking world from the dream realm. Considering that only powerful masters and saints could transport matter between two worlds, the cost of the Great Hall was nothing short of astronomical. He could hardly imagine a more impressive and effective proclamation of wealth and power. The great clans really knew how to set the stage. The walls of the hall were decorated by vermilion banners that stretched from its roof to the very ground, each bearing the image of an anvil pierced by a sword. A red carpet led from the grand stairs to the road where a row of similarly luxurious PTVs were parked, slowly moving as their distinguished passengers disembarked. Neat rows of uniformed honor guards stood at the sides of the red carpet, forming a living corridor through which the guests had to walk before they reached the entrance. Everything about them screamed of discipline and power. These soldiers alone were enough to protect people invited to the ball from most dangers. Not that the guests needed any protection. Although there were a few high-ranking mundane humans among them, most were either promising awakened or masters. There were even saints here, which made Sonny feel rather uncomfortable. If there was one group of people in the city he really wouldn't want to provoke, it were those attending the ball. Sonny felt like a little fish being thrown in a tank full of hungry sharks. He could probably fight off or at least escape from any one of these sharks, but all of them together. Still, I'm not without sharp teeth myself. Finally, their PTV reached the vermilion carpet. Sonny waited for the door to open, then sighed and stepped outside. Chapter 802. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 802, Feast of Deceit. Nephis walked forward with her usual impassive confidence. It was as though the magnificence of the towering hall, the rows of armor-clad honor guards, and the distinguished guests surrounding them did not deserve her attention, let alone apprehension. Her face was still and inscrutable, and her eyes were cold and focused. As the rest of the cohort followed behind her, Sonny couldn't help but feel uneasy. Right now he was especially frustrated at his lacking ability to read her moods. He just hoped that Changing Star was not going to try and assassinate the members of the Valor clan as soon as she saw them. No, no way, she wouldn't, right? Their arrival caused a bit of a stir. Many eyes were suddenly directed at the four members of the cohort, but it was nothing compared to how many people were staring at Nephis, either openly or in secret. She did not pay them any attention, so Sonny looked straight ahead and pretended to not care either. Of course, he was tensely studying everything and everyone around them through his shadow. Somehow, he felt as if he had returned to the Red Colosseum. Sonny almost expected the people surrounding them to start chanting glory at any second. Of course, that did not happen. The cohort walked up the stairs and entered the grand hall, where they were led to massive doors that were carved of familiar wood. As the doors opened into a vast chamber full of exquisitely dressed people, a loud voice announced, "Lady Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, Ascended Song of the Fallen, Ascended Raised by Wolves, Ascended Nightingale, Ascended Sunless." For a moment, every conversation in the hall paused. Everyone turned to look at the new arrivals. Sonny frowned. The amount of pressure that crashed into him was enough to make a mundane person kneel. It was not that the guests were consciously exerting it, just the side effect of so many powerful people being gathered in one place. Just at first glance, he identified nearly 100 masters and a handful of saints in the crowd, with each of the latter basically glowing like a beacon of power in the sea of people, surrounded by a small island of empty space. A very large chunk of humanity's defensive capabilities were gathered in this hall. If Sonny was pressured, then Nephis must have felt as if a mountain landed on her, and yet she did not bat an eye. A wave of whispers rose barely audible in the harmonious hum of relaxing music. "It's her. What Changing Star is here? Look, look, it's the heiress of immortal flame." Even among the absolute elites, Naph's status was immense enough to create a commotion. The other four members got a lot of attention too, as the brightest stars of the younger generation of Awakened. Both their SS designations and the rapid speed of their ascension made them noteworthy people. Subjected to hundreds of gazes, Nephis nodded curtly and walked toward the tables that offered drinks and refreshments. As she did, the arrival of another guest was announced, causing the excitement of the crowd to subside a little. Sonny felt incredibly awkward. So, what do we do now? Kai simply smiled. We don't have to do anything really before the host arrives and commences the ball. Usually we would use this time to walk around and socialize, but in this case, there is no need. Everyone will come to us. So just enjoy yourself, smile, and answer politely if someone addresses you. Sonny shifted his shoulders. That is terrible advice. How was he supposed to enjoy himself and smile, knowing what was at stake? As for being polite, politeness often required a person to lie. What was he supposed to do if someone asked him a question that demanded a rude answer? Luckily, he had nothing to fear. Very soon, a stream of people started to approach them, somehow making it seem as if they all just happened to walk by. However, all their attention was concentrated on Nephis. Barely anyone spared a moment to chat with the other members of the cohort, and even then, Sonny was the last in line, which suited him fine. Lady Changing Star, it is an honor to meet you. You made us all proud, young lady. I was actually friends with your grandfather. I once fought a battle side by side with your parents. The memory of their valiance was forever etched into my heart. Everyone wanted to, if not become friends, then to at least establish a connection with the daughter of the hallowed clan that seemed to be rising from the ashes. Nephis remained calm, conversing with the great and powerful people that approached her in a neutral but slightly stifled tone. Sonny could feel the flames burning in her soul, growing hotter and hotter, however. She was filled with masterfully suppressed rage. Well, he would be too. All these well-wishers could not wait to share the tales of how highly they valued and admired her parents and grandfather. And yet they had been perfectly fine to do nothing when the immortal Flame clan needed help. None of them had raised a hand to help Nephis when she was young, weak, and being hunted by the assassins of the hidden rulers of the awakened society. It was only now that she had become ascended, and an absolutely outstanding one at that they remembered past friendships and tried to ingratiate themselves to her. Their smiles and pretty words were worthless. Their friendship was worthless. This was all just a big charade, Sonny observed the elites with a bit of bewilderment. Were they all such shameless liars, or did they actually believe their own lies? In any case, this feast of deceit was nothing short of delectable, if only it was not so amateurish. After a while, he suddenly felt a cold shiver running down his spine. Turning his head slightly, Sonny noticed a familiar face. An exquisitely beautiful woman in a dazzling dress the color of red wine was approaching them. She was graceful and elegant, with a supple figure and full scarlet lips. Her most striking feature, however, was her skin. It was gray like stormy clouds, smooth like silk, and devoid of any imperfections. The woman smiled, revealing perfectly even pearly teeth. "Lady Nephis, I am so glad to see you again." Changing Star looked at her and lingered for a moment. Then she said, "Seishan, I am glad to see you as well." Chapter 803. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 803, Friendly Reminder. Seishan, the former lieutenant of the Bright Lord Gunlog and leader of the Handmaidens, was standing in front of them with a calm smile. Sonny had not seen her after the tumultuous escape from the Forgotten Shore, where she had held the line as the commander of the 2nd Defense Bulwark of the Dreamer Army. He had thought that becoming a master would make him less susceptible to her presence, but it did not. Her striking beauty, her exotic looks, and the aura of mystery that surrounded Seishan were just as compelling as ever. The knowledge of how frightening her true nature was also made it impossible for him to remain unaffected, not to mention the most important fact of all. Seishan was one of the adopted daughters of Ki Song, the ruler of the great Song clan and one of the 3 sovereigns. If anything, knowing more about her background only made Sonny pay the beautiful woman extra attention. What the hell is she doing here? Seishan, meanwhile, looked at the other members of the cohort and said with a small but seemingly sincere smile, "Athena, Kai, Cassia, Sunless. It is good to see you doing well, too." Effie gave her a long look, then shrugged. "Likewise, how have you and your girls been?" After the return from the Forgotten Shore, half of the members of the former Dreamer Army had decided to follow Cassie and became known as the Firekeepers. Of the remaining half, most had chosen a different path, either remaining independent like Sonny and Aiko or joining various legacy clans. All the surviving handmaidens, however, had followed Seishan back to Song. Just like that, The great clan had not only received its lost daughter back, but also earned the utmost loyalty of a dozen extremely promising recruits. Come to think of it, that might have been one of the reasons why Valor wanted to gain the allegiance of the Firekeepers so badly. A group of exceptional and supremely battle-hardened awakened might not have been able to change the balance of power between the two great clans immediately, but in a few years, when the survivors of the Dreamer army started becoming masters, or maybe even saints, eventually, that could easily change. Seishan responded in a serious tone. "We are doing well. My clan embraced us with open arms. After reuniting with my sisters, I was also able to bring a lot of value to the Song family with my unique knowledge and experience. The long years I had spent on the Forgotten Shore were not for naught. She had been stuck in that hell for far longer than any of them." In fact, Sunny did not know how many years Seishan had spent in the Dark City exactly, but it might have been as high as 9 or 10. Being able to survive and hold on to power for so long spoke a lot about how resourceful and dangerous the daughter of Kisong was, especially considering that in the end, she was the only one of the old guard who had managed to escape. No wonder the great clan was so eager to get her back. Seishan looked at them and smiled. "Of course we have yet to achieve the same measure of success as the 5 of you. Reaching ascension so soon after becoming awakened is no small feat. You have my respect." Her smile paled a little. "I will be going away to challenge my own second nightmare in a few days, as a matter of fact. This ball is the last opportunity I have to experience the wonders of the waking world before that." She looked around wistfully and sighed. "So she is also in a hurry to become a master, huh?" Sunny stared at the gray-skinned beauty with a bit of apprehension. Seishan was already scary enough as an awakened. How much more powerful would she become after ascending? Kai offered the former leader of handmaidens a reassuring smile. "I am sure that you and your cohort will do fine. The second nightmare is a terrible challenge, but people who survived the Forgotten Shore are suited to face its dangers more than anyone else. You will triumph." Before Seishan could answer, Nephis finally spoke. Looking at the daughter of Song impassively, she said in her usual even tone, "I have to admit, I am surprised to see you here." Seishan lingered for a moment. "Oh, you must have heard about the recent disharmony between Song and Valor. Do not pay it too much attention, Lady Nephis. Despite our disagreements, it is still important to present a united front. I am here to keep up appearances." Changing Star thought for a moment, then nodded. "I understand you are here to send a message. However, I find it curious that a junior member like you was chosen above more senior representatives of the great clan Song. One can't help but wonder what message exactly such a choice is intended to deliver." Seishan's smile widened a little. "Well, it is not my place to question the decisions of the elders. In any case, I am very happy that I got the chance to see you all again. While we were never truly friends, I value what you have done for me and my wards as well as what we went through together a great deal." Her pearly teeth glistened in the bright light of exquisite chandeliers, suddenly seeming much sharper. "I hope that we will be able to deepen that bond one day. Of course, whether or not it blossoms into a real friendship depends on our decisions." Sunny sighed. "Ah." Seishan looked at them one last time. Strangely, her gaze lingered on him for a few extra moments. Then she politely excused herself and left to mingle with other guests of the ball. So that's what it was all about. Her meaning was more than clear. Clan Song decided to not go as far as making an earnest effort to spoil the negotiations with Valor and try to recruit the members of the cohort and the Firekeepers into its ranks instead. However, they did issue a warning. Make the right decision if you know what's good for you. Stay away from our rivals, or else. That threat might have been packaged into an exquisitely beautiful cover, but the underlying message remained quite clear. Looking at the back of Seishan as she was walking away, Sunny shook his head. "Did I somehow end up involved in politics? By the spell I did, didn't I? Curses. Why can't a guy just grow stronger than everyone in the world and unreasonably rich in peace?" Chapter 804, If Audio Player Doesn't Work, Press Stop, then Play button again. Chapter 804, Whispering Blade. A few minutes later, the atmosphere in the great hall suddenly changed. The hum of voices grew quiet, and many of the guests shifted, turning to a particular spot. As Sonny watched, a tall figure appeared on a wide balcony above them. The man was strong and severe, with a sharp face and even sharper cold eyes. His black hair was touched by silver at the temples. He was wearing an elegant attire that somehow looked like a suit of impregnable armor despite being made of nothing but black fabric. His vermilion cloak moved slightly, as if touched by invisible wind. As soon as the man appeared, Sonny felt a considerable pressure descending on the hall. The dignified stranger radiated so much power and authority that it was hard not to admire him or fear him. He was a saint, without a doubt. What was more, his features looked slightly like that of Mordred and Morgan. For a moment, Sonny thought that he was looking at Anvil of Valor himself, but no, that could not be. Although the familial likeness was there, it was not too pronounced. The mythical sovereign was also not supposed to be able to enter the waking world easily, let alone openly show himself in public. That would just go against everything that the sovereigns did to remain in the shadows. This must be Saint Madoc of Valor, also known as Whispering Blade. Saint Madoc was one of Anvil's siblings and the nominal leader of the great clan Valor. Of course, Sonny knew who truly called the shots, but the status of this powerful man was by no means for show. Whispering Blade was a legendary warrior and one of humanity's most formidable champions in his own right. As the guests quieted down, Saint Madoc looked at them from above with his steely blue eyes and then smiled slightly. Instantly, the pressure receded, making the mundane humans in the crowd sigh with relief. Morgan's uncle spoke, his strong voice easily reaching into every corner of the great hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to the annual ball of the great clan Valor. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all under our roof once again. In the past year, many things have happened. Some of our brothers and sisters are not with us anymore." A somber silence settled over the hall. Every year brought a lot of death to awaken. Even masters were not spared from that fate. This year in particular had dealt a heavy blow to humanity. Even though few knew of what had really happened, the absence of St. Cormac was clearly felt by many. Transcendents were so exceedingly rare that the loss of even one of them echoed across the world. As the guests turned somber, Whispering Blade's smile suddenly widened, dispelling the solemn mood. "Despite that, it pleases me to see many new faces among you. Humanity has grown stronger yet again. New heroes rose to carry the torch for those who had fallen in battle. With champions like these, our world has nothing to fear. Despite it all, we persevere. But more than that, we rise. Nothing can stop our ascension." He looked at the guests and then sighed. "Well, those of you who know me also know that I am not one for long speeches, to be honest. This one was actually written by my beloved wife, who is far more eloquent and wise than me, not to mention pleasant to look at." A wave of polite chuckles spread through the crowd. Saint Madoc smiled once again. "Today is not a day for sorrow. Today is a day for joy, and so let the ball commence." As soon as he said that, the space in the middle of the hall was cleared, and the musicians started to play a magnificent and emotional composition. Whispering Blade danced the first dance himself, accompanied by a beautiful, mature woman. Moving with elegance and grace, they both looked breathtakingly splendid. Soon other pairs joined them. Sonny observed the dance with a bit of interest. He had not known what to really expect from this ball, but to his relief, it was nothing like the awkward and almost comical sight that he had witnessed in the nightclub a few weeks ago. The dancers were much more purposeful and elaborate in their movements. Both partners had to move in synchronicity to not disturb the flow of the dance, following the music with surprising skill. The gracefulness of their steps, the exquisite attires, the radiant physical beauty common among the awakened, the luxurious decorations of the great hall, all of it made the ball look rather dazzling. He was also able to appreciate the ceremony due to his familiarity with shadow dance. Of course, his battle style was not a literal dance. However, it was derived from one. In fact, every battle style had something in common with dancing, since both had to do with motion, coordination, agility, and rhythm. So, even if Sonny was never taught how to dance, he was able to quickly learn the basics from just observing those who were better versed in it. He could have even joined the dancers if he wanted to. Of course, he didn't. Sunny noticed that it was customary for men to invite the women to dance. As he watched, many handsome and distinguished guests offered their hands to their beautiful counterparts and led them to the center of the hall. More than a few burning gazes landed on Nephis, but were quickly doused by her cold, unapproachable expression. Fortunately or unfortunately, the other members of the cohort were caught in the cone of silence that surrounded her, so no one approached them either. After some time, Kai invited Cassie to dance, while Effie wandered away in the direction of the tables that were barely standing, burdened by the weight of various delicacies. Sunny, meanwhile, grew bored. "Damon, how long do we have to wait? Are these negotiations going to start, or what?" Eventually, he glanced at Nephis, then left her and walked away in search of a bathroom. A few minutes later, he was washing his hands in front of a mirror. Looking at his pale reflection, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then said, "I know that you are there. Stop hiding." Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, his reflection suddenly offered him a pleasant smile. "Oh, how did you know? Chapter 805. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again." Chapter 805, Conversation with a Mirror. When his reflection suddenly spoke, Sunny flinched and jumped back. A startled expression appeared on his face. He stared at the mirror with wide eyes, then cursed, and remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, Sunny uttered through gritted teeth, "I did not know. I just developed a habit of saying random rubbish to mirrors in case something like this happens. Who knew that this time you would actually turn up?" Mordred, who disturbingly wore his face, blinked a couple of times, then laughed. So it was a bluff. Goodness, I can't believe I fell for this trick. Sunny's reflection shook its head. Sunny himself, who felt incredibly troubled by the sight of his own likeness being inhabited by the Prince of Nothing, sucked in a breath of air and then hissed, "What are you even doing here? Have you entirely lost your mind? This is the stronghold of clan valor." Mordred shrugged. "Why, can't I visit my own clan's ball?" Sunny suppressed the desire to palm his face. Not if you want to live, but then again, why would he care if Mordred lived or died? Actually, it would have been wonderful if the troublesome mirror wraith was caught and either destroyed or imprisoned again by his mighty family. Sunny would have one less headache if they did, unless Mordred decided to trade away his secrets, of course. Damnation! The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, don't worry so much, Sunless. I'm not here to do anything. I just wanted to take a peek at the festivities. No one will notice." Judging by his confident smile, Mordred was sufficiently certain of that statement. This probably meant that he had acquired at least one potent anti-divination tool. Well, the mere fact that the great and mighty clan Valor had failed to track him down yet already hinted at that possibility. If not for Sunny's random shot in the dark, no one would indeed have noticed the transient reflection. Mordred looked at him and lingered for a few moments. Then he said in a pensive tone, "You know, Sunless, for someone who keeps denying his ties with the great clans, you sure brush sides with them a lot." Sunny was so outraged that he lost the gift of speech for a second. "And whose fault is that, you bastard? If you didn't involve me in your mess, I would have been living happily ever after somewhere else." "Well, probably," Mordred awkwardly coughed. Then he regained his composure and said with a bit of reproach, "I already apologized, didn't I? In any case, complications or not, you should choose your friends carefully, Sunless." Sunny glared at the reflection for a bit. Am I having a déjà vu? I swear I just had this exact conversation with someone else a few minutes ago. You did not steal Seishan's body by any chance, did you? Mordred tilted his head a little. I don't think so. Who is Seishan? Sunny opened his mouth, then frowned. No, he wouldn't have. The damned lunatic was already being hunted by one great clan. Killing an heiress of another would do him no good. An acquaintance of mine. Never mind about her. Mordred smiled. If you say so, I must say you do have a lot of interesting acquaintances. A curious expression appeared on the reflection's face. That changing star is rather fascinating. To think that the Immortal Flame clan was able to return to a semblance of its former glory. and with the help of a young dream spawn, no less. Maybe I should take her body instead. What do you think, Sunless? Should I? He was obviously probing to get a reaction out of Sunny, but luck was not on his side. Sunny simply shrugged and said indifferently, "Be my guest." It seemed as if he was absolutely disinterested in whether Mordred would kill and replace Nephis or not. Of course, he wasn't, not really. He just thought that the Prince of Nothing would dearly regret trying to consume Changing Star's soul. Not only was she a tyrant, which would make battling her a nightmare, he also suspected that her soul possessed its own formidable defenses. Nephis had already hinted that the lineage of sun gods strengthened it somehow, but that only accounted for the quantity of her force. There was also the quality. Sunny had a hunch that Mordred would be burning himself alive if he tried to invade her radiant soul sea. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? He glanced at his reflection, then said coldly, "Is this all you wanted to say? Because if that's it, I have a ball to return to." Then Sunny scoffed and added, "And by the way, didn't you give a very pompous speech about how I should pray to never meet you again the last time we saw each other? Kind of presumptuous of you to then go ahead and place yourself straight in my sights, in a bathroom, of all places." Mordred's smile paled a little. "Ah, that. I did not forget about that, Sunless. Truth be told, I am still very peeved about what you have done. Come to think of it, maybe I should do something to lessen my frustration. Say, which of your friends do you value the least?" Sunny's fist slammed in the mirror, shattering it. Mordred laughed, staring at him from the shards. His face, Sunny's face, became distorted by the cracks. Oh, Sunless, Sunless! So passionate! Sunny stared at the broken mirror for a few moments, then said through gritted teeth, "I value all my friends, you bastard. Affection is not something you can assign a numerical value to and then compare which number is bigger. Well, you wouldn't know, I guess. Not only do you care about no one has most likely ever cared about you either." He took a step forward and stared directly at his reflection. "You like to talk big, Mordred, and make it seem as if I should be afraid of you. But that is true the other way around, too. I can be scary when I want to, too. Think long and think hard before making me your enemy, or you will learn to fear the shadows." Mordred stopped laughing and looked at him silently for a few long moments. His smile slowly disappeared. After a few moments of silence, the Prince of Nothing sighed. "We understand each other, then. Let's not become enemies, Sunless. Crushing you won't bring me any joy." With that, he disappeared, as if he had never been there. The reflection still looked the same, but the alien presence seemed to be gone from it. All that remained was a broken, distorted, angry image of Sunny. He grimaced and then turned away. "We'll see who crushes whom, bastard. If time comes." Chapter 806. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 806, A Dance of Light and Shadow. After returning to the dancing hall, Sunny saw it in a new light. His perception had shifted, making everything seem darker and more dangerous. He had already been apprehensive about the crowd of guests, but now every one of them looked like a potential threat. Mordred might have said that he was not planning to do anything and had just come to take a look, but could the banished prince be trusted? As far as Sunny was concerned, the lunatic could have been on his way to publicly assassinate one of his relatives, or slaughter as many as he could right now. Much worse, he could be hiding inside of anyone. Every guest was a potential host, every mundane human, every awakened, every master. None of them were beyond suspicion. Even saints were not off the list, perhaps. Sunny suppressed a groan. Curse it all. There were two carriers of divine aspects in the world that had made it their life's goal to destroy the great clan Valor at all costs. And now, both of them were in this building. Even if nothing happened, the threat alone made him itchy. The great hall where dozens of beautiful pairs danced suddenly did not look as splendid. Turning around, Sunny looked at Nephis, lingered for a few moments, and then walked in her direction with steady steps. As he came close, he offered her a hand and asked, "Shall we dance?" Neph looked at him in confusion for a couple of seconds, then shrugged and placed her hand in his. Together they walked to the middle of the hall. Sunny put his second hand on her waist while she put hers on his shoulder. Suddenly, they were extremely close to each other. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. It was in moments like this one that he missed having two. Without wasting any time, Sunny led Neff into a dance. It wasn't too hard. He just had to listen to the music and repeat what the other dancers were doing. With his proficiency in shadow dance, understanding the logic and cadence of their movements was incredibly easy for him. Although Sunny was dancing for the first time in his life, he looked more comfortable and adept at it than most of the guests. Changing Star seemed like a natural, too. Perhaps it was due to her own combat mastery, or perhaps she had received lessons as an heiress of a legacy clan. In any case, almost instantly after they started the dance, the pair caught a lot of admiring stares. Sunny did not care. He had much bigger problems on his mind, trying to not let her closeness affect him too much, and failing at it, he waited for a bit and gathered his thoughts. Finally, Sunny said, his voice drowned by the music and the hum of the great hall. "I've been meaning to ask." The time to hide his head in the sand was over. Nephis silently raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. "What exactly are you planning to do today? You know that Valor won't take no for an answer. They want to have all of us, but if that is not possible, they'll only settle for getting at least one. That way, they'll be assured that the rest of us won't join a rival faction. So which one of us is going to become a retainer of the great clan Valor?" Changing Star lingered for a while, allowing him to lead her in the dance. Her hand rested easily on his shoulder. After a few steps, she suddenly asked, "You don't really understand, do you?" Sunny did not frown, but his eyes suddenly became darker. "I don't. What is it that you think I don't understand?" A somber expression slowly appeared on her face. "Valor and Song are not rival factions, Sunny. They're war camps." As they spun under the light of beautiful chandeliers, she leaned even closer and said, "I've studied the facts for a long time after returning to the waking world. The ripples caused by the death of St. Cormac, the subtle machinations that happen in the darkness, the growing imbalance of power between Bastion and Ravenheart, even the timing of Seishan challenging the second nightmare. It all paints a clear picture." A slight scowl appeared on Sunny's face. "What are you trying to say?" Nephis sighed. "I'm trying to make you see that the conflict between the great clans has grown into something more than mere disagreement. They are at war, or rather, they will be soon." Sunny felt her hand growing tense in his own. War? Wait. What does a war between great clans even look like? Changing Star shook her head. "Something like that has never happened before, so who knows? 3 things are certain, however. It will be hidden. It will be bloody. It will claim the lives of many people." He suddenly felt cold. Damned legacies. Antarctica is about to fall, and they choose that exact moment to lunge at each other's throats. Bastards. Sunny remained silent for several steps, and then looked at Nephis intently. "All right, but what does it have to do with us?" She suddenly gripped his shoulder tighter and met his gaze. Cold, dangerous white sparks were dancing in her eyes. "Don't you see? It has everything to do with us." Sunny stopped himself from snarling. "I don't, Nephis. Whether the great clans are embroiled in a secret war or not does not change anything. You are still too small and weak to openly oppose them. Please, tell me that you understand that. You were the one who said that these people are too strong, that their power is too absolute." Changing Star stared at him for a while, her face turning impassive. After a few moments of silence, she said, "I remember. I understand." She looked down and then added, Which is why the answer to your question might not be what you want to hear, Sunny. You asked me which one of us will become a member of the great clan." Nephis raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes. Then she said evenly, "It's me. I will join Valor." Chapter 807. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 807 from Within. When Sunny heard what Nephis had to say, he almost stepped on her foot. His rhythm was broken, making it difficult to remain in the flow of the dance. He narrowly avoided stumbling, regained his composure, and threw a burning gaze at her. "What?" Her expression did not change. "You heard me." Sunny opened his mouth, lingered for a moment, then simply turned around and pulled her by the hand. Despite the fact that many people stared at this sudden turn of events, he cut through the dancing guests, forcing Neff to follow. They left the middle of the great hall, then disappeared from the central chamber entirely. Finding himself in a corridor that ran along the length of the dancing hall, Sonny walked swiftly, searching for an empty room. Eventually, he had to settle for a kitchen of sorts. Several chefs and their assistants were busy preparing more refreshments for the guests of the ball, or rather they had been, even before Sonny entered the room. The shadows inside suddenly moved and grew darker, startling the kitchen staff. Throwing a heavy glance at them, he said in an even voice, "Leave." The chefs stared at the two masters in confusion for a couple of moments, then silently backed away and left through a different door, their faces pale. Sonny and Nephis were left alone. He waited for a bit, then let go of her hand and outstretched his own. A strange flute carved of emerald bone appeared in it from a swirl of sparks. Sonny brought it to his lips and blew into the hole. Surprisingly, no sound came out of the flute. Instead, it seemed to have absorbed all sounds, enveloping them in a cone of silence. Now, no one would have been able to listen in on their conversations. Sonny's shadows also kept watch outside the kitchen, just to make sure finally. He turned to Nephis and snarled, "You? Join Valor? What? What the hell?" Changing Star sighed, then took a step back and leaned on the wall. Then, she spoke in her usual calm, steady voice. "Why are you so surprised?" Sonny stared at her in stunned silence. Then he shook his head. "What about your great goals after all the crazy stunts you pulled? After all that talk about wishing to bring the three ghouls to their knees and destroy them, you're just going to join them?" Neff's eyes grew somber. "My plans did not change, Sonny." He frowned. "So you are going to destroy Valor, but you're also going to become one of their own. Don't you see the contradiction?" She looked at him intensely, then said with boiling but suppressed emotion in her voice, "There is no contradiction. On the contrary, this is the only way I can advance my goals." Nephis took a step forward and pierced him with a searing gaze. "The sovereigns are indeed too strong, their power is indeed too fearsome, and I am truly too weak to contend with them, for now. However, they will fall by my hand in the end. Did you hope that 2 years of being lost in the dream realm would have dulled my resolve? Did you think that I would give up?" Sonny shook his head with a dark expression. Changing Star smiled. "No, my resolve was only made sharper. I spent so many days, so many nights thinking about how to move forward and bring these old monsters down. It was not too hard to realize that if my own strength is not enough, I have to borrow it from someone else. Whose strength should I borrow then? Ah, but that is so obvious. If the sovereigns are so powerful, why would I not use their own power to destroy them?" Sonny blinked slowly. "So? Divide and conquer? This is your great plan." Nephis shrugged. "They are already divided. I have to thank you for that, by the way. Although the conflict between Valor and Song had been brewing for a long time, the sudden appearance of the Dreamer army made it worse. But most of all, the death of St. Cormac and the return of the banished Prince of War was what finally made it intolerable for the great clans." He scowled. "What? What does Mordred have to do with any of this?" Changing Star smiled darkly. "He is in the same position as me, which means that he will do the same thing as me. He would have sought out a way to use one of the sovereigns against the other two." Sonny's eyes widened. Mordred had a vendetta against his two fathers, both the one who had spawned him and the one who had raised him. That left only— "Don't tell me, is that lunatic going to join forces with the Song clan?" Nephis nodded with satisfaction. "I would be surprised if he did not already. And if I can come to that conclusion, then that means that Valor knows as well. Why do you think the strife between the two great clans has suddenly grown so dire? Valor has fewer saints. Thanks to Sation, Valor has fewer promising awakened seeds. And now one of their most formidable creations has joined hands with the adversary. How do you think they'll react?" Sonny looked at her grimly. "Not well." Changing Star lingered for a few moments, then nodded. "But that is what puts me in a unique position. Yes, I am small and weak. Yes, my individual strength is more or less insignificant, however, because of how disadvantaged the great clan Valor is, they desperately need me. My value in this situation is disproportionate to what it would have been otherwise, which is why they are ready to put aside their desire to see me dead and are willing to embrace me instead." Sonny scoffed. "That is all great. But why would you want to embrace them too? Wouldn't it be better to stay away and watch as the two great clans maul each other, then swoop in and finish off the weakened victor?" Nephis shook her head. "No matter how much one of the great clans weakens, its armor would still be too strong and impenetrable for me to break through it." He raised an eyebrow. "So what?" Changing Star looked at him, cold white flames dancing in her eyes. "So I won't try to. Instead, I'm going to bypass the armor and attack them from within." Chapter 808. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 808, a long-awaited conversation. Sonny grimaced. What Nephis had said made sense, as much as the word sense could be applied to her. Changing Star wanted to destroy the nightmare spell, and the sovereigns were in her way. Just like Gunlog, the ruthless tyrant of the Bright Castle, they had seemingly given up on pursuing liberation from the spell, and instead settled for the great power that it had already bestowed upon them. What was worse, they were holding others back from rising high enough to threaten their position. At least that was how it looked from below. Perhaps the sovereigns had other reasons for their despotism and inaction, but Sonny had no way of knowing if they did. Not that it mattered to Nephis. To her, they were simply an obstacle that had to be destroyed. Her personal desire to avenge the immortal Flame clan and bring retribution to those who had betrayed her father only made the task sweeter. However, her enemies were much too strong. She would only be able to challenge them if she became supreme herself, but the path to supremacy was guarded by the very people she needed to destroy. Faced with this dead end, she had decided to use the sovereign's own power to vanquish them. She also wanted to infiltrate the ranks of her enemy and put herself in the position to attack one of the great clans from within when the time came. Sonny let out a heavy sigh. "So, let me get this straight. You are going to join Clan Valor, fight for them until Clan Song is destroyed to earn Anvil's trust, then turn your blade against him?" Nephis lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "More or less. Why?" He rubbed his face. "This is a terrible plan. There are more holes in this plan than in Swiss cheese, whoever Swee is. Who says that Valor will win this war? Who says that Anvil will ever treat you as anything but a latent threat? Do you think that he is a fool? Surely he knows how much you have to hate his guts." Changing Star looked at him calmly. "I do. I say who wins. I say whether he trusts me or not. It all depends on me, does it not? If I want the great Song clan to fall, I have to make sure that it falls. If I want to win Anvil's favor, I have to make sure that he favors me. I am not a passive observer in this, Sonny. I have agency to shape the future into what I want it to be, or at least try to. Sure, the chances of success are poor. But when were the odds ever on our side?" Sonny scoffed, then shook his head. "I'll give you that. Our luck was always terrible. However, there is a difference between being thrown into overwhelming danger against your will and deciding to put yourself at risk of your own volition. Unlike before, we don't have to be underdogs. You are choosing this." Nephis shook her head as well. "That is where you're wrong, Sonny. Do you really think that I have any choice? Do you think that I can turn back now, that the sovereigns will ever let me be? No. It is too late for that. It is, as you said, Valor are determined to have their pound of flesh. All I can choose is where they sink their teeth." He glared at her for a few moments, then spat. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Looking at him, Changing Star frowned. "What?" Sonny took a step forward. "Me! You're forgetting me! I have a say in this too, goddammit!" She remained silent for a while. Eventually Nephis said, "I'm not forcing you to do anything. You don't have to follow me to Valor if you don't wish to." A crooked smile appeared on his face. "Oh, great. But is this really true? There is a certain bond between us after all. I am only free to do as I wish until you decide otherwise. Who knows if your mood will change one day?" Neph stared at him for a few long seconds. Then she sighed and crossed her arms. "Ah, so this is what it's all about." Sonny gritted his teeth, then said slowly, "Since we are talking about it, Let's talk." This conversation was a long time coming. "So, Nephis, tell me, what are you going to do with your power over me?" Her face remained impassive. Neph looked at him coldly for a moment and then said, "Nothing. I will never order you to do something for me ever again." Sonny was already opening his mouth to retort before she finished speaking, but then froze. He stood still for a few moments, then let out a long breath. "Well, good. Because if you ever tried, one of us would have died. That is not a threat, just a fact." Suddenly white sparks ignited in Changing Star's eyes. She leaned forward slightly and said, her voice full of barely suppressed emotion, "And do you know why?" Suddenly feeling a sense of unease, Sonny frowned. "No, I can't say that I do. Why?" She took a step forward and stopped in front of him, almost as close as they had been during their dance. Her face was still, but her eyes were full of searing flame. "Because I don't need anyone to follow me against their will. I don't need a magical collar to make people serve me. I don't need slaves. That is not enough for me, Sonny. Why should I settle for submission when I can have loyalty? People who will follow me, serve me, and obey me will do so because that is their most ardent desire. They will do so with a smile. If I ever want to make you mine, Sonny, you will become mine, not because you were forced to, but because you would want to. That is also a fact." He stared at her for a few moments, startled by the sudden intensity of her words. Then a stubborn expression appeared on his face. "Aren't you too full of yourself? Who do you think you are to decide what I want?" Nephis looked at him, then turned away and sighed. I am the person who knows you best in the world, Sonny. 2 worlds, even." She lingered for a few moments and then added quietly, "As I said, I will never force you to do anything. But whether you like it or not, our fates are intertwined, and that bond has nothing to do with your innate ability. In truth, they were entangled the moment we met in front of the academy gates. We just did not know it yet. You can't escape it." "Can't escape fate." Sonny looked at Nephis for a long time and then smiled darkly. "Watch me." With that, he dismissed the bone flute, turned around and left the kitchen. Entering the corridor, Sonny walked away. His nostrils were flaring and his face was contorted by an expression of anger. As he walked, he took out his communicator and dialed a familiar number. After some time, a female voice resounded from the speaker. "Sonny, what a nice surprise. It's good to hear from you." He hesitated for a few moments and then took a deep breath. Then Sonny smiled and answered in a friendly tone, "Master Jet? Hey, I have a question for you." He paused for a second and then asked, "How cold is it in Antarctica?" Chapter 809. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 809, True Strength. Sonny was riled and angry. Once again, talking to Nephis made him lose his sense of balance. However, the decision he made was not an emotional one. He had enough composure to keep a clear head, even while being affected by seething feelings. Years of battles and dire conflicts had taught him how to keep a cool head. So, his choice was cold and calculated. 2 things had become clear during the conversation. The first one was very simple. Nephis intended to join the great clan Valor, while Sonny didn't want to have anything to do with it. It was one thing to become a retainer of a powerful and prosperous clan in order to make use of its vast knowledge, arsenal, and resources. Despite his strong desire to remain independent, Sonny had entertained the idea himself. However, it was a completely different thing to join an embattled clan that was on the verge of entering a destructive and bloody war against a similarly fearsome adversary. To add insult to injury, Valor was on the losing end of the equation. Their enemy, the great clan Song, held all the advantages. And even worse than that was the idea of joining a warring faction with conscious plans of betraying it further down the line. Nephis was more than willing to eventually face not one, but both great clans in battle. She had her goals and conviction, but Sonny just wanted to be left alone. He saw no reason to follow her into the dragon's maw. More than that, with her joining Valor, the initial condition that had forced him into the damned negotiations in the first place was resolved. Since Valor was willing to settle for recruiting just one member of the cohort, and Changing Star was willing to play the role of the recruit, then why the hell would he follow suit? In short, despite all the contradictory feelings raging in Sonny's heart, the situation was rather straightforward. There was no compelling reason for him to enter into service of the great clan, but there was a convenient opportunity for him to take a step back and walk away. He would be a fool not to use it. Of course, in reality, things were a bit more complicated. What Changing Star had said might have angered him, but she was not wrong. Their fates did, indeed, seem to be intertwined. From being born in the same year to receiving divine and complementing aspects, from meeting at the gates of the academy to being sent to the same small patch of the forgotten shore, whether by coincidence or not, their connection went far beyond the tether of the shadow bond. Sonny had a strong suspicion that his intrinsic attribute, fated, had a lot to do with placing Nephis in his path, and as much as Sonny wished to defy fate, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was ready to break its chains just yet. He could already see how, no matter what he did, he would not be able to escape colliding against Changing Star again. She had been right when she said that escaping the notice of the great clans entirely was impossible for them, more so for her, but also true for Sonny. With his meteoric rise, his special strategic asset designation, and his connection to both Nephis and Mordred, not to mention Shadow God and Weaver, coming into contact with the sovereigns and their domains was just a matter of time. Even if Neph joined Valor and Sonny did not, they would most likely meet again soon enough. The question, then, was more about the nature of their future relationship than whether it would exist or not. So, what could Sonny do to shape it into something that had a semblance of corresponding to his desires? Perhaps the most important revelation that had resulted from their conversation was the nature of Neph's intentions towards Sonny and her power over him. Sonny had spent several weeks burying his head in the sand and avoiding this pivotal discussion. As the result, those weeks had been, perhaps, some of the nicest in his life. However, his actions had also caused everything to blow up in his face in the end. Nephis had said in no uncertain terms that she had no intention of ever issuing another order to him, not because of any moral consideration, but simply because it was beneath her. Changing Star had no need for an unwilling slave. She disdained the idea of forcing anyone to obey her. Instead, she planned to have people follow her of their own free will. Instead of enslaving anyone, she preferred to have people enslave and bind themselves by their desire to serve her. Neph had told him that she would never force him to do anything, but she also seemed to be certain that he would follow her willingly in the end. And that, to Sonny, was the core problem of the dynamic between them. He believed that Nephis valued him, she even respected him, but despite all that, she still saw him as a follower, and a follower could never be an equal. Damn it! Worst of all, her stance was not baseless. Sonny couldn't help but think back to his conversation with Effie. The Huntress had told him once that he would never be stronger than Changing Star because Changing Star had something that he lacked: conviction. Sonny had been tempted to dismiss her well-meant but biting remark. However, he could not dismiss the fact that despite all his desperate attempts, despite him almost killing himself several times to catch up to Nephis, there was still a noticeable gap in power and accomplishment between them. He did not think that he lacked determination. Gods knew that very few people have pushed themselves as hard and endured as much as he had. But his last conversation with Changing Star had finally given Sonny an inkling of what it was exactly that he lacked. As far as Sonny saw it, his determination was no less intense than Neph's. However, all his goals were internal. All he did was react to things. He did not strive to reach anything. Instead, he only strived to avoid and get away from things. Get away from danger, from poverty, from fate itself. He had always been reactive. Neph, on the contrary, had always been active. She had always pursued a goal that was larger than herself. As the result, her conviction pushed her forward like an external force, while Sonny was stuck trying to pull himself up with nothing propelling him forward. That was why he was destined to always lag behind. Selfish desire to attain material wealth and live free would never be able to push him as hard and as far as Changing Star's insane and unattainable dream was pushing her. At least that was his current thinking. Maybe it was all senseless crap. In any case, Sonny was determined to try and find an equally powerful motivation. Either it would help him or it would not. However, no matter what happened, he was not satisfied being seen as a valued follower instead of an equal. He was still determined to grow stronger, much stronger, and if conviction was what it took to speed up his progress, he was willing to give it a try. Where was one supposed to find conviction, though? Well, Sonny was pretty sure that attempting to save hundreds of millions of people in Antarctica was a good place to start. That was where he was going to go in search of true strength. Chapter 810, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 810, Secret Gift. A couple of days later, Sonny was staring at his living room with a strange expression on his face. Everything had already been settled. He was leaving on another long expedition, this time in the waking world instead of the dream realm. Somehow it promised to be even more of a nightmare. Well, whatever. High matters of fate and conviction aside, Antarctica was still a perfect place for him to grow stronger. Now that Sonny was a master, it was not as easy for him to gather shadow fragments. Only fallen nightmare creatures and those more powerful would do. Finding swarms of them was a task in and of itself, and the southern quadrant that was about to be devoured by an endless horde of abominations offered a perfect opportunity. Not only would he be able to work toward becoming a tyrant, test his mettle, and sharpen his skill, there would also be plenty of soul shards for him to collect, which he needed to continue practicing weaving, so Sonny was supposed to be gathering his things and preparing to leave. The thing was that he had already done that before the ball, just in case he would have to run away in haste. Sonny had prepared so thoroughly that he could just walk out of the door and disappear right now. Weird. He sighed and then checked the refrigerator again, just to make sure that he did not leave anything that could spoil there. Nope, all clean. His communicator vibrated, then displayed a notification. The title of a network article appeared in view. Breaking news. A young hero is adopted by the brother-in-arms of her late father. Changing star joins hands with the great clan Valor. The corner of his mouth twitched. At that moment the door opened, letting in Effie and Kai. The two looked around, noticing the condition of the house. A few moments later, the huntress shook her head. Damn. You are really leaving? Sonny closed the refrigerator, then walked over and patted her on the shoulder. I am. Effie stared at him for a couple of moments, then sighed. And you're still not going to tell us where, he smiled. I'm not at liberty to say. Don't worry, though. You'll probably learn in about a month. She blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Sonny waved a hand. It just means that you'll know soon. Effie remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged with irritation. Well, all right. Be that way, then. Sonny hesitated for a bit. Finally, he asked, What about you? And the others, this time it was Kai who answered. You must have already seen the news. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but a thing like that is hard to keep secret. Nephis is being adopted by Clan Valor. Cassie and the Firekeepers will follow her as retainers. As for Effie and I, well, to be honest, we haven't decided yet. Sonny glanced at his friends with a somber expression. What are you guys thinking? Effie leaned on the wall and grimaced. I don't know. I was always thinking about becoming a master, but weirdly, I never really thought about what I would do after those pompous Valor folks rubbed me the wrong way. But they do have a lot to offer. Plus, pretty much everyone I know is with them now. Kai smiled weakly. I'm even more lost. I didn't even have thoughts of becoming a master. Now that I am, I want to do some good, I guess. It's just hard to determine what is the best way to do it. Sonny lingered for a few moments. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Well, don't be in a rush to make a decision. Wait for April, at least. It was February right now. By April, the collapse of Antarctica would be slowly starting, and the government would have already announced voluntary mobilization. Sonny had wanted to tell his friends about the approaching disaster, but Master Jet insisted on keeping it confidential. For now, he was not sure that Effie and Kai would want to go there anyway. The two of them, meanwhile, glanced at each other. Then Kai cautiously asked, Does it have anything to do with your sudden departure? Sonny nodded. It does. Don't ask anything else, though, or you'll put me in an awkward position. Neither of them did, respecting his request. A strange silence settled between them. Finally, Sonny scoffed. What are you guys doing? It's not like we're saying goodbye. I'm still anchored at the ivory tower, you fools. I can always hop in the dream realm and meet you there? Kai scratched the back of his head. Oh yeah, true. I didn't think about that. Sonny shook his head. Same goes for Nephis and Cassie, since they're not planning to move to Bastion yet. We might not be an active cohort anymore, but we're still a big, dysfunctional family of sorts. I can guarantee that you won't miss me. In fact, you'll probably wish that I appeared in front of you faces less often. He grinned and then gestured to the door. In any case, thanks for dropping by, but now I really have to go. I'm on a bit of a schedule. He walked them outside, then watched as they boarded a PTV and left. There were no emotional goodbyes, since what he had said was true. They would all be seeing each other in the dream realm often, no matter where they were in the waking world, so that meant that he had one last thing to do. Sonny sealed the house by inputting a security code into the lock panel, looked at it one last time, and walked to one of the neighboring buildings. He took out his communicator, sent a short message, and then waited for a bit. A minute later, a slightly surprised teenage girl walked out onto the porch wearing cozy home clothes. Sonny? Why are you here? We're not supposed to have a lesson today. He smiled and then pointed to the backpack that hung from his shoulder. Hey, Rain! I just came by to say that I'll be going away again. This time it might take a bit longer for me to return. Her expression subtly changed. Oh. She remained silent for a while, then asked in a guarded, tentative voice, Is it going to be dangerous again? Sonny shrugged with a carefree expression. Dangerous? Well, I guess. I'm pretty certain that I can handle it, though. I'm a pretty tough guy, so don't worry. He sighed, and then added, Plus, I'm staying in the real world this time. You can message me whenever. The network connection is going to be patchy where I'm going, so I might not be able to answer immediately. I will eventually, though. That's a promise. Finally, she relaxed a little. Really? That's great, he nodded. After hesitating for a few moments, Sonny took a step closer and said, You are going to turn 16 in a couple of months, Rain. That means that you have to be ready. You might be chosen by the spell, or you might not. In any case, I think that you are sufficiently prepared. He fell silent for a bit, and then added, I taught you as much as I could. The rest depends on you. Keep practicing with your sword. Keep sharpening your mind as well. Most importantly, keep working on your mentality. Rain looked at him and nodded seriously. I will. She did not notice that something strange had happened in the spot where their shadows intersected. A massive dark silhouette that resembled a Stygian serpent flowed from Sonny's shadow, then hid itself in hers. Sonny had invoked one of Soul Serpent's abilities. Grace of Shadows, ability description. The master of the Soul Serpent can grace another with the trust and companionship of their shadow guide. One should be careful whom they bestow with their grace. Entrusting others with the loyalty of shadows is the same as sharing one's soul, and thus should not be offered lightly. He could not give Rain any memories, neither could he give her any echoes. Rain did not possess an aspect or a soul core to encompass them. She certainly did not possess a shadow core to receive one of his shadows. But Serpent was different. Grace of Shadows allowed it to accompany anyone who had a shadow, including a mundane human. So Sonny transferred Serpent to Rain and commanded it to hide itself unless the girl was in mortal danger. With the help of an ascended devil, she would be able to survive anything. Sonny knew that by providing Rain with his handicap, he might have been stunting her own growth. But he did not care. His sister did not have to grow strong or die. He was more than capable of being strong for the both of them. Looking at her, he smiled. Well, anyway, don't be a stranger. If you need advice, just message me. You're my only student after all, so if you suddenly die, my reputation will be ruined. No one will ever hire me as a tutor again. Rain glared at him for a moment, then scoffed. Why would I die? I'm too smart for that. You, however, make sure not to die yourself. I won't be able to brag that my tutor is a master if you're dead. Sonny grinned, then waved at her and turned away. It was time to leave the city where he had grown up, both for the first time and once again. Chapter 811. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 811, Train Ride. Sonny had never thought that he would leave the city one day. He had barely ever thought that there was anything beyond the city, actually. More than that, for him, the city proper itself had always seemed like an alien land. His whole world used to start and end with the outskirts. Tens of millions of people who lived in the outskirts had a very special relationship with the wilderness beyond. They spent their lives much closer to it than real citizens, and were not separated from it by the tall barrier walls that encompassed powerful air filters. On one hand, it made them more attuned to the existence of the outside. On the other hand, they associated the outside with death, disease, and starvation on a much more visceral level. To them, the wilderness meant death in a very practical sense of the word, as opposed to distant and purely theoretical. That was why Sonny felt very weird as he stared at the train that was supposed to take him to the rendezvous point where Master Jet was supposed to meet him. The long-range transcontinental train did not look anything like the light Intracity ones Sonny was familiar with. It resembled a massive, heavily armored metal beast that stretched for hundreds and hundreds of meters, its long body composed of various bulky segments. There were passenger carriages, massive cargo carriages, various utility carriages, and even a mobile repair and fabrication unit capable of restoring damaged sections of the railway should the train encounter any hindrances on the way. Rows of large-caliber turret, automated cannons, and gun emplacements rose from the roof, manned by the railroad technicians and security officers. It was a fearsome, moving fortress. Anything less would not have been reliably safe, considering that the government rarely paid attention to the nightmare gates that opened away from population centers. Sonny studied the train curiously for a while, then went ahead and found the carriage he was assigned to. As a master, he was entitled to ride in the lavishly furnished car, meant for high-ranking citizens, government officials, and members of legacy clans. He also got a whole cabin to himself. The cabin was comparable in size to his room at the academy, but much better stocked and equipped. Sonny threw his backpack on a shelf and sat down near the window, enjoying the softness of an expensive-looking armchair. A strange expression appeared on his face. Well, as far as wars go, this one is weirdly opulent so far. Of course, he was sure that these luxurious conditions would not last long. No one had bothered him until the train started to move, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Soon the familiar sights of the city and the outskirts flew by, and the great metal beast finally escaped into the wilderness. Sonny felt a solemn mood overcome his senses. Despite spending years of his life in the much more wild and untouched reaches of the dream realm, he somehow felt as if he was stepping outside human civilization for the first time. He held his breath as the various human-built structures disappeared behind. However, the actual landscape of his world did not make any impression on him. It was just sort of boring. The wild expanse of the northern quadrant mostly looked like a desolate, empty place. It was almost entirely made out of mud and snow. Whatever flora still clung to life in the barren soil looked sickly and dull. The sky was heavy and gray, and the air was slightly hazy. Apart from occasional skeletal carcasses of dead nightmare creatures or rusty wrecks left behind from the times of human wars, there was nothing much to look at. Sonny sighed. What a waste. The waking world was not entirely uninhabitable, but it was certainly inhospitable to the species that had once populated its every corner. Maybe Effie had been right back when they spoke in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. He stared through the window for some time, then stood up and walked to a narrow bed, deciding to go to sleep early. This was probably going to be his last opportunity to rest well for a long, long time. It would have been a shame to let the opportunity go. Burying his face in a soft pillow, Sonny closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. At some point during the night, he was awakened by strange vibrations spreading through the frame of the train. Looking up, he saw pale flashes of light outside the window and heard distant, muffled pounding. The turrets on the locomotive and front carriages of the train were firing, since none of his shadows, which were standing watch, seemed alarmed. Sonny sighed, turned on his other side, and closed his eyes again. Soon he was back to sleep. He dreamt of ice and darkness. In the morning, the train was moving forward as if nothing had happened. Sonny had expected as much, so he wasn't surprised. After freshening up in the small bathroom attached to the cabin, he walked over to the dining car and had a scrumptious breakfast. The cooking could not compete with the instructor's cafeteria at the academy, of course, but it was decent enough. As he ate, Sonny studied the other people present in the carriage. Most of them were government officers and had a military bearing. A few of them were awakened and gave him respectful nods. Even though nothing about Sonny revealed that he was a master, they were able to sense it. Most of these people were probably traveling south for the same reason that he was. They were going to Antarctica as well. So the mood in the dining car was somber. No one talked very much, and those who did kept their voices low. Sonny doubted that all the participants of the massive operation knew the full scope of the disaster that was approaching the southern quadrant. In fact, he was willing to bet that very few were as well informed as he was. More than that, none of them probably had as much battle experience as he had. If they understood the real horror of what was about to come, they wouldn't be so calm. He did not really know how to feel about that. The next morning, the armored train finally reached its destination. Sonny disembarked from the lavish carriage and froze for a moment, staring at the endless gray expanse of restless waves. In front of him was the sea, chapter 812. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 812, Naval Convoy. As Sonny already knew, water was the optimal way of transporting cargo and people across vast distances. Human civilization had always made use of this property to its benefit. The earliest paths of trade and cultural exchange, and therefore progress, were situated along great rivers and later shifted to seas and oceans. That had led to many prominent civilization centers being situated along various coasts. However, humanity had regretted that fact dearly when the water slowly crawled forward and devoured all those beautiful, important cities. Even worse, once the nightmare spell appeared, seas and ocean became infested by terrifying nightmare creatures. For that reason, very few populous settlements were situated near water. The further inland they were, the better. Humans still needed to make use of the convenience that only the ocean could provide, though. For that reason, there were many fortified ports in each quadrant. Sonny was looking at one such port. Even after experiencing the dread and grandeur of the forgotten shore and the chained isles, he could not help but feel a bit of awe. The port itself looked like an unassailable fortress, with tall walls rising from the water and various fortifications protruding far into the bleak waves. Colossal cannons were aimed at the horizon, ready to bring down hell on anything that would dare to approach the crowded harbor. Various spell-tech defensive measures brimmed with energy. He had no doubt that even more were hidden underwater. Much more impressive than the port itself, however, were the ships. Sonny froze when he saw them. Around 40 metal leviathans were anchored along the shore, each more than a kilometer long and as tall as a castle. Their hulls bore such thick and heavy armor that it seemed strange for these mountains of steel to stay afloat. Some seemed shiny and new, but most bore deep, giant, ugly scars. Many armor plates were bent and corroded, while some were deformed by some unknown titanic blows. Each ship possessed a plethora of armaments, ranging from heavy artillery cannons to rapid-fire anti-air guns and snub-nosed mortars. Rows of rockets, missiles, and torpedoes could be seen in the hidden nests. The main cannons seemed especially fearsome, most of them resembling oversized railguns that stretched the whole lengths of the vessels. Each of the railguns was capable of propelling a heavy kinetic round with such ferocious speed that barely any human structure would have been able to survive the impact. Maybe not even a whole district would. The ships rested on the water like slumbering giants. Looking at them, Sonny couldn't help but shiver. Humanity was accustomed to regarding the awakened as their most deadly weapon, so it was easy to forget how mighty and destructive mundane people could be with the help of the right technology. Sadly, the technology grew less and less reliable against nightmare creatures of higher ranks. Fallen abominations could more or less shrug off the most devastating of bombardments, while corrupted ones were capable of surviving nuclear blasts. Science couldn't explain the principles at work in these instances, but plenty of empirical evidence had been gathered to ruinous results during the early days of the nightmare spell. So, despite how impressive the 40 steel leviathans looked, Sonny knew that the ships alone were not enough to brave the ocean. Unless they were complemented by awakened fighters, and guided by a Nightwalker navigator. Even these floating juggernauts weren't capable of surviving the journey to a different quadrant. Still, Sonny couldn't help but admire the silent majesty of them. One thing is certain, that train is nothing, as it turns out. As he stared at the fleet, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. "Hey, Sonny, welcome to our small port." He turned his head slowly. Master Jet had not changed much. She was still the same, confident, beautiful, with raven, black hair and cold, icy blue eyes. Her usual uniform was gone, though, replaced by a deep blue military trench coat. There was a satisfied smile on her lips. The crowd of people parted as she walked closer and glanced at the anchored ships. "Impressive, aren't they?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah. Now that I see them, I'm starting to understand how we are going to evacuate 800 million people from Antarctica." Soul Reaper shook her head. "Don't be so sure. This is just one of the several convoys that is going to sail to the southern quadrant. They are going to deliver the first evacuation army to Antarctica, load up a few millions of refugees and sail back. If everything goes well, by the time the ships return, the mobilization would have already started. The fleets will bring us reinforcements, take more civilians aboard, and repeat the process as many times as it takes." She sighed. "Of course, there's more or less zero chance that everything will go well. Even if it does, it will take us at least a year to gather everyone, if we are still alive by then. Who knows, maybe we will be all overwhelmed and devoured by abominations in the first few months." Sonny glanced sideways at her, his expression bleak. "You really know how to raise morale, you know?" Master Jet grinned. Don't be so serious. In any case, I'm really glad that you decided to join the party, Sonny. I really need someone who I can trust by my side. Don't get me wrong. My other subordinates are all honorable and accomplished warriors, but they're not you." He blinked a couple of times. "I didn't know I was so special." She looked at him, then shrugged and started walking away, prompting Sonny to follow. "It takes a certain kind of person to face the very depths of despair and still continue to fight. You are one such person, Sonny." Soul Reaper glanced at him, then added in a voice that was devoid of any humor, "And we will all experience a lot of despair in the coming months. I have a feeling." Chapter 813, If Audio Player Doesn't Work, Press Stop, then Play button again. Chapter 813, First Evacuation Army. Master Jet led him to an armored military PTV that stood a few meters away from the crowded platform. It seemed that vehicle access to this part of the station was heavily restricted, but she paid it no attention. Apparently, her rank and status trampled some of the rules. The PTV itself was very different from the civilian models Sonny was accustomed to, as well as the heavier police cruiser he had ridden on occasion in the past. It was much more robust and angular, weighted down by several layers of composite armor, and entirely grounded. Even if the vehicle possessed limited levitation ability, it was perfectly capable of traversing natural terrain on its own. As they entered the cabin, towering humanoid loader robots moved in to unload cargo from the train, piloted by servicemen who could be seen in the open cockpits. The crude exoskeleton platforms were devoid of armor and failed to reach the smoothness of motion, scale, and sophistication of their military siblings, but were more than enough to perform various labor-intensive utility tasks. The PTV roared to life, startling Sonny. It seemed that the distinctions from civilian models were even more pronounced below the surface. The systems propelling the vehicle forward were entirely different, producing much more noise and vibrations, but also raw power. The PTV shot forward, narrowly avoiding several barriers before reaching the primitive cement road that led to the port. As they came closer and closer to the naval fortress, Sonny was able to study the swarm of activity boiling all around it. Currently, the port became a staging ground for a much greater force than it was designed to accommodate. Thousands upon thousands of government servants and soldiers were busy with frantic preparations for the approaching deployment. Numerous recently assembled prefab buildings stood in neat squares, some meant to provide the personnel of the First Evacuation Army with a temporary place to live, some serving as storage depots, production hubs, training facilities, field hospitals, and so on. A lot of heavy machinery was constantly moving between these squares, either transporting cargo or participating in the disassembly of various structures. Despite the impressive scope of the military camp, Its makeshift and transient nature was apparent to the naked eye. The army was already busy deconstructing many of the buildings in order to move their components to the holds of the 40 battleships. Thousands of humans swarmed the camp like ants. Sonny saw a lot of non-combatant servicemen hurrying to accomplish their tasks, as well as plenty of soldiers busy with training exercises and drills. Some of them were awakened, but most were mundane humans. There were all types of specialist units in view: engineering corps, mechanized infantry that moved around in fearsome exoskeleton armor suits, artillery vehicle operators, and many more that Sonny could not name. He even saw several mobile war platforms that resembled giant cyclops forged of metal, ranging from 6 to 10 meters in height. These humanoid robots and their pilots left an especially strong impression on him. They were nothing like the primitive loaders he had seen a few minutes ago. Even though Sonny knew that these machines were built and operated by humans, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was looking at hulking nightmare creatures. Slowly, the scale and scope of the upcoming operation started to dawn on him. Sure, he had known the approximate numbers for a long time, but knowing and seeing were two different things. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "You said that there would be several such convoys?" Master Jet nodded as she easily controlled the PTV. "Yes, 4 for now. 2 will sail from the northern quadrant, 1 from both the eastern and the western. Each will transport around 100,000 soldiers to Antarctica in the coming month. That will also include around 20,000 awakened and 50 or so masters." She paused and then added, "If the mobilization goes well, we will eventually have at least 60,000 awakened and anywhere between 100 and 300 masters participating in the evacuation efforts." Sonny took a deep breath. These numbers, while the amount of mundane humans being sent to Antarctica was much more immense, it were the latter two that gave him pause. 60,000 might not have seemed like much, but it meant that a quarter of all awakened in the world was going to be concentrated on one continent, and that was without even counting those who had already been based in the southern quadrant. The number of masters was even more unbelievable. 300 was more than a half of all ascended alive today. The government was truly pulling out all the stops. Such might. But was it going to be enough? Sending so many awakened to war would also inevitably leave the other 3 quadrants with less protection, and their inhabitants more exposed to the vagaries of the nightmare spell. The pressure on the existing infrastructure was bound to increase dramatically after the flood of refugees reached the strongholds of humanity, too. It is all such a mess. Looking at the thousands of people moving around the temporary camp, Sonny couldn't help but wonder how many of them would be coming back. He had no choice but to wonder if he himself would survive as well. Even though the members of the first evacuation army seemed trained and disciplined, he could see hints of fear and uncertainty hidden deep in their eyes. These people might have been dedicated and professional soldiers, but none of them had ever faced the kind of threat they were going to throw themselves against. Soon, funnily enough, Sonny, despite his young age and lack of a service record, had come much closer to this kind of warfare, and was much better prepared to withstand its horrors than most members of this hastily assembled army. Finally, he felt something that he had not felt even once since learning about the approaching disaster. The weight of responsibility slowly settled on his shoulders. Sonny sighed and then mentally shook it off. What nonsense is this? He looked at Master Jet, lingered for a moment, and then asked, "So, when do I get a dapper uniform?" Chapter 814. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 814, Special Company. Once they entered the confines of the port fortress, the human traffic lessened to a considerable degree. However, there were still plenty of people around, all moving with the determined haste. Master Jet parked the PTV near a blocky, low building and opened the hatch to exit. Breathing in the cold winter air, she closed her eyes for a moment and then let out a long sigh. After that, Soul Reaper glanced at him with a grin. "Actually, you arrived just on time. The officer roster of our company is more or less full as of a few days ago, so we were about to hold our first briefing. It was supposed to start half an hour ago, but I postponed to come grab you from the train station." Sonny raised an eyebrow. Oh? Master Jet nodded. Everyone more or less only knows as much as you do, so I'll bring all of you up to speed in one go. Granted, the rest had more time to prepare, not to mention the fact that they have been with the government for years. Don't let those old dogs intimidate you, though. Sunny smiled. Do I look like someone who is easily intimidated? She glanced at him and laughed. You do, actually. That is one of your advantages, as far as I'm concerned. Being underestimated is always a boon. She walked forward at a brisk pace and said, without looking back, The paperwork can wait for later. We'll get you settled and processed after the briefing. Usually you would not have been allowed anywhere near the classified information without proper clearance and documentation. But these days, proper procedure has taken a backseat to efficiency. Plus, there are very few people who can. Resist my charm. Sunny hurried to keep up with Master Jet as they entered the low building. After cutting through several checkpoints without anyone daring to look directly at Soul Reaper, let alone say something about the apparent civilian she was dragging into the guts of the military bunker with her, he understood that her status and reputation truly trampled procedure, at least to a large extent. Not only mundane humans, but even awakened, treated her with fearful respect. Even an occasional master they walked past seemed to give her face. He hesitated, then asked with curiosity, Can I ask, what exactly is your official title in the First Army? Master Jet glanced at him, then smiled. Why, I am now Colonel Jet, senior officer of the 1st Awakened Irregular Company of the Northern Quadrant Corps of the Evacuation Army. Kind of a mouthful, huh? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then reached into his memory of the government force organization and hierarchy. He had studied the topic a bit before leaving the city. Wait, aren't companies supposed to be commanded by captains? Colonel is 3 or 4 ranks above that. It's just one step away from being a general. Soul Reaper nodded. Usually you would be right, however. Titles and authority become messy when Awakened are involved. As a rule of thumb, Awakened are 1 rank above what they would have been as mundane soldiers. That's just for normal ones, though. As irregulars, we will exist somewhat outside the Army hierarchy, so our status was bumped up to reflect that. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Outside the hierarchy? What? He hesitated, then said in a subdued tone, I'm not sure what irregulars mean. She flashed him a smile. You will be in a few minutes. Together they entered an elevator that brought them deep underground. Master Jet led him through winding corridors of the military bunker and then pressed the palm of her hand against a complicated biometric lock to open a thick alloy door. Sunny found himself in a spacious chamber that housed a large round table. 5 individuals were already seated around it, quietly waiting for the start of the briefing. When Master Jet entered, they all stood up and saluted her. It was then that Sunny realized that all of them were ascended. 3 of them were men, while the other 2 were women. The oldest master seemed to be nearing his 50s, while the youngest was only slightly older than Soul Reaper. All of them wore serious expressions on their faces and looked at her with somber respect. She waved a hand, at ease. We are all ascended here. There's no need for ceremony. The masters hesitated for a few moments, then relaxed and sat down. Master Jet unbuttoned her navy blue trench coat, then threw it on the backrest of an empty chair. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, then made sure to look somewhere else. His cheeks suddenly started to burn for no apparent reason. As it turned out, his new superior had dismissed her usual uniform in favor of a tight-fitting black bodysuit. In fact, all the masters present in the room were wearing one. It made sense. People like Sunny and them had no need of Army-issued armor. They would all be using their memories in the field. A bodysuit like that could easily fit under any type of enchanted armor. So wearing it instead of a uniform was not only more convenient but also practical. That didn't make it easy on Sunny, though. There were very few places he could rest his eyes on without potentially getting into trouble. It was pure torture. Master Jet sat down, prompting him to do the same. As much as Sunny was flustered by the black bodysuits, the rest of the ascended were similarly confused by his civilian clothes and age. Finally, one of them glanced at Soul Reaper and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am? Who is this young man? Is he your new adjutant?" She glanced at them, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. He? Gods, no. This young man is Master Sunless, the latest and final addition to the command structure of the 1st Irregular Company. He is not only one of the youngest humans in history to reach the rank of an Ascended, but also has a kill count higher than most of you combined. So give him a warm welcome, I guess. Chapter 8:15. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 8:15, 1st Irregular Company. The 5 Ascended were surprised by such a colorful description, but quickly got over their shock. No one seemed to have doubts about Sonny's credentials, and for a simple reason, there were no weak masters. Every person who had chosen to challenge the second nightmare and survived was an elite by definition. So his rank was the only proof of competence he needed to be accepted by them. That was not to say that these government officers felt threatened by Sonny's accomplishments. All of them were experienced, battle-tested fighters, specialists. They had well-deserved confidence in their own capabilities. Master Jet looked at them and smiled. Since we have already started, let's get introductions out of the way. Some of you may know each other, while others are relatively new faces. She went down the line, introducing each of the Ascended that were going to serve as the backbone of the 1st Irregular Company. The oldest among them was a muscular man that seemed to be in his late 40s or early 50s. Of course, as an Ascended, he looked incredibly well for his age. Master Randall was mature and grizzled, with gray hair and a full beard that perfectly suited his chiseled masculine face. The black bodysuit lay snug against his well-pronounced muscles. Everything about the man told that he was a seasoned, consummate soldier. His presence was solid and steady. Master Randall might have not fought side by side with the members of the 1st generation when the spell had appeared, but due to his age, he most likely witnessed its descent as a child. His well of experience was of great benefit to the company. In fact, one would have expected him to be in charge instead of sole reaper. However, even if the man had any thoughts about that matter, he did not let them show. The gorgeous woman sitting next to him stood out among the group of masters due to her good-natured, friendly demeanor. Ascended Jessie looked almost like the opposite of Master Jet. She had straw blonde hair, a healthy tan, sparkling blue eyes, and radiated a strange feeling of warmth. Coincidentally, she was the closest to Soul Reaper in terms of age. No one would have called the beautiful blonde soft, though. Her tall, slender body brimmed with energy and barely suppressed strength. The relaxed attitude hit a sharp and cutting edge. This master seemed to be not only enthusiastic about life, but also about combat and the carnage of battle. She was a formidable warrior, without a doubt. So were the others. The 3rd woman among the officers of the company was called Ascended Winter. She was in her late 30s and seemed to be the most calm of the group. Her curly hair was dark brown and tied into a simple ponytail. Sonny didn't know what color her eyes were because, strangely, the woman wore a pair of polarized sunglasses, even though they were all currently deep underground. She sat on her chair in a pose so relaxed that it almost seemed inappropriate for this important meeting. Her beautiful face was aloof and nonchalant. The sleeves of her bodysuit were rolled up, revealing toned forearms and a solid tattoo that turned one of them completely black. If not for the fact that Master Winter had stood up to salute Soul Reaper when they entered, Sonny would have thought that she was fast asleep. The man next to her seemed to have the same tattoo, hinting that they were, or had been, members of the same unit in the past. He was of the same age as his female colleague, with honest eyes and a gallant bearing. There was dark stubble on his handsome face and black circles under his eyes. Ascended Dale seemed like a steady, stalwart warrior. Sonny did not know for sure, but felt that the man's aspect had at least some relation to defense and protection. He sensed that if Master Dale decided to stand his ground, very few things in the world would have been able to move him. The last officer of the 1st Irregular Company was slightly older and stood in stark contrast to Master Dale. His cold eyes, inexpressive face, and chilling gaze all expressed one thing. Ascended Davis was a killer. He seemed like the most offense-oriented master of the bunch, but that quality was not without subtlety. On the contrary, it seemed to be shrewd, quiet, and absolutely deadly. Sonny suspected that Davis was what he himself had once wished to be, the kind of fighter who utilized cunning and stealth to destroy the enemy with one surgical strike, thus avoiding the trouble of having to withstand retaliation. Together with Sonny and Jet, The 5 masters were going to lead the first irregular company. Coincidentally, just like Soul Reaper, each of the 5 ascended had a nickname. Masters Randall, Jesse, Winter, Dale, and Davis were also known as Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride. Sonny was the only person without one, which made him feel slightly jealous. Well, I can always go by Mongrel. He blinked. What? No? That's a terrible nickname and an even worse idea. Who said that he even needed a nickname? He was perfectly fine being called Sonny anyway. After the initial introductions were complete, Master Jet glanced at them again and said, "We will get to know each other's aspects and combat capabilities later. It is not too important for now anyway, since I expect all of you to act independently of the rest more often than not. Now, let's get down to business. Today I will bring you up to speed about the projected composition of the first irregular company, our purpose, and guiding military doctrine." She pressed something on her communicator, and a large projection appeared in the middle of the table. Sonny studied the large archipelago with a prominent landmass in the east. Master Jet lingered for a moment and then continued. But to do that, you will have to understand the general shape of the upcoming operation. As all of you already know, this is Antarctica. She gestured at the projection. All Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. Chapter 816. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 816. 3 phases. Master Jet gestured to the projection. All of Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. West Antarctica, East Antarctica, and the Antarctic Center. West Antarctica was mostly submerged in water and consisted of a scattering of islands, some of them small, some of them large. East Antarctica was one large land mass that was peppered by numerous lakes, with a prominent mountain chain in the middle of it. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow land mass that rested between the two, occupied almost entirely by tall mountains. Soul Reaper continued. West Antarctica is mostly devoid of human population, so it presents little interest to us. The Antarctic Center is an administrative and technological hub of the quadrant, while East Antarctica is the largest and most densely populated region of the continent. She paused for a moment, and then added somberly, "The first evacuation army is going to set sail in 2 weeks. We will reach Antarctica 2, maybe 3 weeks after that. By that time, the chain of nightmares would already be starting. Local garrisons are already experiencing an increased number of manifesting gates, but the number will explode by the end of March. After that, it will only keep growing." Master Jet stared at the projection for a bit and then said calmly, "No matter how many soldiers we send, we won't be able to contain the flood of nightmare creatures that enter through these gates. This is something that had never happened in history before. Even the great wars that the first generation fought pale in comparison to the chain of nightmares. Don't forget that almost all abominations back then were of the dormant rank. We aren't that lucky." She sighed, then leaned back and crossed her arms. "According to our scientists and diviners, the mass of gates is going to be of the 2nd category and 3rd categories. That means awakened, fallen, and even corrupted nightmare creatures, in numbers greater than anything we had seen. Of course, something even worse can happen, so we are not going to try and contain them." The faces of the masters slowly grew dim. Noticing it, Soul Reaper shook her head. "There are better ways to achieve our objective. Once the army makes landfall, it will split into 3 parts, with each part pursuing a distinct objective during the first phase of the operation. One of the objectives is to turn a small number of select cities into fortified evacuation centers that can withstand the siege of nightmare creatures for months or even years ahead." Master Jet pointed at several points on the map, then continued. "The second objective is to relocate all external human population to these centers, where they will wait for their turn to board the ships. Neither the relocation nor the wait are going to be a short process. Finally, the third objective is to establish and maintain the evacuation corridors for the relocating citizens. Once everyone is safely behind the established perimeter of siege strongholds, the first phase of the operation will be considered to be complete." Sonny tentatively raised a hand. "Yes?" He glanced at other masters with a dubious expression, then asked, "Why are we waiting for the disaster to strike before starting to evacuate people? Wouldn't it be easier to get at least some of them out right now?" Soul Reaper gave him a rueful smile. That is because everyone was convinced that the event won't happen for at least a few more years. Our level of preparation is wholly inadequate, and there are no established means to start the evacuation prematurely. In short, the government was caught with its pants down. The deployment of the First Army is a messy and slapdash affair, which means that a lot more soldiers are going to die as the result. Make no mistake, though, this is the best we can do, considering the situation. Sonny sighed, then nodded in understanding. Master Jet glanced at him and continued. After the first phase of the operation is complete, the second one will commence. By then, the second evacuation army should be already fully formed and arrive to reinforce the depleted First Army. This phase is simple, which is not to say easy. We will pull back all our forces to the siege capitals and hold them for as long as it takes to evacuate every civilian. After that, the third phase will result in a complete exodus of humans from Antarctica and the consequent heavy continental bombardment. The southern quadrant will cease to exist. She took a poignant pause, then smiled darkly. That is the gist of the operation in broad strokes. Now for details. As you must have already surmised from the name of our company, it is going to play a special role throughout all three phases of the evacuation. The first irregular company will not be tied to any existing battalion, regiment, or division. We will not be supporting or leading any of the grunt soldiers. Instead, we will act as elite irregulars. Soul Reaper leaned forward and looked at them with her icy blue eyes. Each of you will be in charge of a cohort of some of the best awakened warriors in the government employ. The cohorts will act semi-independently and respond to any overwhelming obstacle that threatens to slow down the evacuation. Whenever the mundane soldiers or their awakened counterparts encounter a problem that they can't handle, we will be sent to resolve the situation through any means necessary. The room suddenly became very cold, and so did Master Jet's expression. What it means is that we will be thrown into the most dire, bloody, and hopeless flashpoints of the entire operation on a consistent basis. Unlike regular soldiers who will most likely have time to rest and recover between battles, we will be enduring a constant succession of rapid combat deployments until the evacuation is completed, or until we all die. That is why the first irregular company was not only allocated 7 Ascended, but also why these Ascended are the absolute best we have. Each of you is an elite among elites. Make that count. She studied the faces of her subordinates and then raised an eyebrow. Any questions? Master Winter suddenly raised a hand, revealing that she was not, in fact, asleep. When she spoke, her voice was unexpectedly relaxed. What's our logistics situation? Is there going to be food, or are we going to spend months chewing on monster meat? You know, like usual. Chapter 817. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 817, Captain Sunless. The briefing lasted for a while longer. The 7 Ascended of the first irregular company had a lot of things to discuss, and while a few nuances went over Sonny's head, he slowly gained a better understanding of the upcoming ordeal. That said, each of them had way too much to do before the naval convoy left for the southern quadrant, so wasting precious time on long conversations was not in anyone's interest. Eventually, the 5 masters left, leaving Sonny and Jet alone in the meeting room. There was a grim expression on his face. Sonny sighed, then glanced at his superior. I'm not going to lie. All of this seems a bit overwhelming. Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head dismissively. Don't be too concerned. You already have the necessary experience and qualifications to make things work. It is not like the others are better prepared to deal with something of that scope. Above all, we will need the ability to swiftly learn and adapt. That is how we will survive this unprecedented mess of a disaster. He looked at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. Well, when Master Jet put it like that, yes, it made sense to say that he was qualified to face the challenges of the chain of nightmares. The other irregulars might have been older and more experienced, but no one had ever lived through something like that. In the absence of relevant experience, adaptability was arguably more important in that regard. His young age and flexible mindset could even be called an advantage. Plus, Sonny had always excelled at being able to adapt to anything. Soul Reaper stood up and beckoned as she headed for the exit. Come on, let's get you settled. They moved to a different level of the bunker where some sort of administrative center had been hastily established in recent weeks. The military admins were even busier than the soldiers above ground. An atmosphere of feverish, barely contained chaos hung in the air as hundreds of officers tried to juggle tens of thousands of issues as they prepared the army for departure. Maybe because of this haste, or maybe because of Master Jet's presence, the paperwork did not take long. To Sonny's astonishment, it took less than half an hour for him to officially become a government agent and an officer of the 1st Evacuation Army. He was issued the rank of a captain, along with all the status and privileges of one. Sonny couldn't help but blink a couple of times. Captain Sunless. Damn, it has a nice ring to it. Without wasting any time, they moved to another level where Sonny was issued with a basic set of gear corresponding to his rank. Among other things, he also received the ubiquitous black bodysuit. His communicator was already of a high-grade government model, so it simply received an extensive software upgrade. As they waited for all the routine procedures to be performed, Sonny and Master Jet quietly discussed business. So, what exactly happens now? She looked at him for a few moments. Well, you will have to do a lot of things to get ready for Antarctica. Don't worry too much and take it one step at a time. Soul Reaper paused. First things first. In the next few days, you will have to make several important decisions. Don't rush and really think matters through before committing to a choice. However, don't wait too long either. The longer you take, the less time you'll have to accomplish other tasks. She gestured to his communicator. All the necessary features and permissions have already been added to your comm. Your credentials should have been added into the system as well, so you can access the data through it. Sonny checked the new features added to the operating system of his communicator and nodded. So what exactly are these decisions? Master Jet smiled. First of all, you are an officer of an elite combat unit now. The members of the 1st Irregular Company are entitled to receive a fair share of rare equipment and precious resources that the government has to offer. That said, each cohort is unique and has special demands. To make sure that you and your soldiers are outfitted with not only great tools, but also ones that suit them best, a very generous amount of contribution points has been added to your personal balance. She gestured to one of the symbols on the screen of his communicator. Your cohort will be provided with a basic set of assets, but on top of that you will be able to customize them or acquire additional equipment yourself. You can peruse what the logistics and supply has to offer through that interface, as well as claim whatever you choose, of course. The inventory available to the 1st Irregular Company is much more robust and exclusive than what mundane units have access to. Soul Reaper sighed wistfully. What you settle on is at your discretion. You can decide to upgrade your personal gear with powerful tools, memories, or even echoes. You can choose to equip your soldiers with better equipment instead. You can assign most points to comprehensively upgrade the technical assets provided to your cohort. Hell, you can even convert all the contribution points into credits and transfer them to your personal account. Not that I would advise doing something like that, of course. Sonny's eyes glistened. If there was one thing he loved, it was receiving free stuff. Even if most of the contribution points would go into strengthening his cohort, it was still a great opportunity to soothe his greed. He was sure that the government had a lot of amazing stuff in its coffers. The decision to enlist was already starting to look much more appealing. There was one problem, however. He gave Master Jet a curious look. I can't really fine-tune gear and equipment to the needs of my cohort if I don't have a cohort, though, right? She nodded. Indeed, actually, that is the second set of decisions. Chapter 818. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 818 Irregulars Assemble. Master Jet pointed at another new symbol on the screen of his communicator. The process is basically the same. You can shop for members of the cohort through your comm. Well, not really. Contribution points have nothing to do with the selection, of course. There is a pool of elite awakened fighters that have been transferred to this port. The 1st Irregular Company has priority right to recruit 42 of them, 6 per cohort. As the youngest captain, you get the first pick. Sonny stared at the screen, deep in thought. So the first thing he had to do was to pick 6 awakened that would become his soldiers during the Antarctica campaign. He had no doubt that each of them was an elite warrior among the government forces, but being a good fighter was not enough. Creating a strong cohort was no small feat. Its members not only had to be able to pull their own weight, but also meet a long list of needs that a combat unit possessed. This was especially true for the 7 cohorts that were going to comprise the first irregular company, since each of them was expected to operate independently. In a sense, this approach was more familiar to him. Awakened serving a large force were able to specialize within the confines of their units. One cohort could do especially well in melee combat, but lacked the means of dealing damage from range. Another cohort could specialize in attacking exclusively from distance. By working together, these different units were able to shore up each other's weaknesses and allow the soldiers to express their greatest strengths. An independent cohort was very different. Although it could possess a specialization, it had to be well-rounded and excel in various aspects by necessity. This is how most cohorts in the dream realm functioned, and what Sunny was familiar with. In any case, choosing 6 awakened that could fulfill a multitude of roles while synergizing with each other was a daunting task. There was a lot of factors he would have to consider, and after that, he had to assume command of these strangers and lead them into battle after battle. Their survival was his responsibility. Their deaths, should any of his soldiers fall, would be on his conscience too. Sunny let out a long sigh, then looked at Master Jet. Any advice? She lingered for a few moments, then nodded. No matter how good these elites are, you will still be the core element and the deadliest weapon of the cohort. Don't neglect variability, but choose those whose aspects complement yours. Sunny smiled. That won't be a problem. I might not excel in any one thing, but at the same time, I'm sort of a jack of all trades. While my aspect leans toward utility, I can do a bit of everything. That leaves me at a disadvantage in some situations, but it also means that I can work well with a great variety of awakened. Anyone can benefit from having me by their side and vice versa. Master Jet thought for a few moments. Versatility is a strength in and of itself. Since you are not limited by a narrow focus, the best course of action would be to assemble a well-balanced group of fighters that can respond to any situation with a high level of effectiveness. That will actually make my job a bit easier, since I'll be able to send your cohort to solve a wider variety of problems. She lingered for a bit and then added, If there is one piece of advice I can give, it's to not neglect utility in favor of direct combat strength. Antarctica. No matter how prepared we think we are, it is going to test us in ways that no one expects. Things will go wrong, and then go from bad to worse. Mobility, survival, mental resilience, all these things and plenty others might turn out to be much more important than we think. It is also going to be a long, cruel, and punishing campaign. Keep that in mind. Sunny sighed. Long, cruel, and punishing. That was basically the description of most of his experiences with the nightmare spell. That was nothing new. He stared at his communicator for a bit, then asked, What about after I've assembled the cohort? Most of these soldiers are probably older than me. They are also devoted government servants, while I am somewhat of a hired mercenary. I doubt that they will be happy to be under command of someone like me instead of one of the other distinguished masters. Soul Reaper shook her head. You're not exactly correct. Sure, you are younger than the other captains of our company. Some might see it as a weakness, but at the same time, it's a sign of excellence and greater potential. After all, none of us managed to ascend before turning 20. I'm considered somewhat of a prodigy, and you beat my record by 5 years. So I don't expect these soldiers to show reluctance to respect your command. She paused, then added in a serious tone. However, there is a great difference between being able to issue orders and being able to inspire confidence. There is no easy method to make your soldiers follow you, not simply obey you. You will have to find a way to win their loyalty on your own, Sunny. Master Jet smiled. However, I don't think that it will be too hard. Once we reach Antarctica, things will fall into place. Lead them to victory, keep them alive, and they'll learn to trust you. Sunny thought for a bit, then nodded. Actions spoke louder than words. He might face some resistance at the start, but battle would swiftly resolve everything. Either he would win his soldiers over, or all 7 of them would die. In any case, the problem was going to disappear. Soul Reaper briefly gripped his shoulder and then said, "Anyway, I don't think you should worry about these matters yet. You have plenty of other issues to solve. No matter how professional and prepared these guys are, forming a strong cohort takes more than simply assembling all its members together. You will all have to learn how to fight side by side and leverage your unique powers to form good synergy. Well, I don't have to tell you, you're not a novice." Sonny scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, I have some experience with that." She sighed. "Do remember that you will only have 3, maybe 4 weeks left to prepare. That is not nearly enough time to deepen the cooperation level of the cohort, but do as much as you can. There will be proper training facilities aboard the ships, so don't stop working until we make landfall." Sonny looked at her with a serious expression. "I won't." Master Jet nodded, then waved a hand. "Well, I bet you have enough to think about. I'll leave you to it then. Don't take too much time deciding on who you want to recruit. The sooner you settle that, the sooner you can start bringing your cohort to shape and spending those sweet contribution points." He smiled and watched as she turned around and disappeared into one of the corridors of the underground bunker. Then Sonny lowered his gaze and studied the screen of his communicator. He had a lot to think about indeed. Chapter 819. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 819, Alloy Beast. The room provided to Sonny was a far cry from the luxurious cabin he had enjoyed on the train. It was small, Spartan, and lacked windows due to being located deep underground. The designers of the military bunker did not even install a false one, so the walls lacked the lifelike projections of the outside. Not that Sonny cared about such things. In fact, he quite liked the solid nature of his temporary quarters. Perhaps things would have been different if he did not possess the ability to escape to the surface with the help of Shadow Step, but since he did, the fear of being buried under countless tons of stone and soil was not bothering him too much. The room reminded him of his hidden lair in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, which was a pleasant bonus. Sitting on a narrow bed, Sonny sighed and projected the screen of his communicator on the opposite wall. Leaning back, he then got lost in thought for a few minutes. In the next day or so, he would have to make a lot of important decisions. There were a lot of things to consider. While the task seemed daunting, he was rather excited to start. It's like playing a game, only without checkpoints and real human lives at stake, including mine. So, I guess nothing like a game, actually. The first thing he did was acquaint himself with the default set of assets provided to his future cohort by the government. This generous and highly optimized array of premium gear and equipment included everything to cover the basic needs of his unit during their deployment in Antarctica, from thermoregulated outerwear to priceless spell-tech medical kits and beyond. The centerpiece of the set was, without a doubt, an advanced all-terrain personnel carrier that was going to serve as the mobile home of his cohort in the future. This heavily armored transport vehicle resembled an angular, high-tech mix between a turtle and a rhinoceros. Of course, Sonny only knew what a rhinoceros was because he had looked up the extinct beast after learning that the APC was colloquially known as rhino. It was hard to believe that the massive thing was an actual animal and not a strange nightmare creature. Despite its prodigious size and thick armor, the rhino-armored personnel carrier was capable of moving with immense speed across various terrains. It could even climb mountains without too much problem, provided that the driver knew what they were doing. The advanced variant provided to the cohorts of the First Irregular Company was additionally modified with even more robust armor, inordinately powerful engines, enhanced internals, and a sophisticated command and communications suite. Of course, there was always room for improvement. In fact, the interface offered Sonny a lot of opportunities to enhance the APC much further. These additional augmentations were going to cost him a lot of contribution points, however. Still, he was inclined to believe that they would be worth it. The armored vehicle was not only going to be responsible for keeping his cohort mobile, it would also serve as the logistical core of their deployment. Its importance was already apparent due to the fact that the default set of assets provided by the government was based on its carrying capacity. The logistics and supply officers in charge of compiling this array of gear were not familiar with the covetous coffer, of course. Thanks to his loyal toothy chest, Sonny would be able to more or less double his cohort's storage space. That alone gave him a lot of flexibility as far as spending contribution points on additional equipment was concerned. The tech is important, however. It is also unreliable. Gates were known to mess with technology in various ways. The military vehicle certainly included several measures to minimize that effect, but it would still be prudent of him to beef this aspect up. After all, no one knew what would happen if dozens or even hundreds of gates came to exist in the area around the APC at the same time. That was something for Sonny to think about later, however. Now that he knew what he was dealing with, he had a clearer picture of what kind of awakened he wanted to recruit. Closing one interface and opening another, he rubbed his temples and sighed. That is not going to be easy. Soon enough, hundreds of concise dossiers were in front of him, each containing the personnel file of one of the best awakened soldiers stationed in the port. Most of them were going to be assigned to other units, while 42 would become members of the elite 1st Irregular Company. 6 of them would be his own subordinates. For a while, Sonny was paralyzed by all the choice. Each dossier contained the description of the awakened's aspect and abilities, their service record, and psychological profile, as well as additional skills and specializations that the soldier might have mastered and other information. His task was to pick 6 warriors who would not only comprise a well-rounded cohort and complement his own powers, but also work well with each other, both in terms of combat ability and interpersonal compatibility. The former was already hard enough, but the latter gave him a headache. Luckily, very few people working for the government possessed contrarian and antisocial personalities. People who chose the life of service were predisposed to having a certain level of agreeableness by definition. Unlike Sonny, he was contrarian and antisocial enough to balance out their agreeableness all by himself. One thing that the files did not include, regretfully, was detailed information about the flaws of these elite soldiers. Not even the government servants were comfortable sharing something like that with their employer. Each file only mentioned how severe the flaw had been judged to be through passive observation, and sometimes an approximate evaluation of its specific effects, which was a shame. A serious enough flaw could derail any battle plan. Just out of curiosity, Sonny looked up the dossiers of the other ascended captains, Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride as well. Their files were also there, although in a much more redacted version. Reading what little was left unredacted, he couldn't help but whistle, impressive. Master Jet's personal file was even more obscure. Pretty much everything except for her name, and rank was blacked out. His own dossier was rather short and mostly consisted of question marks. Either the government truly knew so little about him, or simply chose not to show how well they were informed. Well, at least they got my height right. Sonny closed the file and shook his head. He could not allow himself to delay the task any further. He was in for a long and sleepless night. Chapter 820. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 820. Importance of utility. Sonny knew what he needed, more or less. A couple of frontline fighters, a couple of ranged specialists, someone to provide utility. A healer, ideally, although even among these elites there were too few. Fortunately, Sonny himself possessed a wide range of versatile abilities that could cover many needs of the cohort. He was able to fight up close or at range. He could scout or flank the enemies by using shadow step. He could use shadow manipulation to accomplish a multitude of tasks. Still, covering all the basics was not enough. The Antarctica campaign was promising to be long and grueling, maybe even unbearable. He had no doubt that they would face all kinds of nightmare creatures, from land-bound to aerial to aquatic. Some of them were going to try and kill them with brutal force. Some would employ more insidious means. To ensure the best chances of survival, the cohort had to be strong, balanced, and capable of accomplishing more than the sum of its parts would suggest. They had to be able to work together and respond to all kinds of threats. Even with several hundred candidates, he was not sure how possible it was to build something as formidable as his own cohort had been, both on the Forgotten Shore and the Chained Isles. First things first. Although some would have been tempted to go for offensive powerhouses first, Sonny made a different opinion. He filtered the dossiers, allowing only those of awakened with utility aspects to remain. Master Jet had been right. Although pure combat strength was immensely important, a war was often lost or won off the battlefield, As far as Sunny was concerned, utility was just as vital. His own experience confirmed it. Back on the forgotten shore, fighters like Nephis and Castor had shone so bright that everyone paid them all the attention. People like Sunny and Cassie remained more or less unnoticed. However, they had contributed as much, if not more, to the cohort's survival. Yes, those with pure combat aspects played a larger role in direct confrontations with the nightmare creatures. But it was only because Sunny had scouted ahead that they had been able to avoid battling swarms of abominations that would have overwhelmed them in an instant. Cassie's uncanny intuition and affinity to revelation had saved them too many times to count. It had helped the cohort avoid lethal dangers that often could not be seen, let alone slain with a blade. Not paying enough attention to utility would have been a grave mistake. More than that, this choice would allow Sunny to hand-pick other members of the cohort to suit the ensuing situation. The first decision would widen and define the cohort's foundation, making the rest easier to make. He spent a lot of time reading through dozens of dossiers. There were all kinds of talented awakened that possessed incredible abilities. Eventually, Sunny narrowed the selection to just 3 of the most interesting candidates. A mature and experienced awakened caught his eye due to the ability to move and shape Earth as if it was a liquid and then swiftly turn it back to solid state. With his help, the cohort would be able to literally shape the battlefield to stack the odds in their favor. While that ability was too slow and weak to deal direct damage, Sunny could imagine building all types of funnels, defensive walls, and trenches with the man's help. Hell, in certain situations, they would even be able to turn the ground into quicksand, trapping multiple abominations, or at least reducing the mobility of the enemy. Their own mobility was also an issue. No matter how versatile the Rhino was, there would be situations, without a doubt, where its incredible all-terrain maneuverability would fail. The ability to create a road was going to come in extremely handy at that time. Another government elite seemed even more useful. This tall and athletic man was capable of creating stable short-distance spatial rifts. Basically, he could allow the fighters of the cohort to teleport around the battlefield with impunity. Sunny did not have to think long to understand how incredible this ability was. He had used Shadow Step to vanquish his foes numerous times, and granting the same advantage to the whole cohort was an indescribably potent tool. Hell, he didn't even have to send people through this rift. Throwing a spell-tech grenade or a manifestation of a sorceress aspect ability would wreak havoc among the enemies just as well. The third candidate was a young woman with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her ability seemed less potent than that of the 2 men, but could also be quite useful in the right situations. Just like Cassie, the young woman possessed an affinity to revelations, be it a much lesser one. While she couldn't compete with Song of the Fallen in the broadness of application, the narrow focus of her aspect was capable of producing more palpable results. The young woman was able to perceive weaknesses and vulnerabilities of living creatures, as well as share visual perception among several people. She, too, could comprehensively enhance the cohort's battle effectiveness, although in a less direct way. Sunny spent a long time staring at the 3 dossiers. Which one should he choose? Each held incredible value in his eyes. He was even tempted to claim all 3, but no. While Sunny was not blind to the importance of utility, he needed powerful fighters to make use of it. Without offensive strength, the cohort would be simply unable to act on the provided opportunities. Plus, his own aspect already leaned toward utility. Eventually, he dismissed the dossiers of the 2 men and left only the image of the meek young woman with mousy hair on the wall, Awakened Kim. The more Sunny stared at her portrait, the more he was sure of his choice. Yes, the first candidate could shape the battlefield to their advantage, but Sunny was able to achieve a bit of that himself with the help of shadow manifestation. Yes, the second candidate could provide an indescribable tactical flexibility to the cohort. However, the short range and the stationary nature of the spatial rifts was not easy to exploit in the chaotic and unpredictable mayhem of combat. Awakened Kim, on the other hand, could provide a powerful boost to any offensive action. Her ability synergized with the widest variety of aspects, including Sunny's own. More than that, unlike the other 2 soldiers, her powers scaled with the threat. Being able to create a wall of stone was useless if the enemy could turn stone to dust. Being able to attack an abomination from the flank would accomplish nothing if the abomination was of a high enough rank to become immune to awakened weapons. Being able to see the vulnerabilities of the enemy, however, would be a boon for the cohort no matter how powerful of an enemy they faced. In fact, the more dire their foe, the more important awakened Kim's ability could become. There was also another, much simpler reason why Sunny decided to choose the third candidate. The young woman could share visual perception between multiple people. Antarctica, meanwhile, enjoyed an uninterrupted night that lasted for several months. What it meant was that the first irregular company would be fighting in near-complete darkness for at least 4 months after arriving into the southern quadrant. While this problem could be somewhat solved with technology, there was a better and more reliable solution. Sunny could see in the dark, and with awakened Kim's help, his soldiers would share in this ability too. He looked at the dossier one last time and nodded. Good. This young woman was going to be the first cornerstone of his cohort. Chapter 821. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 821. Offense Pillars. Now that Sunny knew what kind of logistical and combat support his cohort would be able to enjoy, thanks to him, awakened Kim, and the heavily armored Rhino, he had a tentative understanding of what direction he had to follow. In the next several hours, he carefully studied hundreds of dossiers, slowly narrowing the list of potential candidates. By the time the night was drawing to a close, he was more or less ready to make the final selection. Of course, ideally, Sunny would have preferred to meet the recruits face-to-face and put them through a gauntlet to get to know their characters, styles, and limits better. But in the current situation, being able to study their personnel files was already good enough. He had chosen several important traits that most, or better yet, each of the candidates had to possess. First of all, Sunny decided to favor sustainability and lasting battlefield presence over pure might and burst damage potential. Sure, many of the elite government soldiers possessed awesome aspect abilities that could deliver truly fearsome results in a short span of time. However, these awakened also burned through essence with a frightening speed. The Antarctica campaign promised to be a marathon, or rather a marathon stacked on top of a marathon, stacked on top of a marathon, stacked on top of a marathon. Longevity was king. He vastly preferred fighting side by side with people who could maintain their peak battle state for long stretches of time, even if their immediate combat performance was not as impressive. Secondly, he deliberately paid more attention to fighters who implemented higher than usual amounts of finesse, calculation, and cunning in their approach to combat. Not only were such people better at conserving their energy, but they also suited his own inclinations very well. Additionally, fighters like these were bound to make better use of awakened Kim's ability to recognize vulnerabilities of the enemy. The third and last trait he sought out was mental fortitude. No government elite was a slouch in terms of determination and resilience, but some stood out among all others. Most of them were those awakened who had gone through crushing defeats, but were nevertheless able to pick themselves up and grow stronger for it. Sunny was more or less certain that he had endured more torment and hopelessness than even the other ascended captains of the first irregular company. As such, he had a better idea of how ruthless and punishing the long campaign in the southern quadrant could turn out to be. So, even if it meant settling for someone with less power or talent, he was determined to pick the most dogged and tenacious of the awakened elites. In the end, 6 dossiers remained projected on the wall of his small room. Awakened Kim had been his first choice. This young woman was the cornerstone of the cohort due to her valuable aspect, which allowed her to reveal the weaknesses of the enemy and share visual perception among herself and her allies. Additionally, she was a certified technician who could look after the cohort's armored personnel carrier and perform field repairs if need be. His second choice was a charismatic man in his late 20s. Awakened Bell had a lean figure, athletic build, and blonde hair. His expression on the portrait attached to the dossier was laid back and slightly carefree. Bell was a talented swordsman who excelled in offense and agility. His aspect made him especially deadly. The young swordsman was able to turn his body intangible and phase through solid matter. Although he couldn't maintain this state for long, even a second was enough to avoid an enemy attack if used at the right moment. His second ability allowed him to infuse his weapon with unnatural sharpness and cut through most obstacles. Although both abilities devoured soul essence with terrible speed, awakened Bell was incredibly proficient in using them in precise, short bursts. He only needed a fraction of a second to dodge a strike or deliver a killing blow, so there was no need to maintain them for more than that. As the result, he was able to last much longer on the battlefield than the description of his aspect would suggest. Bell was going to be one of the two pillars of Sonny's melee vanguard. The second pillar was a man named Dorn. Looking at his portrait, Sonny couldn't help but grimace. No, this is just ridiculous. Awakened Dorn was a giant of a man. He was easily taller than Effie and possessed robust musculature to boot. Just one look at him would have made most people feel small and feeble. The only consolation that Sonny could find was that this powerhouse would be fighting on his side. Dorn's weapon of choice was a hammer, and not a traditional war hammer, which, despite its usual portrayal in popular media, was actually a relatively light and elegant weapon. No, awakened Dorn preferred to fight with something that could only be described as an enchanted version of a sledgehammer. This heavy two-handed implement of destruction was able to crush flesh, bone, stone, and steel with equal ease. All that would have made one think that the man was a straightforward and single-minded brawler with a penchant for solving problems through brute force. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Instead, the man possessed a serious, sedate attitude and deeply intelligent eyes. His aspect could be described in 3 words: push and pull. Awakened Dorn was able to manipulate gravity, or at least something that resembled gravity, to empower his strikes with crushing weight and throw his enemies off balance. By combining these two effects in a precise and calculated manner, he was able to make use of both to vastly elevate the potency of his attacks. No matter how strong and enduring Dorn's body was, no one would have been able to wildly swing his heavy weapon around for too long. That was why he preferred to conserve his stamina and kill the enemy with one crushing, deliberate, well-timed, and devious strike. In short, despite his ridiculous size, awakened Dorn was a man after Sonny's own heart. Together, Bell and Dorn were going to be the core of the cohort's battle formation. However, there was another person whom Sonny intended to add to the melee vanguard. Chapter 822. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 822, Shadow Cohort. The third member of the melee vanguard was, perhaps, the second most important person in the cohort, after Sonny himself, of course. He had agonized over that choice a lot, but eventually settled on a handsome and chivalrous man named Quentin. Awakened Quentin preferred wearing full-plate armor and wielding a sword and a shield. Unlike Bell and Dorn, he was not going to be serving as an offensive powerhouse. He was going to become the defensive bulwark of the melee vanguard, which was not to say that he wasn't a deadly fighter in his own right, of course. Quentin's aspect centered around restoration and corrosion. In battle, he was able to continuously repair his shield and his armor, no matter what kind of damage they received. There were limits to this ability, of course, but as long as his memories weren't outright destroyed, they would eventually regain their original shape. He was also able to apply a corrosive property to his weapons. The corrosion was not very potent, but as long as enough of his attacks landed, the enemy was bound to eventually succumb under the weight of accumulating decay. This was a slow but insidious and impactful ability. However, it was the first one that made awakened Quentin so valuable. That was because he was not limited to restoring only memories. Quentin's restoration was near universal and could repair various things, including human flesh. He was a healer, of course, as far as these rare specialists went. He wasn't the most powerful. His ability was comparatively slow and limited. Quentin could not even hope to compete with someone like Nephis or Elias in terms of speed and efficiency. And even among other healers whose dossiers were available to Sonny, his restorative power did not stand out. But after thinking about it for a long time, Sonny still decided to go with Quentin. He did not want to employ a more potent healer, if that meant that the healer would not be able to fend for themselves in a furious fight. Even though his final choice was somewhat mediocre in terms of healing wounds, the chivalrous man was a more well-rounded and versatile combatant. Sonny was inspired to make that choice by his memories of Shim, the firekeeper healer who had eventually inherited the leadership over Cassie's personal cohort. Despite his lack of a combat aspect, Shim always fought on the front line and supported his companions with his blade, his shield, and his steady presence. Plus, Quentin was also a trained combat medic who possessed deep knowledge of modern medicine. He could even use his ability to help repair the Rhino should Kim be unable to do it through mundane means. Overall, Sonny was happy with his decision. With 4 members of the cohort already chosen, only 2 spots remained. Knowing that he would have to strengthen the ability of his soldiers to attack the enemies from distance and fight against flying abominations, Sonny spent a lot of time searching for a suitable ranged specialist. In the end, his attention was drawn to the dossier of a woman named Samara. Awakened Samara was tall, beautiful, and aloof. She possessed a very interesting aspect, though. Samara was capable of infusing material objects with soul essence, as well as converting soul energy into kinetic energy or heat. What it meant was that she could turn soul essence into charged explosives. In a sense, Awakened Samara was the opposite of Master Jet. While Soul Reaper was able to deal soul damage with physical weapons, she could deal physical damage with soul essence. She was also very inventive in the applications of her aspect. Samara was probably the only awakened Sonny knew of who actively utilized modern firearms. By infusing her ammunition with charged essence, she effectively made them analogous to enchanted weapons. Nightmare creatures of higher ranks were more or less immune to mundane armaments, but susceptible to memories and even unarmed attacks of awakened. In Samara's hands, however, any weapon turned into an awakened weapon. What a fascinating ability. As an added bonus, she was also a capable spell tech engineer and technician. Since the APC the cohort would be using was chock full of advanced spell tech, that was going to come in handy. The last member of the cohort Sonny had chosen was called Awakened Luster. Staring at the man's dossier, Sonny couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What a weird name. He shook his head and then sighed. Well, maybe his mother had a poetic soul too. The young man was not a very distinguished fighter. That was comparatively, of course, since all the elite government soldiers were solid combatants. His talent and usefulness lay mainly in his unique aspect. Although Sonny had not wanted to recruit more utility specialists, he couldn't help but change his stance after reading what young Luster was capable of. This guy was nothing short of a soul healer, or in essence battery, in more crude terms. His first ability allowed him to enhance the regeneration rate of soul essence, both his own and that of his allies. His second ability allowed him to transfer his essence to others. Sonny did not even have to think to know how vital such an aspect was going to be in the coming months. Sure, by choosing Luster, he would be sacrificing the opportunity to recruit another battle powerhouse. But the trade-off was worth it, in his opinion. In other circumstances, Sonny would have been reluctant to make this decision, but Luster's abilities synergized simply too well with that of Awakened Samara, not to mention serving as a force multiplier for every other member of the cohort. Additionally, the young man was apparently an ace pilot. With him in control of the Rhino, Sonny did not have to worry that the APC would fall off a cliff or get stuck in mud, or be turned into an alloy pancake by a random titan that happened to walk by. So the choice was clear. Awakened Luster would be the last member of his cohort. Sonny moved slightly and looked at the 6 dossiers one last time. Kim, Bell, Dorn, Quentin, Samara, Luster. These 6 people were going to be his soldiers. He lingered for a moment, then let out a small sigh and marked the dossiers with his personal identification code. Soon, the bureaucracy of the 1st Evacuation Army would approve the recruitment request. And then, he would finally face his new subordinates face to face. Chapter 823. If audio player doesn't work, press Stop then Play button again. Chapter 823. 6 Awakened. Awakened Luster was in a strange mood. On one hand, his life and career were going better than ever. Not only had he managed to become a member of the Special Forces, he also received a chance to participate in the most exciting operation of the last several decades. His status, citizenship rank, and even salary were now higher than he had ever hoped. It was hard to imagine that a guy like him managed to climb so far without being a legacy or even possessing a combat aspect. It was certainly better than working in a boring spell-tech research facility, which he had been considering before joining the government army. Plus, he was surrounded by tons of pretty girls every day. There were thousands of them in the port fortress and even more in the greater encampment beyond. With his dashing uniform, reputation of a valiant elite, and irresistible personality, many of them paid Luster special attention. Overall, things were great. On the other hand, the world seemed to be falling apart. The exciting operation he was so enthused about could very well become his last. What a bummer. Sitting on a broken panel of a discarded prefab building, Luster watched the swarm activity in the camp below and sipped his coffee. That was another thing. Once they shipped to the southern quadrant, luxuries like coffee would probably become scarce. He would have to go back to synthetic substitutes, or even worse, drink something as disgusting as tea. The horror. Luster grimaced, then glanced at the plain-looking young woman sitting next to him. "What do you think, Kimmy? Are we going to receive our assignments today?" Awakened Kim hesitated for a bit, then said in an awkward tone, I don't know." Luster shook his head. Kimmy was the strangest person he had ever met. This timid girl was the only awakened he knew, who somehow managed to not look hot. As far as he was concerned, that was a bizarre accomplishment. Every awakened was hot. That was just common knowledge, everyone except for Kimmy. She single-handedly destroyed Luster's whole worldview. He just did not know what to make of that fact. Belle, who was perching on the same prefab panel, looked at them and flashed a smile. "I think we will." Luster felt a rush of excitement. "Oh, do you know something?" The blonde daredevil leaned forward, then said in a hushed tone, "I heard from my pal in logistics that Soul Reaper finalized the command structure of her unit yesterday. That means they'll start recruiting today. After that is done, the other elite units will be free to pick out the rest of us." "Hell yeah." Luster grinned, remained silent for a bit, and then sighed wistfully. "I know that the chances are slim, but wouldn't it be great to be picked by Soul Reaper's unit? Just imagine." "Ascended jet, she's such a baw." Before he had the chance to finish his sentence, their communicators suddenly received a notification. The strange part of it was that all three lit up simultaneously. Kimmy was the first to read the message. Her eyes widened. Seeing her reaction, Luster felt his heart sinking. "Kimmy, what is it?" She lingered for a moment, and then showed him the screen. First Irregular Company. We've been assigned to Soul Reaper's unit. It's actually her." Luster, Kimmy, and Belle left their observation spot and headed toward the training facility where they had been ordered to gather by the end of the hour. They were a strange trio. Sure, each was considered an elite, but in usual circumstances, a combat specialist like Belle would not have been keeping company with two younger support operators. Unless they were members of his cohort, of course, which neither Luster nor Kimmy were. The Antarctica campaign, however, had changed a lot of things. While troop movements in the waking world were happening on a massive scale, something similar, but less noticeable, was currently happening in the dream realm. The awakened assigned to the 1st Evacuation Army were hastily relocating to larger and better protected citadels so that a sudden attack of nightmare creatures could not disrupt their deployment in Antarctica. Some were going to government citadels, while some were going to impregnable legacy strongholds like Bastion or Ravenheart. All across the dream realm, thousands of awakened were participating in this quiet exodus. Luster, Kimmy, and Belle had just happened to reside in the same general area of the dream realm. The awakened serving the government banded together to brave the wilderness and reach Bastion, forming a large caravan that only grew bigger as it passed various citadels. Eventually, a couple hundred awakened all traveled together while their physical bodies were being relocated to various ports, locked inside the sleeping pods. It was a weird thing. Luster had fallen asleep in one place but woke up thousands of kilometers south of it. In any case, in the month that it had taken him to reach Bastion on foot, he and the two other elite specialists traveling with the caravan had become somewhat close. They were not really friends, but at least knew each other. That could not be said about the other three awakened they met after reaching the reinforced prefab building. Luster's face grew a little dim when he realized that two of them were dudes. The third one, however, wow. The tall, gorgeous redhead was a real bombshell. Sure, she seemed unapproachable and older than him by a good decade, but that only added to her charm. Belle lightly tapped the young man on the shoulder. "Get your head out of the gutter, fool." Luster blinked a couple of times, then looked at the swordsman with a sheepish smile. "Oh, sorry." Kimmy glanced at the two of them with confusion and said quietly, I think I know her. That is awakened Samara. When I trained to receive the technician certificate, she taught the spell tech introduction class to us." She squirmed a little, then approached the tall woman and forced out a small smile. "Instructor Samara?" "Aye, it is so nice to see you again." The aloof beauty glanced at the meek young woman and nodded. "You can call me Sam. We are colleagues now." Kimmy froze for a moment. "Yes, I will, Instructor Samara. Instructor Sam." She blushed a little, and then gestured at her two companions. "These are awakened Bell and awakened Luster. We traveled to Bastion together." Samara looked at the two men, then said in an emotionless tone, "These are awakened Quentin and awakened Dorn. We just met." The 6 elites studied each other for some time. Eventually Bell scratched the back of his head and asked, Does anyone know who our commanding officer is?" Chapter 824. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 824, Mysterious Master. Nobody was sure who exactly the Ascended in charge of their new cohort was. Nevertheless, after briefly getting acquainted, the 6 awakened couldn't help but wonder. Quentin, the handsome warrior with a gallant demeanor, seemed thoughtful. Master Sunless. I don't think I have ever heard of him. There is no Ascended of that name among those who had been with the government for a long time that I am sure of. He lingered for a moment, and then added with slight reluctance, "I did hear a few rumors, though." Luster looked at him with a lively smile. "Come on, then, don't leave us hanging." Quentin sighed, clearly uncomfortable to be participating in something that could be amounted to gossip. Eventually, however, his curiosity won over decorum. "Well, it's not much. I just heard that Master Jet deliberately postponed the formation of the first irregular company to give this gentleman enough time to arrive, and that she personally recruited him." Luster blinked a couple of times. If Soul Reaper had gone out of her way to make sure that the guy joined her unit, then he had to be a beast. Bell confirmed his suspicion. "I actually heard that Ascended Sunless is a real monster, a demon of a fighter with a wild, bloodthirsty streak. Apparently, he killed 400 awakened abominations as a sleeper. Some even say that he hunted down an ancient fallen devil before awakening." A strange silence settled in the training gymnasium. Luster scoffed. "Yeah, right, that's impossible." Samara, who had remained mostly silent before that, suddenly spoke. "My information is different. From what I've been told, he is a distinguished explorer and academic researcher. His published works are supposed to be available in the government database. They are very extensive exploration reports about dangerous regions of the dream realm and the nightmare creatures populating them." That sounded more believable. Explorers of the dream realm might not have been the most renowned fighters, but they had to be capable to survive its wild expanse. It would make sense if Soul Reaper wanted to recruit a knowledgeable academic, since the other captains of the first irregular company already covered the combat prowess in spades. Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride were legends among the government soldiers. Their renown only paled in comparison to the dreaded Soul Reaper herself. Kimmy suddenly moved and said in a faltering voice, I heard that he is utterly mad. Some say that he actually comes from the Forgotten Shore, where he lived completely alone in the Dark City for a long time. They even say that Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan once said that he was the only person she was afraid to fight. I mean, it's ridiculous, of course. Her voice gradually grew quieter and then trailed off after a short and somewhat awkward pause. The giant man Dorn spoke in a steady tone. "Those are all just rumors. I only know that Ascended Sunless is relatively young, however. We don't need to guess. There is a lot that we can assume just from who he chose as the members of his cohort." Luster craned his neck and looked at the intimidating strongman. "Yeah? Like what?" Dorn shrugged. "Well, for one, our composition is quite telling. We have 2 offensive fighters, a healer, a ranged specialist, and 2 support specialists. The cohort seems to be well-rounded, but it lacks means to fulfill several key roles. We don't have a reliable scout, and our defense is comparatively subpar." He paused for a moment and then added, That suggests that Ascended Sunless is a utility specialist with a scouting ability. Alternatively, he might be a defense-oriented fighter or simply a believer in an offense-centered military doctrine. He might also possess a powerful echo that can serve as a defensive bulwark. Dorn thought for a bit. What is especially interesting to me is that he deliberately chose Awakened with higher than usual mental resilience. He also neglected direct combat efficiency in favor of aspects that possess sufficient longevity. The presence of Awakened luster only confirms the fact that our commanding officer puts a lot of value in sustainability. All of that tells me that he has a very mature outlook on combat that is in direct contradiction to his young age. Luster followed along, surprised that he had not come to these conclusions himself. The big guy is wicked smart. He cleared his throat, then said, "Well, he is a master. Everyone says that the second nightmare is the game changer. Who knows what kind of crap he experienced there? Stuff like that can make a person mature real fast." Well said. Luster nodded, pleased to receive a bit of praise, but then almost jumped. Wait, who said that? At some point, a seventh person had somehow appeared in the gymnasium without being noticed by any of them. He was of small stature, with flawless ivory skin, black hair, and unfathomable dark eyes. The guy was extremely young and looked like a porcelain doll. In fact, he was kind of cute in a strange, unsettling sort of way. Luster frowned. "Who's that, Shorty?" Then, realizing who was in front of him, he froze. The new arrival smiled. "Good morning, Awakened. I am Master Sunless. You can call me Captain Sunless or simply Captain. From today forward, I will be your commanding officer." He remained silent for a few moments. Then his pleasant smile slowly turned strangely ominous. Captain Sunless stared directly at the six of them and added, "Yes, I killed 400 awakened abominations and hunted down a fallen devil as a sleeper. Yes, I am a distinguished explorer and researcher whose published works are well known in academic circles. And yes, I indeed come from the forgotten shore where I lived in the dark city completely alone and went slightly mad." The frightening smile grew a little wider. "But all of that is in the past. I am utterly sane now. I'm not deranged at all. You truly have nothing to worry about." Chapter 825. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 825. Under pressure. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur. Sonny had so much to do that there was no time to concentrate on any one thing for too long. The first evacuation army camp around him was in a similar state, becoming increasingly more hectic and busy as the date of the naval convoy's departure approached. Luckily, he was more than familiar with having to act fast while enduring immense pressure. The first thing Sonny did after introducing himself to the members of his cohort was briefly reiterate the key objectives of the upcoming campaign, as well as share several pieces of information about the hardships they would most likely have to endure, and the intended role of the first irregular company that his soldiers had not been privy to before. After Sonny finished his briefing, the mood in the empty gymnasium turned somewhat grim. Not wishing to let the six awakened stew in their apprehension, he immediately transitioned to the next stage of getting to know his subordinates. Summoning the cruel sight, Sonny smiled pleasantly and asked them to attack him, one at a time. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by dueling each of the cohort members right off the bat. First of all, Sonny knew that he had to win their respect. No matter what Master Jet had said, these experienced soldiers were not going to put their trust in him easily. He was young, small, and a complete stranger. Although forging a real bond would take more time and effort, a simple demonstration of strength was a good start. Secondly, he needed to understand their powers and techniques better. A simple duel was the best way to do that. Sonny had an additional advantage in that regard, since his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to learn much faster and peer much deeper than almost anyone else. In the next 30 minutes or so, he ruthlessly demolished each of his subordinates without even breaking a sweat. Although all of them were very good at what they did, his power and skill were simply too domineering. The only ones who gave Sonny a bit of a problem were Dorn and Samara. The former's aspect was very insidious when used with sufficient foresight. While Sonny was strong enough to shake off the force of the big man's aspect, Even he had to improvise when subjected to it at exactly the worst and most inconvenient moment. Samara presented a different challenge. Although her preferred method of combat centered around infusing bullets with charged soul essence, she was perfectly capable of simply forming her essence into projectiles without a tangible medium. Even if these soul darts weren't as fast or far-reaching, fighting her meant being subjected to a constant barrage of explosive energy. It was a good thing that the gymnasium was built with Awakened in mind. Otherwise, the whole structure might have collapsed. In any case, neither of them managed to really slow Sunny down. Of course, he took care to exert just enough strength to defeat the members of the cohort in a decisive fashion, but not wound them. After the 6 duels were finished, he had a much better understanding of what his subordinates were capable of. Not only had Sunny been able to grasp the core tenets of their battle techniques, he was also very satisfied with adding 6 nuanced, polished styles to his mental library. Knowing what to expect from the 6 Awakened not only allowed him to form a tentative vision of how the cohort would perform in battle and how to command it to achieve the best result, but also helped him come up with an optimized training plan that would turn them into a semblance of a cohesive fighting force in a short amount of time. Sadly, 4 weeks was not nearly enough time to turn 7 relative strangers into a truly coordinated battle unit. The insight he had received due to Shadow Dance helped substantially accelerate the process, but the progress was still insufficient. Hopefully, they would reach at least the minimal threshold of mutual understanding by the time the naval convoy reached Antarctica. After coming up with the plan, Sunny did not linger before putting it in motion. To his amusement, the training facility assigned to the cohort happened to include 7 Dreamscape pods. These were different from the one he had back home, however. Instead of being connected to the public selection of arenas, it was integrated into a closed network operated by the government. It was also centered around battles with simulated nightmare creatures as opposed to personal duels. Sunny was even able to tune the battle scenarios to fit his goals and personal preferences to a certain extent. At first, he was very enthusiastic about this novel method of training, but then grew slightly disappointed with it. Dreamscape was simply incapable of simulating the true madness and dread of the nightmare creatures. The illusory monsters they fought were strong and threatening, but lacked the spark of life and the perverse intelligence that made the real deal so deadly. Illusions were simply incapable of pressuring the cohort enough. So, Sunny found something else to really pressure his people himself. After the first few days, he allocated significant time to battles where all 6 had to contain a single target, their captain. While Sunny looked much less frightening than a nightmare creature, his subordinates quickly learned that he was infinitely more terrible. After an especially intense clash, the 6 Awakened crawled out of the Dreamscape pods and wandered off to grab a bite and rest for a bit. Soon, several of them gathered in the staff kitchen attached to the gymnasium. Luster was rubbing the shoulder he had bruised in one of the real-world training sessions as he groaned, "Devil! He is a devil!" Sunny, who sat comfortably in his luxurious memory chair on the other side of the building, studying a topographical map of Antarctica, looked up from the screen of his communicator and grinned. That guy is closer to the truth than he thinks. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Samara glanced at Luster with disapproval and shook her head. Unexpectedly, Kim decided to support the young man. "Actually, our captain, he might really not be a human, I think." The aloof beauty looked at her with confusion. Exposed to so much attention, Kim shifted uncomfortably. All humans share common weaknesses, temple, inner thigh where the artery is close to the skin, and so on. But Captain Sunless, he does not. It's like his skull is indestructible and he doesn't bleed. Luster's eyes widened. "See, I'm telling you guys, he is a nightmare creature in disguise. We will all die before even reaching Antarctica." Samara stared at him for a few moments, and then said nonchalantly, "You know that he's probably listening, right?" Luster flinched and almost fell off his chair. On the other side of the building, Sunny put a hand over his mouth to stifle a wicked laugh. Chapter 826. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 826 Shopping Spree. While the intense and arduous training slowly taught the members of the cohort how to fight together, Sunny had several other time-sensitive tasks to complete. Keeping up with all these concurrent responsibilities really tested his mental capacity, but there was no other choice than to simply grit his teeth and do it. Probably the most important of the tasks facing him was to allocate his contribution points and acquire various assets to strengthen the cohort. However, that was not a straightforward issue. After several days of studying how his subordinates fought and getting acquainted with their memory arsenals, he was finally ready to make some decisions. To do so, he chose a moment when the three members of the melee vanguard, Bell, Dorn, and Quinton, were busy in the Dreamscape pods, and called his other three subordinates over. After all three of them were specialists in various support fields that had to do with the cohort's equipment. Kim was a technician, Samara was a capable spell-tech engineer, while Luster was supposed to be an ace pilot. That wasn't really useful in this situation. But what was Sonny supposed to do? Leave the poor guy to sulk all alone in a corner? After consulting with Kim and Samara, he gained a lot of insight into what would be the best way to spend the contribution points. The Rhino might have seemed like a simple transport vehicle, but it was really so much more. Sonny did not know a lot about war and strategy, but he knew that mobility was one of the most important factors when determining the impact a combat unit could make. That was especially so for the cohorts of the 1st Irregular Company, which were supposed to be elite rapid response units that had to constantly travel between various flashpoints to provide support to the ground troops. So upgrading their APC was of paramount importance. The question was, which aspects of the Rhino had to be upgraded the most? In the end, Sonny settled on several major upgrades. They were not what he had expected to pick before consulting with the pair of tech specialists. Instead of adding more armor to the Rhino's hull or incorporating a powerful cannon to its forward section, most of the improvements ended up being hidden from sight. The Rhino received a comprehensive overhaul that replaced its already formidable power reactor with a much more potent alternative, which in turn demanded the whole energy transmission system to be torn out and replaced with a more robust one. Among other things, this upgrade vastly improved the logistics of the cohort, since the new Spelltech reactor did not need mundane fuel and could be charged by Luster instead. The guy turned out to be useful for something after all. The second major upgrade unexpectedly centered entirely around the command and communication suite situated in the rear of the vehicle. Sonny had not paid it much attention before, but after receiving input from Kim, he understood how important it was to get his hands on a better system. With all the gates opening in Antarctica, communicating with other units, and the command HQ of the evacuation army was going to quickly turn into hell. Being able to maintain a stable connection was even more important for the irregulars, since the cohorts were meant to act semi-independently while being coordinated by Master Jet from a distance. Luckily, the upgraded reactor was capable of supplying a lot of juice to the communication suite, so Sonny could easily replace it with a much more advanced and powerful system that, hopefully, would have no problem punching through the mass of interference. The added external antennas, both the comically tall telescopic one and the more modest parabolic one, could be retracted and hidden beneath the armor at any moment. The third upgrade was the most esoteric and abstruse. It involved extremely advanced spell-tech applications which Sonny did not really understand, so he simply told Samara to choose the best option. It had to do with shielding and insulating the core systems of the APC from the detrimental effects that the nightmare gates produced. Everyone knew that gates messed with technology and electronics in weird ways, but very few people understood how and why. Considering the nature of the chain of nightmares, Sonny had to make sure that the Rhino would not simply stall and die in the middle of nowhere for no apparent reason. So, even though it cost him a painful amount of contribution points, he chose to acquire the most expensive set of countermeasures available. Sonny did not shed a tear only because his subordinates were watching. Before letting the specialists go, he made another acquisition. Knowing what Samara was capable of with the right armament, he decided to enhance her combat performance by getting his hands on the most powerful mundane weapon available to the members of the 1st Evacuation Army. As the result, the cohort became entitled to receive an incredibly powerful, by the standards of mundane soldiers of course, mechanized rifle. The thing was made of incredibly tough alloy and included various dampening materials to make its internals more resistant to concussive damage. It was as tall as Samara herself and possessed a long, fearsome barrel. Sonny initially thought that the rifle was a railgun, but was corrected and found out that it was actually a different type of a mass driver known as a coil gun or Gauss rifle. He had heard all those words before but had no idea what the difference was. Not that it mattered. All he needed to know was that the rifle was incredibly powerful and capable of propelling solid slugs forward with stunning speed. It could also fire them in two modes, subsonic and supersonic, which could be useful if the cohort ever wanted to remain discreet. Technically, the rifle was too heavy and powerful to be wielded by a human. It was meant to be utilized by a soldier encased in a full exoskeleton armor suit, or even serve as a light weapon for the smaller humanoid war platforms. But as an awakened, Samara was just strong enough to manage. After making this acquisition, Sonny let the three specialists go and rubbed his palms together. Then he went forward and spent his remaining contribution points on miscellaneous items, and more importantly, better memories for his soldiers. As a mad grin appeared on Sonny's face, his eyes shone with greedy light. Staring at his communicator, he couldn't help but laugh. Ungrateful brats, Daddy brought you gifts, hee. Chapter 827. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 827, Daunting Task. Sonny spent a lot of time considering what was the best use of the contribution points allocated to him by the Army as far as memories were concerned. He had no doubt that the cohort was going to encounter hordes of nightmare creatures in Antarctica. Hopefully he and his soldiers would survive, which also meant that they would receive a lot of memories and eventually even echoes throughout the campaign. Still, most of those abominations were going to be either dormant or awakened. How powerful of a memory could killing such a creature bring? Additionally, any boon received in battle was bound to be arbitrary. Even if it possessed considerable power, who was to say that this power was going to fit the members of the cohort well? So now was his best and only chance to get his hands on potent memories that perfectly suited his soldiers and himself. However, nothing was ever simple. Despite the fact that the government had been extremely generous, outfitting 6 awakened, let alone a master, was not cheap. If Sonny had not spent the lion's share of contribution points on upgrading the Rhino, he might have been able to acquire a good amount of powerful tools. As it stood, he was desperately short on funds. This was why he had to make several painful decisions. Firstly, he gave up on getting something that he himself could use and chose to concentrate on the needs of his subordinates. That really leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Sonny let out a mournful sigh. There was just no denying it. His personal arsenal was already a bit too outstanding. He had to console himself by remembering that his 6 soldiers were, in a sense, an extension of this arsenal. They were meant to become his most powerful weapons. So, empowering them was the same as empowering himself. Secondly, purchasing echoes were also out of the question. Although there were plenty to choose from, the cost was just too high. Sonny might have considered getting one if he could turn it into a shadow, but he already knew that he had to possess the corresponding shadow in his soul sea to transform an echo. So his main goal was to enhance the equipment of his soldiers in a meaningful way. Sadly, even that was mostly out of his reach now. That was if Sonny did not cheat, of course. But why wouldn't I? An ominous smile appeared on his face. Sonny was in a unique position to get most of what he wanted while spending a vastly smaller amount of contribution points than anyone else would have had to shell out. After all, he was an aspiring sorcerer. Purchasing dozens of powerful memories might have been out of his reach, but with some luck he would not need to. Requesting a powerful ascended sword for Bell would consume a considerable chunk of his remaining contribution points, for example, but purchasing a dormant weapon with a suitable enchantment would not. All he had to do was study its weave, and then transplant the enchantment on the swordsman's current blade. In other words, Sonny planned to treat the memories he purchased as building blocks of powerful tools, as opposed to tools themselves. That way, he could get much more value from the contribution points in his possession. The only disadvantage of this approach was that it would immensely burden Sonny in the coming weeks. Nevertheless, he was willing to try. Even if not all of his attempts of transplanting weaves were going to succeed, he was confident that a sufficient amount would. If he chose the right ingredients, of course. Sonny studied the vast list of available memories for a while, then sighed and left the gymnasium. He had to inspect the goods personally sometimes. It was easy to forget that most awakened did not enjoy his ability to peer into the very essence of memories and receive a handy description of what each enchantment was supposed to do from the spell. That was something that consuming a drop of ichor that had fallen from Weaver's eye gifted him, and while there surely were aspects that allowed a select number of people to do something similar, most awakened simply had to rely on vague feeling and experimentation to unlock the full potential of their memories. It took some convincing to make happen, but eventually Sonny was allowed into the main armory of the army encampment. There he found several dozen of awakened busy with paperwork. There were no thousands of memories resting on the shelves, waiting to be allocated to various units. The logistics of the whole system were a true nightmare, since memories could only be transferred in person. As a result, each was assigned to an awakened supply officer who served as a walking arsenal and was supposed to personally deliver the chosen memory to the recipient when requested. Sonny would have looked like a complete fool if he demanded each of these officers to manifest their entire inventories for his perusal, not to mention that such a thing would take forever to complete. Luckily, he had narrowed his selection to a comparatively short list of memories that were both cheap and had great potential. Now he just had to take a look at them to make sure that the weaves were suitable and easy enough to copy. Sonny had a lot of goals ranging from comparatively simple to achieve to those that required a great effort on his part and could end in failure. For example, there was a dormant memory that came in the shape of a straight razor. Its only enchantment, according to the description in the government database, made it extremely sharp. Trying to hack and slash nightmare creatures with the tiny blade was a recipe for disaster. But what if he could imbue Belle's sword with the same unnatural sharpness? There was a cloak that had no other purpose than to make its wearer weigh less by a couple of kilograms. In and of itself, the enchantment was not too useful, but what if he applied it to Dorn's unwieldy sledgehammer? Better yet, what if he managed to transplant the Feather of Truth enchantment of the Mantle of the Underworld to it? Even though Sonny still had trouble working with complex weaves of ascended memories, he felt that he had a solid chance of success. What if he could purchase 6 cheap charms and enhance each of them with resistance to cold that the memory of ice provided? Thankfully, he could spend his contribution points to receive soul shards required for these manipulations as well. Of course, the task was daunting and complicated. Not only did Sonny have to collect all the necessary ingredients, spend a lot of time and essence to create countless strings of essence, study the new weaves, and actually succeed in replicating them. He also had to take other factors into account. The difference between passive and active enchantments, the capacity of the memories being changed, the rate at which his awakened soldiers would have to expend their limited reserves of essence to maintain the more powerful effects, the synergy between them. All of these concerns were enough to drive a person mad, not to mention that he only had several weeks to achieve this ambitious goal while simultaneously overseeing the training of the cohort and performing other important tasks. He would probably improve his nascent mastery of sorcery, at least. Staring at the confused supply officers, Sonny rubbed his face and groaned. So much to do, damn. Is being a captain always so stressful? Chapter 828. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 828, The Call. Several days later, Sonny was sitting in the mess hall of the military bunker, consuming a generous portion of food without too much enthusiasm. A couple of other captains of the 1st Irregular Company, as well as Master Jet herself, ate with a bit more appetite. Sonny did not look too good. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his whole presence was subdued and listless, a telling sign that someone was running low on essence. At some point, Winter gave him a dubious look and asked, "What's up with you? You look like you're about to topple over." Sonny waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm just tired because of all the stuff I have to do before we depart. Being an army officer is not a breeze, as it turns out." Who could have thought? The woman stared at him for a few moments, then grinned. "Oh, right. I forgot that this is your first command posting. You have yet to discover the wonders of delegation?" Master Randall shook his head. There are many things that can't be delegated, plus you have to know what your subordinates can handle to assign them tasks. I think that you're doing fine, kid. Sonny wanted to retort that he was not a kid, but thought better of it. After glancing at the grizzled veteran, Vandal was almost old enough to be his grandfather. If anyone had the right to regard him as a junior, it was Master Randall. Winter shrugged. That's true. I'm actually impressed by the cohort you've managed to form. It is unexpectedly well-rounded, although I am surprised by several of the choices you made. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Really? Why? She leaned back and looked at him. Well, Sonny assumed that she was looking at him. In truth, the laid-back beauty could have been staring at anything from behind her old-fashioned sunglasses. Don't get me wrong, each of us has tried to create a cohort that can remain effective in all kinds of situations. But we have our biases, nevertheless, so every cohort except yours tends to lean toward a certain specialization. Take Pride, for example. That slippery bastard recruited all the stealthy creeps from the roster. Sonny stared at her without amusement. You do know that I am a creep myself, right? Then he froze for a moment. Wait, that didn't come out right. What I meant to say was that I specialize in stealth as well. Winter snorted. Really? You don't really look like a backstabber. Sonny crossed his arms and looked at her with a smirk. Well, obviously, if I go around looking like a backstabber, people would be on guard against being stabbed in the back, wouldn't they? That just defeats the purpose. Master Randall let out a gruff chuckle. He makes a good point. Sonny nodded, then let out a heavy sigh. To tell you the truth, I did my fair share of backstabbing in the past, which really helped me survive. But mostly I tend to find myself in situations where I'm surrounded on all sides. Stealth is a powerful tool, but it can only get you so far. So a well-rounded cohort is the best choice, in my opinion. Luckily, my aspect is versatile enough to support all kinds of compositions. He lingered for a bit, then asked with curiosity, what do other cohorts specialize in? I've been too busy to keep up with what you guys are doing. Winter took a bite out of her sandwich, chewed it slowly, and shrugged. Ah, the usual. Davis went with the stealthy approach. Venerable Vandal here is all about melee carnage. So is Mustang, with the added emphasis on speed and finesse. I'm more of a ranged superiority gal. Dale is a bit like you, but with a slant toward robust defense. As for our courageous leader, she looked at Master Jet and smiled. Actually, I have no idea. Her cohort is weird. Soul Reaper gave them a nonchalant glance. It's not that weird. I just picked people who can enhance my own battle performance in various ways. We are meant to wipe out the enemy by channeling our deadliest weapon, me, in the most efficient way. She remained silent for a few seconds. In any case, there are only several days left before we have to board the ships. Once we do, most of our decision power will be gone. Any additional preparations we'll be able to make at sea are going to be limited to a specific direction. So, now is your last chance to account for things you might have missed. The captains looked at each other with somber expressions. After a long pause, Sonny asked, Any suggestions? Master Jet thought for a bit. You're not too familiar with how gates affect us, are you? He shrugged. I know the basics, I guess. Randall shook his head. That is not really enough. For us, government officers, a big part of our duty has to do with containing the nightmare gates, so we know them the best. You are a master, so you must have experienced the call at least once, correct? Sonny cautiously nodded. He had indeed experienced the strange pull that both gates and seeds exerted on awakened. It felt like the nightmare was calling to him. The grizzled veteran continued with a scowl. Well, the call does not just affect the mind, it exerts a very substantial influence on reality as well. Namely, it can mess with your tether and the dream realm anchor. Sonny scratched the back of his head. He knew about that strange anomaly, of course. He had just never encountered it himself. How severe is the interference? The older master lingered for a second. Not too severe, but it grows worse the closer you get to the gate. In the immediate area around it, the call overrides both the tether and the anchor. What it means is that if you decide to jump into the dream realm near an active gate, you will be pulled toward its seed instead of your citadel. Same goes for the awakened who fall asleep in the vicinity. He paused and then added, Actually, we often make use of that property. If a gate manifests in a populated area and needs to be closed quickly, we can dispatch a cohort of challengers to the seed through the call. A saint might help out and bring them there immediately. Or they can wait until the first wave of nightmare creatures is cleared and take a nap. Although that is more dangerous, since the challengers will have to search for each other and the seed in a potentially hostile region of the dream realm. Master Jet sighed. That is not important right now. Usually it is not too difficult to avoid being displaced by the call. All Awakened have to do is maintain a bit of distance between themselves and the gate. However, her expression darkened. With how many gates are expected to manifest during the chain of nightmares, who knows what the situation will be? We'll have to keep the potential danger in mind and manage the sleep schedule of our soldiers, lest they are whisked away. I advise each of you to stock up on stimulants at least. Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking. Eventually he tiredly rubbed his face and said in a somber tone, "I'll take that into account." Chapter 829. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 829. Battle Scars. On the second to last day before the departure of the first evacuation army, Sonny and his cohort had nothing much to do. The gymnasium they used had actually been dismantled the previous night, so it was impossible for them to continue training. Of course, Sonny could have come up with an inventive way to put his soldiers through more grief, but he eventually decided against it. Instead, he gathered them on the wall of the port fortress for an improvised picnic. Leaving the northern quadrant was a big occasion, especially considering that they were going to war. This was probably going to be their last chance to relax and enjoy themselves in complete safety, so it would have been a shame to miss it. The cohort enjoyed a lavish meal consisting of various tasty dishes Sonny had commandeered from the officers' mess hall. There were even beverages that were technically prohibited by Army regulations, even though they had very limited effect on Awakened. The 7 of them watched as heavy containers were being loaded on the massive ships in wistful silence. Well, at least 6 of them did. Luster, meanwhile, was secretly ogling Samara. After a few moments of silence, the tall woman suddenly said in an even tone, "What are you staring at?" The young man flinched and awkwardly looked away. That's a wicked scar you have. How did you get it, Sam?" Samara, indeed, had a prominent scar that stretched all the way from her shoulder to her forearm. Since the sleeves of her bodysuit were currently rolled up, a part of it was on display. She briefly glanced down at her arm, then shrugged. "When I was around your age, there was a gate that opened on top of an unfinished city barrier. As one of the closest Awakened to the site, I was among the first responders. We held the nightmare creatures off while the construction crews were evacuating. Anyway, there was an explosion and I was thrown over the edge. Luckily, my arm got caught on some scaffolds. It hurt like hell, but at least I didn't fall all the way down to the ground and turned into a puddle." Luster blinked a couple of times, then grinned. "That's nothing. I actually had my entire right arm bitten off once. A giant stone worm somehow tunneled under the citadel I was anchored in, and then emerged from underground, swallowing the gateway in one go. Those of us who survived had to fight it off, but then got stuck on the pieces of rubble, surrounded by a swarm of smaller worms." He paled a little, smaller compared to the first one, of course. Each was at least 10 meters long, actually. The only good thing about the bastards was that they could only move through soil, so we were safe as long as we remained on top of big chunks of stone. We did so for a couple of weeks, but when our food and water were gone, we had to make a run for it. I killed an entire worm myself, but not before the damned thing gobbled up my arm. Luster was fortunate that he had lost his limb in the dream realm. Although it must have caused a lot of damage to his physical body, he had not been crippled for life. The young man looked around and gave Belle a cocky smile. "What about you? What's the worst you've been hurt, huh?" The swordsman thought for a bit. "Well, I guess it was a few years back. I was stationed at a remote research outpost all the way out there in the wilderness. We had a gate open nearby, and the entire facility ended up being overrun. I was pretty much the only one to survive, but the nightmare creatures were on my heels. I had no means to contact the HQ as well, and the nearest human settlement was 1,000 kilometers away. An amused smile appeared on his face. It took me about a month to reach it on foot. The pursuing abominations were easy enough to deal with, but the air, suffice it to say, by the end of it, I was constantly coughing out chunks of my lungs. That was the worst I have been hurt. Luckily, a kind ascended healer lent a hand to help me recover. A disturbed silence settled over the cohort. A few moments later, Dorn suddenly snorted. That reminds me of my solstice. The very first nightmare creature I stumbled upon managed to thoroughly crush both of my legs. I had to drag myself through the mud for 2 entire weeks of slow, painful crawling to get to the nearest citadel. That was many years ago, of course, but no abomination has managed to do such a number on me ever since. Since everyone seemed in the mood to boast about their battle scars, Quentin hesitated for a bit and then decided to share a story as well. I was captured by a nightmare creature that looked like a giant spider once. It put me in an impenetrable cocoon and filled it with digestive fluid to turn me into an easily consumable slushy, as spiders do. The problem was I was able to heal myself a little bit faster than the acid was dissolving me. Still, after several weeks of that, my patience grew really thin. Kim looked at him in horror. How did you escape? The gallant man smiled. Well, while the acid was slowly corroding my body, I was slowly corroding the cocoon. It gave out before I did, fortunately. However, I failed to avenge the other victims and kill the spider. It is still out there somewhere. I hope we'll meet again one day. Kim looked down and then sighed. I was actually never hurt too badly. There was this one time when my entire cohort contracted a strange plague, though it was a really torturous disease, and it quickly spread to the entire citadel. Many people died in agony. Eventually, we found out that the plague was a manifestation of a bizarre terror. Once we did, a saint of the great clan Song arrived and somehow managed to destroy it. I, as well as those who were still alive, were spared. Luster patted the young woman on the shoulder. You did well, Kimmy? Then he looked at Sonny, hesitated for a few moments, and cautiously asked, what about you, Captain? Have you ever been hurt real bad? Sonny scratched the back of his head. Oh, let me think. I had my rib cage crushed once, I guess. I was also disemboweled, poisoned, burned, and drowned. One time I was even burned and drowned at the same time. Luster blinked. How could anyone be burned and drowned at the same time? Sonny gave him a lively smile. Easy, you just need to be drowned in molten metal. But the very worst physical wound I have ever received, has to be getting beheaded, I guess. That one really stung, honestly. I do not recommend getting decapitated if you can avoid it. It's really not worth it, in most cases. The 6 awakened were staring at him with strange expressions. Sonny cleared his throat. What? It truly isn't. Trust me, I should know. Chapter 830. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 830 Departure. The next day, the exodus of the 1st Evacuation Army from the northern quadrant finally started. Sonny and the other captains observed the mass of humans, machinery, and cargo containers flowing into the seemingly bottomless cargo holds of the 40-metal leviathans from the tall walls of the port fortress. None of the 6 spoke, consumed by somber thoughts. Master Jet remained silent as well. Behind them, the large encampment that had been bustling with activity just a few days ago was completely dismantled and gone. In front of them was the endless gray expanse of the sea and an uncertain future. Even though only a quarter of the entire evacuation contingent was sailing south from this port today, the scope of it all was truly immense. Looking at the fearsome ships and the flood of soldiers boarding them, Sonny couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. It was easy to believe that nothing would be able to stop such a tremendous force. However, he knew better. After a while, Master Jet sighed. All right, it's time for us to go. Regroup with your cohorts and proceed to your assigned ships. You know what to do if the convoy encounters a disaster on the way. Try your best to survive. Should the flagship go down and I with it follow the chain of command? Vandal is going to assume leadership over the company in my absence. Master Randall glanced darkly at her and grimaced. Hopefully I won't need to. Even though the convoy was going to be guided by the emissaries of the House of Night, it was not a given that all ships would reach Antarctica. Naval navigation was always dangerous, and most of the awakened and ascended of the First Army were all but useless in aquatic combat, including Sonny. Glancing at his colleagues one last time, he stepped through the shadows and appeared near a crowded dock. It was not hard to find the members of his cohort, since most people gave them a bit of space out of respect. Walking up to them, he put on a confident mask and asked in a relaxed tone, "Are you ready?" Everyone nodded, except for Luster, who suddenly seemed concerned. Actually, I've never been on a ship. I won't get seasick, right?" Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then shrugged. "You are an awakened, are you not? Awakened are supposed to be resilient to such things, so we'll see, I guess." Luster's face dropped. He lingered for a few moments and sighed. "Somehow I feel like you don't like me very much, Captain." Sonny did not respond. However, Bell suddenly patted the young man on the shoulder. "Well, I, for one, am very happy that you're with us." Luster beamed. "Really?" The swordsman gave him a friendly smile and nodded. "Sure, people like you are very valuable to have around. I mean, one look at you, and it's clear that you are going to die first, which therefore means that it won't be me? I feel better already." The young man glowered at him and scoffed. "Don't joke like that, it's not funny." Bell blinked a couple of times. "I wasn't joking." Meanwhile, Sonny shook his head and turned away to hide a smile. "Enough talking, let's go." Together, they entered the long pier and moved toward the distant ship. The mass of people parted to let them through and then closed behind them like water. It felt a little surreal. Soon the solid steel mass of the battleship obscured the sky. Feeling its thick shadow embrace him, Sonny suddenly felt a little calmer. He glanced at the gray waves below, sighed, and stepped on the wide link span connecting the pier to the massive vessel. A few seconds later, the dark maw of the cargo hold swallowed him and his people. Once aboard the ship, the cohort split to perform several tasks. Kim, Luster, and Samara went to check on the supplies allocated to the cohort, including the modified Rhino, which had already been stored in a special cradle in one of the lesser cargo holds of the giant vessel for some time. Since they had had no access to it prior to today, there was a multitude of checks and diagnostics they had to run. Bell, Dorn, and Quentin followed one of the ship's logistical officers to secure the living quarters for the cohort and get the lay of the land, while Sonny wandered off to the upper deck. There he walked close to the edge and leaned on the tall handrail, looking down at the distant surface of the water. Images of the forgotten shore and the dark sea rose from the depths of his memory, making him shiver. As Sonny waited for the fleet to depart, his shadows explored the battleship. Even if he would not be too useful should a swarm of nightmare creatures or some colossal horror of the depths attack the convoy once in transit, he was still determined to memorize every nook and cranny of this giant steel coffin, just in case. The prospect of handing his life into the hands of strangers did not appeal to Sonny, to say the least, but he did not have a lot of choice. For the next 2 to 3 weeks, the crew of the battleship and the night walkers in charge of the convoy were going to decide whether all of them lived or died. Curses. Sonny was suddenly very unhappy with the fact that he did not acquire any powerful swimming-related memories. Even if they could only give him an illusion of being safe, it would have been still better than nothing. Maybe I should make it a priority once we reach Antarctica. I doubt that this is the last time I have to traverse vast amounts of water. Come to think of it, isn't it strange that I, of all people, have neglected seafaring so much, after spending so much time trying to escape the dark sea? Even a complete fool would have learned to respect water. But maybe that was the reason. On the forgotten shore, Sonny had grown very accustomed to equating depths to death. He had never considered the sea as anything else because of that. Slowly, the last stragglers of the first evacuation army boarded the metal leviathans. The gates of the cargo holds were closed, the hatches were fastened. Massive chains rattled as the anchors were raised. The whole battleship beneath him vibrated as its mighty reactors came to life. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the convoy started to move. 40 mountains of alloy and steel sailed forward, their bows cutting the waves like giant blades. Thousands of people moved in their metal bellies, breathing life into the iron beasts. Sonny watched as the port fortress slowly grew smaller and smaller. Soon the shore became veiled in a murky haze. The first evacuation army had left the northern quadrant. Chapter 831. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 831, Master Knave. After a while, nothing surrounded the convoy but the vast expanse of rolling waves. The 40 colossal vessels moved in a narrow formation, with the fearsome flagship serving as the arrowhead of the expeditionary fleet. Hundreds of formidable cannons were aimed in all directions, their fields of fire overlapping to create a lethal exclusionary zone around the procession. Nevertheless, Sonny was not reassured. He stared at the undulating surface below for some time, a dark expression never leaving his face. Despite the grandiose magnitude of their passage, the convoy moved with a surprising measure of quietness. If not for the sound of water being displaced by the mighty bows and splashing against the alloy armor, Sonny could have closed his eyes and imagined that there were no other ships around him. Wasn't it strange that he had felt much more comfortable aboard flying ships than these far more reliable seafaring vessels? He sighed, then activated his communicator and accessed the Maritime Safety Procedures Manual provided to each member of the First Army. In the past weeks, everyone had to study the sizable document and run a few exhausting drills to familiarize themselves with the strange rules of proper naval conduct. Sonny had a better memory than most, so he practically learned the manual by heart. While its general structure was rather easy to understand and explained what passengers of the ships had to do if a ship or fleet-wide alert was issued, there were a lot of strange and seemingly esoteric rules included as well. For example, the manual had passages like, if you start to experience recurring nightmares or experience persistent auditory hallucinations, report to the nearest Navy officer immediately, or in case of alert level being raised to condition black, cease all activity and motion, do not produce any sounds, disturbances, or vibrations, do not summon memories, and above all else, do not actively circulate soul essence, and so on. There were several alert levels, differentiated by their color. Condition black was among the highest and most dire, inferior only to condition red, which meant that the whole fleet had to prepare for an all-out battle. However, there were plenty of regulations that fell outside these established routines. Even though Sonny had no idea what most of these rules were supposed to prevent from happening, he felt a little bit calmer knowing them. Ships move between the quadrants all the time. Hell, there are even some that constantly travel between West Antarctica and South America. There's no reason to worry too much. He sighed, then shook his head dejectedly and decided to leave the upper deck. Whether Sonny liked it or not, he was going to have to spend the next several weeks at sea. Letting paranoia get the best of him would not do anyone any good. There was a lot for him to accomplish, still, from checking up on the Rhino to finding out what kind of facilities would be available to the cohort during this dangerous cruise, and implementing changes to the training plan. Not to mention the fact that he had to continue upgrading and augmenting the memories of his soldiers. As he walked toward the nearest hatch, Sonny suddenly spotted a lone figure standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast expanse of water as he himself had been just a minute ago. The man was tall and wore a midnight blue coat that moved slightly in the wind. Beneath it was a black bodysuit, much like the one Sonny was wearing, but also slightly different. It was made out of a strange material and looked much more like a wetsuit than a garment meant to be worn under armor. Although the stranger stood some distance away, Sonny could somehow feel his presence all the way near the hatch. It was subdued, deep and mysterious, tantalizing even. Sonny had no doubt that he was looking at another master. He hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged and decided to approach the unfamiliar ascended. As he did, the man turned around and glanced at Sonny with a wary gaze. He was around 30 years old, handsome, and with eyes of an unusual, beautiful indigo color. Strangely enough, his black hair also seemed to possess slight accents of dark blue, at least when exposed to direct sunlight. This close, the feeling of mystifying depth radiating from the stranger was more pronounced, as if most of him was hidden from sight. Sonny already had an idea of who he was looking at, he thought for a bit, and then simply said, "Good day. I am Ascended Sunless of the First Awakened Irregular Company." The man lingered for a moment, studying him. His indigo eyes seemed to be searching for something, Then, unexpectedly, a wide smile appeared on his handsome face. "Ah, I am ascended knave of the House of Night." He stared at Sonny with a strange expression for a few moments, and then suddenly blurted out, "Are you crazy?" Sonny blinked a couple of times. Knave, meanwhile, laughed and waved his hand in the air a couple of times. Sorry, I didn't. It's just that my daughter is your biggest fan." "What?" Utterly flabbergasted, Sonny stared at the scion of the famed great clan knight while trying his best to appear calm and composed. Eventually, he shifted slightly and forced out a question. "How old is your daughter, if I may ask?" Knave smiled. "She's 5. A Song of Light and Darkness is her favorite movie. She must have watched it 100 times. The censored version, of course. She just adores your character. You're her idol." "Ah, I really do apologize, Master Sunless. Please forgive my lack of decorum. I just got excited." The scion of the House of Night remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly produced a piece of synthetic paper and a pen from somewhere, and offered them to Sonny. Sonny looked down with a deadpan expression and raised an eyebrow. What am I supposed to do with these?" Master Knave stared at him for a long, awkward moment. "Can I get an autograph, please? You know, to earn some points with my daughter." Chapter 832. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 832, Heirs of the Storm. Sonny knew how to write, of course. That said, he certainly did not have a lot of experience writing by hand, let alone had a signature, simply because people at large, and especially those in the outskirts, almost never used paper and pens to relay information. Why would they, if everything was usually stored digitally? However, he was in a better position than most. Out there in the dream realm, many long-abandoned traditions had found a new life, so Sonny managed to scribble down his name on the piece of synthetic paper with at least some semblance of finesse. Handing it back to Master Knave of Night, he smiled awkwardly. "Here. I hope your daughter likes it." The scion of the great clan received the piece of paper with gratitude and hid it in the pocket of his coat. "Thank you very much. I am away a lot, so this will go a long way. Next time I see her, she will probably already be 6, and terribly peeved that I've been gone for so long. Coming back with a present is bound to help." He looked at Sonny with genuine mirth. Then a knowing spark gleamed in his strange indigo eyes. Knave gestured at the ocean and asked, "You are not too comfortable on water, are you?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then scoffed. "You must have seen the movie yourself. Is it really a surprise that I have a complicated relationship with the sea?" The handsome master smiled. "Oh, yes, I haven't thought about that. Sorry. Still, at least you're familiar with it. Most people just don't understand." He did not have to say what exactly it was that people failed to understand. For a moment, the two men shared a strange feeling of closeness. Both had known the unfathomable dread of the depths, which was a rare thing these days. Sonny sighed, then studied the massive silhouettes of the iron ships for a few moments and asked, "So, what are our chances of making it to Antarctica alive?" Knave laughed. "Well, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Sure, anything can happen, but this convoy is as safe as we can make it." He pointed to the especially fearsome dreadnought that moved in front of the fleet. "There is a saint of the House of Night aboard the flagship. There are several nightwalkers such as I spread around the other ships. There are also at least one cohort of experienced awakened warriors of my clan on each vessel. We know what we are doing, so very few things can threaten the fleet. It will reach Antarctica, have no doubt." The scion of the great clan lingered for a moment, then added in a more somber tone, "We will have to make the journey many times, bringing the refugees away and returning with reinforcements for the government army. Each of the 4 fleets was made to be nearly indestructible. Still, that doesn't mean that our passengers can relax. Keep your wits about you, Master Sunless, and do remember the rules formulated in the safety manual. We put them there for a reason." Sonny looked at the handsome man and smiled. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I have already memorized the whole thing, more or less. I may be lacking in many regards, but being unreasonably paranoid is not one of them." Knave smiled. "That is a truly remarkable trait to have. I wish more people were that unreasonable." Sonny chatted with the Nightwalker for a few more minutes before taking his leave. Master Knave had turned out to be unexpectedly friendly and pleasant to be around. He was not at all like the arrogant representatives of the other great legacy clans. By the end of their talk, Sonny felt a lot better about his current circumstances. He had also grown a bit fascinated with the House of Night. The third great clan had always been a mystery to him. Nightwalkers did not enjoy the patronage of a sovereign, but wielded an irreplaceable power. That unique advantage had carved a place for them at the very top of human hierarchy. But what was that advantage, exactly? After meeting a scion of the great clan, Night in person, Sonny all but confirmed his suspicion. The feeling Neve gave him was somewhat similar to what he had experienced twice before. One time in the shrine at the 4th level of the Ebony Tower, the other time in the Great Hall of the Night Temple. Both were dedicated to Storm God, the deity of depths, oceans, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. The aspects of the goddess of the black skies were all eerily related to the role the House of Night played in human society, and Sonny did not think that it was a coincidence. His previous guess seemed to have been correct. It was all but certain now that the founder of the great clan, an enigmatic awakened of the first generation known as Nightwalker, had inherited the lineage of Storm God and somehow shared its power with the rest of the House of Night. So then, all 6 divine lineages are accounted for. House of Night had inherited the lineage of Storm God, Immortal Flame had inherited the lineage of Sun God. Valor had inherited the lineage of War God. Song had most likely inherited the lineage of Beast God. That was clear from what he knew about Seishan, the adopted daughter of Ki Song. Sonny had been meant to inherit the lineage of Shadow God, but it was devoured by Blood Weave. That only left the most elusive of the 6 divinities, Heart God, and the most elusive of the sovereigns, Asterion. Of course, Sonny could be wrong. Ki Song might have been the heir of Heart God instead, while Asterion might have been the heir of Beast God, or lacked a lineage entirely. But what were the chances? That is all great. But what the hell does it all mean? What were divine lineages exactly? Did they have any purpose except for bestowing their wielders with additional power? Were they just chance remnants of ancient bloodlines, or something that had been left behind for a reason? More importantly, now that one of the 6 divine bloodlines had been hijacked by the forbidden lineage of a meddling demon, how would that affect things? Sonny had no idea, shaking his head. He descended into the metal depths of the giant battleship and reunited with his shadows, which had been exploring the vessel all that time. One way or another, I will find out later. Right now, however, I should really go and take a look at the Rhino. Sonny hastened his steps and scowled. After all the contribution points I sank into it, the damned thing better be good. Chapter 833. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 833, Rhino. The vehicle stable of the battleship took up a whole lesser cargo hold. Calling it lesser, of course, did not do the space justice. It was a vast metal hall filled with all types of heavy machinery and bustling human activity. Feeling the floor sway slightly beneath him, Sonny walked along various cradles, each holding a powerful engine of war, until he reached the one assigned to his cohort. There, he finally saw the Rhino. Sonny remained motionless for a while, studying the formidable vehicle. The armored personnel carrier was angular and stocky, with heavy plates of composite alloy armor covering its solid frame. Its design was stout, sleek, and strangely predatory. The whole machine was almost the size of a train car, with 6 mighty wheels supporting its overbearing weight. Each massive wheel was as tall as a human and as tough as the alloy hull of the Rhino. A lot of engineering went into making the APC as mobile as possible. Not only were the wheels connected to an extremely robust suspension system, they were also attached to a set of short integrated limbs that could be extended from the frame of the vehicle to raise its profile and maneuverability. The APC also possessed powerful boosters that allowed it to sustain brief bursts of autonomous levitation, hop over short distances, or soften the blow of landing from height. It could even move across water as an amphibious vessel. Not that Sonny had any plans to do so. The feature that gave the Rhino its peculiar name was a massive steel wedge that was raised slightly above its wide snout. This plow could be lowered down to the ground, turning the APC into a semblance of a heavy siege ram. With this sharp catcher lowered, the alloy beast looked like it was capable of tearing through walls, piles of debris, natural obstacles, and the flesh of the nightmare creatures with equal ease. Sonny studied it with a dark sense of glee. Well, all right, I have to admit, it does look good. He lowered his eyes and looked at Kim and Samara, who were busy inspecting the vehicle. He walked over to his technicians and asked in a neutral tone, "So, what's the status?" Samara glanced up from the screen of her communicator, where a diagnostic program was displaying the results of a series of complicated tests. She offered him a small smile. "Everything seems to be in order, Captain. He's a real beast." Kim affectionately patted the surface of the APC, which had been painted in a gray camouflage pattern. "This is a superb machine. Rhino is really fast despite being burdened by heavy armor, highly maneuverable, and has exceedingly durable internals. With the expensive upgrades we procured, he had become nothing short of a beast indeed." Sonny blinked a couple of times, coming to terms with the fact that his personnel carrier was, apparently, a he, Kim. Meanwhile, shifted from foot to foot and said in a tentative tone, "Would you like to take a look inside, Captain?" Sonny looked at her nonchalantly and shrugged. "Sure, of course I want to take a look inside. What kind of question is that?" He entered the Rhino through an opened hatch, climbed a set of steep steps, and found himself in the interior of the massive vehicle. Everything there was Spartan, highly utilitarian, and designed with maximum durability in mind. It was clear that he was inside a military machine, and yet Sonny couldn't help but feel that he was surrounded by pure luxury. Maybe it was because he knew how much all this seemingly unassuming equipment cost. The front of the Rhino was dedicated to a slightly raised pilot's cabin, where Luster was currently studying various control panels and switches with an excited expression. There was enough space in there for a couple of additional seats as well. The reinforced windshield was long and narrow, but offered almost a panoramic view of the surroundings. Of course, there were plenty of monitors displaying the feeds from various external cameras and sensors as well. The middle of the vehicle was dedicated to a modest living space. There was a small lounge area where the crew could rest and spend time together, a compact galley, and a partitioned hygiene compartment. 6 sleeping nooks were situated on the opposing walls. Sonny could already imagine the competition for who would get the bottom bunks. Of course, each of these bunks could actually function as a dedicated sleeping pod, should the need arise. Behind the lounge area was a cargo hold that also served as the armory and integrated a high-tech engineering workstation. The engineering compartment itself was situated below the floor and ran the whole length of the vehicle. Finally, the very back of the Rhino was taken by the command and communications suite. There was a large holographic table, a powerful console connected to the antennae array of the APC, and a set of monitors that received the same input as the ones in the pilot's cabin. Most importantly, behind all that was an alcove where Sonny's own bed was situated, complete with a privacy partition and a dedicated storage space. The mattress was the very best the 1st Evacuation Army could offer. He grinned, imagining how pleasant it would be to sleep on that thing. This is actually better than what I have back home. Such an addition was not simply to please the officers. As an ascended, Sonny possessed an ability that his soldiers lacked. He did not have to travel to the dream realm every time he fell asleep. What it actually meant was that his soldiers were going to be utterly defenseless while they slept. Even if a swarm of nightmare creatures attacked the Rhino, they would not wake up. He was the only one who could guard the cohort no matter what happened. A staggered sleeping schedule was supposed to help with this problem to a degree, but Sonny had no illusions about how often he would get the opportunity to properly rest, which meant that the rare occasions when he did get a chance to take a nap had to be as comfortable and efficient as possible. Sonny walked around the Rhino for a bit, trying to suppress a satisfied grin as he studied the layout. Eventually, he approached his personal alcove and sat down on the soft bed. There, he glanced at his shadows and smiled. "Not bad, huh?" The shadows stared at him silently. A few moments later, the happy one energetically raised both hands, showing him 2 thumbs. Sonny nodded. "Yes, indeed. I like it too." Chapter 834. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 834 Cohesion. Over the next few days, Sunny slowly grew somewhat accustomed to life aboard a giant, floating metal coffin. Of course, the thought of being separated from the bottomless abyss of dark water by just a few layers of alloy was not too comforting, but at least he did not think about it too much anymore. What helped Sunny the most was the fact that he was simply too busy to entertain frivolous thoughts. His schedule was packed to the limit. There was so much he had to do. Most of his days were still dedicated to trying to improve the level of cooperation between the members of the cohort. Now that they had left the northern quadrant, there was no spacious gymnasium for them to practice in. The Dreamscape pods were a thing of the past now, too. Of course, there were some facilities available on the giant battleship, as well as the whole upper deck, but none of it was sufficient to put 6 elite awakened fighters through the paces. Still, there was a lot they could do to learn how to work well together. From low-intensity training to mental exercises and games, anything that could give the members of the cohort a glimpse into how their comrades thought and acted was a step in the right direction. Sunny's insights that he had gained thanks to Shadow Dance helped a lot as well. Slowly but surely, his soldiers were clicking together and learning how to fight side by side. Belle's swift and mercurial nature, Dorn's solid and calculated approach, Quentin's stalwart persistence, Samara's steadiness and deadly aim, Kim's mastery of sight and quiet competence, Luster's spirit and inexhaustible bravado, guided by Sunny, all of it was slowly melting together. The cohort had not reached the point where they could move as a single organism yet, but at least they were already able to reinforce each other's strengths while simultaneously covering each other's weaknesses. Sunny had gained a deeper understanding of their powers as well. For example, Belle's ability to sharpen his sword was actually more complicated than he had thought. As it turned out, the actual effects surrounded the blade with an incredibly thin, invisible displacement field instead of actually making the edge sharper. Kimmy could not only share visual perception between several people, but also mix and match it as the situation demanded. She could see the weaknesses of the enemy, but simply channeling her point of view to a fighter in the middle of furious battle would have been too disorienting. Instead, she was able to transfer only the vision of the vulnerabilities, almost like a composite overlay that lighted the chosen spots up. Luster could speed up the soul essence recovery, both for himself and his allies. Strangely enough, the better he knew a person, the more distance he could maintain between himself and the target while channeling the beneficial effect. If there was one flaw to his ability, it was that it did not seem to work on Sunny. As it turned out, Shadow Essence did not react to Luster's presence at all, which was a big disappointment considering that Sunny had stripped himself of Serpent's support in order to protect Rain. Damnation! Why did I even recruit this fool? Despite being upset, Sunny had to reluctantly admit that this was not a big issue. Luster's unique and useful ability would not have had a great effect on him anyway. The young awakened was not able to dramatically affect the much more potent essence of a master, let alone of an abnormal one who possessed 4 cores. When Sunny was not training his cohort, he was busy modifying their memories. The process was long, arduous, and complicated, but he was steadily making progress. He had imbued Belle's sword with a potent but passive sharpening effect of the enchanted straight razor. He had somehow managed to transfer the Feather of Truth enchantment of the mantle of the underworld to Dorn's sledgehammer. The latter was an especially incredible achievement, considering that the weave of the onyx armor was one of the most intricate and complicated he had ever seen. Even more impressive were the 6 charms that he had presented to the members of the cohort. Each carried an altered version of the single enchantment of the Memory of Ice, which was supposed to raise their resistance to cold. While the effect was much weaker than that of his personal charm, that was exactly what made this accomplishment so important. It was the first time Sunny succeeded in not only copying an enchantment, but also modifying it. While the Memory of Ice was more powerful, it was an ascended charm that devoured a lot of essence to sustain its effect. The version Sunny imbued into the 6 weaker charms was more modest, but also much less demanding. His awakened soldiers were going to be able to keep it active more or less permanently unless their reserves were completely drained. If there was one thing that he had failed to do, it was turning Samara's destructive rifle into a memory. Sunny had really wanted to, but no matter how hard he tried, the high-tech weapon was just too intricate, complicated, and contained too many moving parts. There was a limit to what Sonny could achieve. The more complex the structure of the object was, the larger its size and mass, the harder it was to integrate the rudimentary weave into it. Perhaps if he knew more, he would have known how to overcome this limitation. But as things stood, Sonny had to abandon this particular ambition. Oh well. His dreams of turning the Rhino into a memory were utterly shattered. It had already been a week after the departure from the northern quadrant. Sonny was currently in his private cabin, sitting on the bed as he stared dejectedly at the heavy rifle. The battleship vibrated subtly around him, but its corridors were enveloped in silence. This far into the night, most members of the First Army were fast asleep. Sonny himself had not slept in a long while. Of course, as an ascended, he could easily last a week without sleep. The problem was that it was already his second week. Or was it third? With a sigh, he put the heavy rifle aside and threw the unused soul shards into the maw of the covetous coffer. To hell with it. I need some rest. He yawned and put his head on a soft pillow. Suddenly, all the exhaustion of the past weeks descended upon him, making his thoughts slow and sluggish. A few moments later, Sonny was already asleep, and after what felt like a minute, he was rudely awoken by a loud and persistent sound. Irritated, he turned on his other side and tried to dive back into the rejuvenating darkness. Bastards, quiet down. But no matter how hard Sonny tried to continue to sleep, he couldn't. After a while, he sat up and listened to the noise with a resentful expression on his face. He could clearly hear several voices. By the sound of it, they all belonged to young women. And these women were— Sonny gritted his teeth. Singing? Who the hell sings in the middle of the night? People are trying to sleep here, damn it. Chapter 835. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 835, Siren's Song. Sonny sat silently on his bed for a while, irritated by the fact that someone had disturbed his sleep, with singing no less. Slowly, however, his expression softened. Well, at least they have good voices, yeah. The young women sang beautifully. Their voices flowed and resonated with each other, creating harmonies that made him feel tingly. The song was neither sad nor happy. Instead, it made Sonny feel a deep, poignant longing. A wistful sigh escaped from his lips. Maybe I should go introduce myself? Since these beauties were having a party, surely they wouldn't mind some company. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then frowned. Slowly, he looked down and studied his shadows, which were silently trembling. His face darkened. There is just this one problem. How the hell was he able to hear the singing so clearly? His cabin was separated from other neighboring compartments by thick alloy bulkheads. The entrance hatch was securely fastened, isolating him from the rest of the battleship. No sound should have been able to penetrate inside so easily. Suddenly, an old memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. For some reason, Sonny remembered how the members of the cohort had sealed their eyes with wax before traversing the dark river below the hollow mountains. Odysseus. His frown turned into a deep scowl. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the undying chain. As the lusterless, bleak steel of the slender armor weaved itself from light and encased his body, his thoughts seemed to have turned a little clearer. The chains of longing enchantment provided the wearer with a high amount of protection against mind attacks. However, contrary to his expectation, the beautiful singing was not affected at all. Sonny could still hear it clearly. He still felt moved by the alluring voices. Wait, what language are they singing in? Strangely, Sonny found himself unable to understand the words of the melodious song. Even stranger, he had somehow failed to notice that fact earlier. The words of the unknown language seemed to seep straight into his mind. Unobstructed, they echoed and resonated with each other there, making him feel a bit weird. However, their influence was not invasive or harmful. Instead, it was rather pleasant. Sonny blinked. I'm hearing voices. Then he tilted his head a little. Does hearing voices constitute an auditory hallucination? Wasn't there a rule concerning exactly these circumstances in the safety manual? Right. He was supposed to immediately inform the nearest Navy officer in case something like that happened. Sonny sighed, then stood up. No matter how much his heart desired to meet the beautiful singers, there was no way he was going to follow the call of their soothing song. There was already someone who was aggravatingly adept at tugging on his heartstrings. His heart was all but overcrowded. Sonny left the cabin and went to find an officer to report his hallucinations to. After a few steps, his foot suddenly made a splash, as if it landed into a shallow puddle. Looking down, Sonny saw a thin layer of clear water covering the floor of the passage ahead of him. His scowl deepened. It was still night, so the passageways of the colossal battleship were mostly empty. Of course, activity never ceased on a vessel of this size. The crew slept in shifts to make sure that a complete complement of sailors and specialists always tended to its internal systems and manned the posts. One such post was right ahead, behind a corner. There was not a soul around, and the thin layer of water made Sonny feel uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he sent one of his shadows to take a look. To his relief, the security checkpoint seemed in perfect order. A junior officer in a blue uniform was standing near the wall, studying the panel mounted on it, or maybe simply staring at the wall in boredom. Does he not see all that water? Or was the water a hallucination as well? Sonny gritted his teeth, then walked forward and approached the security checkpoint. "Excuse me?" The officer turned around and looked at him without any particular expression. "Yes?" The man was seemingly in his early 30s with pale skin and dark, slicked-back hair. There was nothing particularly memorable about him, except for how still his face seemed to be. Sonny sighed and then said awkwardly, the safety manual says to inform the nearest officer if I hear voices. Well, I do hear them, so—" The impassive man suddenly became more lively. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes. "Oh, what do you hear?" Sonny rubbed his face. "Singing. I hear beautiful singing." The officer stared at him for a few moments, then nodded. "I see. In that case, please follow me to the upper deck." Sonny shifted his weight to take a step forward, but then lingered for a moment and leaned slightly to the side instead. Glancing behind the naval officer, he took a short glance at the man's shadow. The shadow appeared exactly how it was supposed to appear. It swayed slightly on the surface of the water, staring at Sonny as shadows often did. Nevertheless, he felt very disturbed for some reason. His intuition was not exactly ringing an alarm, but it had become strangely alert. Sonny looked back to the officer. "Why the upper deck?" the man smiled. "Please follow me to the upper deck. Something is wrong." Sonny frowned, trying to understand what was making him uncomfortable. Was it the Navy officer's unblinking stare? Unblinking! Yes! The man wearing the uniform of a junior officer had not blinked once since they started talking. Sonny stared at him for a few moments and then took a tentative step back. "I'd rather not." The polite smile slowly disappeared from the officer's pale face. His dark eyes turned a little hollow. "Oh." As Sonny backed away under the man's glossy stare, his communicator suddenly vibrated and let out a sharp sound. The Navy officer did not seem to react to it at all. Sonny, on the other hand, recognized the sound immediately. Crap. In the next moment, the lights in the passageway blinked in a specific pattern and simultaneously went out, submerging it in utter darkness. The battleship vibrated intensely for a split second and then went still as its reactors were shut down. Absolute silence enveloped the mighty vessel. Condition black had gone into effect. Chapter 836. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 836, Black Water. As the lights went out and the reactors of the colossal vessel grew quiet, Sonny froze. His shadow sense extended outward as he sensed other people doing the same. Condition black meant that the fleet was on the cusp of dire danger. After the alert was issued, every member of the First Army aboard the 40 ships had to cease all activity. They weren't supposed to make any noises or movements. They were not even allowed to agitate their essence in any way. The problem was, the strange Navy officer was still mere meters away from Sonny. He, too, stood motionlessly in the darkness. His head was lowered, so Sonny could not see the man's face. He could only hear his breathing. It sounded wet. "Don't do it, don't!" Suddenly the man's shoulders twitched. Frozen a few steps away, Sonny gritted his teeth. Curse it all. The officer swayed slightly and then took a step forward. The water covering the floor parted, allowing him to move without making any sound. The air grew colder. A resentful expression appeared on Sonny's face. Don't move. Don't make noise. Don't circulate essence. Don't summon memories. What was he supposed to do? Break the regulations of Condition Black and risk putting the fleet under threat, or remain still and allow the officer, or whatever it was pretending to be one, approach him? Sonny could not summon any weapons or use his stronger aspect abilities. Simply backing away was against the rules. Dead. Damnation. The man, meanwhile, took another step. Now only a couple of meters separated them. Sonny tensed. To hell with this. The moment the bastard tried to make a sudden movement, he would learn not to mess with a master. High alert or not, Sonny was not going to let the creepy thing touch him. The singing voices suddenly grew louder. He even thought that he started to understand the meaning of some of the words of their beautiful song. The man took another step toward Sonny and suddenly disappeared. For a few moments he was surrounded by nothing but darkness. Where? And then the water quietly splashed right behind him. What? His shadows did not see anything. Before Sonny could turn around, something flew through the passageway and collided with an invisible object behind him, producing a blinding flash of light. He was thrown off his feet and landed on the wet floor in a roll. Almost at the same time, the rising voices abruptly disappeared, and the battleship trembled as its reactors came back online. The lamps in the corridor ignited, drowning it in light. Jumping back to his feet as the cruel sight was manifesting itself into reality in his hand, Sonny looked ahead and saw a familiar figure pressing something dark and slithering into the metal bulkhead. Master Knave had lost his midnight blue coat somewhere and was now wearing only his black wetsuit. There was a strange bone knife in his hand. Impaled on that knife was a... Before Sonny could make sense of what the creature looked like, it suddenly lost its shape and turned into a formless mass of black water, which then fell to the floor and formed a puddle. Knave's indigo eyes shone with dark light as he turned his head. Master Sunless, are you all right? Sonny cautiously nodded. What the hell was that thing? The scion of the great clan knight opened his mouth, but before he could answer, the battleship around them shuddered, and a muffled thunder sounded somewhere in the distance. The main railgun was firing. Knive shook his head. No time right now. Check on your cohort. With that, the handsome man seemed to disappear. A moment later, the lamps illuminating the passageway blinked and changed their color to ominous red. Condition red all-out battle. Sonny flinched and then hurriedly used his communicator to send his soldiers an order to gather near the Rhino. Before he joined them, however, he hesitated for a moment and then stepped through the shadows, appearing in a secluded spot of the upper deck. It took him a moment to comprehend what was going on. The night was suddenly obliterated by hundreds of bright flashes as hundreds of cannons roared, discharging an endless rain of steel and tungsten rounds into the ocean. A large section of it had changed color at some point, becoming absolutely black. Although the force of the wind had not increased, the black waves seemed taller and more violent than those rolling far away. They reached toward the ships like fingers of an unknown monster. In an especially blinding flash, the main cannon of the flagship of the naval convoy fired, causing countless tons of the black water to be displaced and rise high into the sky like a colossal pillar. A second later, the thunderous roar of its discharge reached Sonny and made him grimace. The scope of the heavy bombardment was truly mind-boggling. However, it did not seem to do much except for slowing down the churning black water a little. As Sonny watched, he noticed human figures diving into the waves from the tall decks of the ships. They were the cohorts of Awakened that the House of Night had stationed on the 40 ships. Although the flagship was situated at a considerable distance from where Sonny stood, he still noticed a lonely figure jumping into the ocean from its towering bow. For some reason, that diver in particular demanded attention. A moment before the figure hit the waves, it shimmered slightly. Then, something massive and ferocious dove under the water. A giant black fin cut the waves before disappearing into the depths. The Saint Guardian of the convoy had joined the battle. Sonny stood among the thunderous roars of the firing cannons and stared at the rolling black waves, awed and dismayed. Slowly, A grim expression appeared on his face. "There is no place for me in a battle like this. None at all." What could an ant like him do when it seemed like the heaven itself went to war against the ocean? His eyes gleamed in the darkness. Not yet, at least. With that thought, he swallowed the bitter feeling of powerlessness and disappeared into the shadows, leaving to join his soldiers. Tonight, all they could do was stick together and hope to live until the morning. Chapter 837. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 837, Naval Engagement. The vehicle stable of the battleship was quiet and tense. Hundreds of people were moving with somber haste as they secured various tools and pieces of machinery. Thankfully, most of the vehicles were safely fastened in their cradles. As Sonny stepped out of the shadows, he had to make way for a lumbering loader that thundered past, carrying a half-disassembled bulk of a massive engine. All around them, the colossal vessel was trembling as its cannons continued to fire without stop. Muffled sounds of heavy ordnance sliding into the feeding mechanism spread through the deck. From time to time, an especially loud noise announced that a powerful torpedo or a salvo of ballistic missiles were launched from their nests. Sonny was not the only person who felt a grim sense of powerlessness as the titanic battle continued to unfold in this nameless patch of the deep, dark ocean. While the crews of the battleships and the awakened serving the House of Night were locked in a furious fight with whatever ancient horror it was that had attacked the convoy, the 100,000 soldiers of the First Army had nothing to do but wait and beg the dead gods for salvation. He was better off than most, at least. Sonny had left one of his shadows on the upper deck to observe the battle. Even though it could only see the turbulent surface of the seething water and not the true confrontation that was taking place deep beneath, there was some relief in knowing what was going on. The rest did not enjoy such a privilege. They could only infer what was happening beyond the metal confines of the vehicle stable by paying attention to the sounds and vibrations spreading through the ship. Occasionally, a loud and startling bang would roll through the massive compartment, indicating that something had collided against the hull of the vessel from the outside. Full of dark thoughts, Sonny walked toward the cradle holding the rhino. Many people threw furtive glances at the passing master, hoping to find comfort and reassurance in his authority. Noticing that, he made an effort to hide his unease and project an image of absolute confidence. It seemed to have worked, calming the people down a little. Poor fools. What can I do that they can't? Reaching the rhino, Sonny saw 4 awakened standing near it with reserved expressions on their faces. Dorn, Quentin, Kim, Luster. He frowned. "Where are Bell and Samara?" Quentin straightened a little when he saw his superior approaching. "They are in the dream realm, Captain. We have already secured their bodies in the sleeping pods inside the rhino," Sonny sighed. Well, it was not outside the expectations. In fact, Sonny had lucked out, considering that only 2 of his subordinates had happened to be asleep when the battle started. At least everyone is alive. Sonny had almost expected to find Luster missing. The dolt was exactly the kind of guy to be lured to his death by a vision of young beauties singing sweet songs. He stared at the young man, who shifted uncomfortably under his gaze, and then turned to the rhino. The armored APC was, theoretically, seaworthy, so it was going to be their last hope in case the battleship went down. Getting the massive machine out of the vehicle stable was a tall task, of course. In fact, Sonny doubted that it was possible at all. He glanced at the sealed blast doors of the giant compartment, then at the solid alloy bulkheads. Would he be able to tear through the hull of the ship, should the need arise? After thinking for a few moments, Sonny judged that he stood a good chance of breaching the heavy armor of the colossal vessel, provided that he used his most powerful memories and had enough time. However, there was a big difference between creating an opening that a person could squeeze through and one that a vehicle the size of the rhino could. Things would have been different if Nephis was here, with her flames and the shadows resonating with each other and augmenting Sonny. He could have ripped through the thick armor plates with ease. Better yet, Changing Star could have simply melted a giant hole through the side of the battleship. But she wasn't here. There was also the mass of black water outside. Why was he even entertaining these thoughts? Sonny sighed and shook his head. "Get comfortable. This will probably take a while." His soldiers obeyed, sitting down on crates or leaning against the side of the Rhino. However, none of the four looked particularly at ease. Luster lingered for a moment and then asked in a cautious tone, Captain, sorry, but what exactly is going on?" Sonny shrugged. "Something big and scary is trying to take a bite out of the convoy? What else? Don't worry too much. House of Night probably has things under control. I personally saw their saint joining the battle." Despite the precarious situation, Luster's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. "Really? Wow. I hope I can see a saint fight one day." Sonny's face turned bleak as he threw a dark glance at the young man. "Be careful what you wish for, fool. If you are ever close enough to see saints fight, then something has definitely gone horribly wrong. Believe me, I should know." Luster opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment something collided against the hull of the ship again, making him flinch and lose his train of thought. Despite the fact that these loud bangs had been occasionally resounding across the vehicle stable for some time now, each was still extremely jarring. People trapped in the vast compartment could not treat them with indifference, no matter how much they might have wished to. Still, slowly but surely, they were growing accustomed to the startling noise of the collisions. This last one, though. Sonny scowled. The last one was different. He slowly turned around and stared at a certain spot on the opposite wall of the stable. Was Sonny imagining it, or did the bulkhead look a little deformed? Before he could finish the thought, something collided against the ship once again, and the alloy wall visibly bent inward. Chapter 838. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 838. Bang. Crap. As hundreds of petrified people watched in fear, one of the sections of the giant compartment's outer wall bent slightly. An ugly deformity appeared on it, and as the echo of the loud and jarring bang died down, they heard the sound of water rushing into the narrow gaps between the different layers of the battleship's armored hull. A dark expression appeared on Sonny's face. His fingers twitched, and then he turned his head slightly. "On your feet, soldiers?" Dorn, Quentin, Kim, and Luster rose, ready for battle. However, there was a subtle sense of hesitation, hiding behind their masks of professionalism and composure. As elites of the government forces, they knew how to fight against nightmare creatures, other awakened, and horrors of all kinds. But how were they supposed to fight the ocean? A moment later, something crashed into the side of the ship with a thunderous bang once again, making the indentation in the bulkhead of the vehicle stable grow more pronounced. People that were closest to it shuddered and backed away. Some turned around and ran. Soon the space around the damaged section of the wall became completely empty. Everyone in the large compartment had moved as far away from it as they could, pressing against the opposite wall and staring at the massive deformity. A second passed in utter silence, then another, then one more. All that could be heard was the sound of rushing water. Someone cursed in a stifled bang. As several people yelped, the wall bent inward even more, its misshapen portion growing in size and reaching slightly deeper into the vehicle's stable. A loud, deep groan of contorting metal rolled through the air, reverberating in their very bones. "Captain!" Kim paled as he stared at the deformed bulkhead. Sonny felt her aspect ability brushing against his mind, and then his perception of the world changed. Everything was largely the same, but the damaged wall became tinted by several subdued colors. It was as if a mad painter had vandalized it with an unsteady brush. Most of the wall remained metal gray, but closer to the massive dent, the armored alloy turned anxious orange and pale red. A small patch of the red was vibrant and vivid instead. Sonny gritted his bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes crashed into the outer hull, exacerbating the damage and making the wall bend even more. People screamed and tried to get even further away from it, but there was simply nowhere for them to go. Some eyed the exit from the vehicle stable, while some stared at the contorted bulkhead, frozen still. Somehow, it still held. The metal groaned once more, but endured. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds. Then another blow crashed into the damaged section of the hull, and the wall bent a little more. As it did, a thin crack appeared right where the alloy had been painted vibrant red. A single drop of black water seeped through the crack and rolled down. Hundreds of people watched the drop with horror written on their faces. Before the next strike tore the hull open, however, a tide of shadows suddenly rose and rushed toward the deformed wall as a wave. Converging on the damaged section, the wave splattered across its surface and then somehow solidified, turning into an improvised brace. Sonny grunted, feeling the strain of keeping such a heavy mass of shadows tangible. It was well within his limit, though, if plugging the leak was the only thing he had to do. The problem was that the crushing blows against the dented bulkhead did not stop coming. One after another, they impacted against it, sending tremors running through the entire vehicle stable. Sonny had to keep exerting opposite pressure to keep the wall intact. It was as if he was trying to brace a castle gate as a heavy ram was pounding on it from the other side. Keeping shadows tangible was hard, but forcing them to continuously press forward with that much force was even harder. Clenching his fists, Sonny looked at his subordinates and said in a strained voice, "Dorn, help me push the brace against the bulkhead. Quentin, try to use your aspect to repair the cracks. Luster, keep Dorn and Quentin supplied with essence. Transfer your own to them if one or both come close to running out." Then he turned to the rest of the humans gathered in the vehicle stable and barked, "What are you staring at? Make yourself useful, fools. Those of you who are awakened with useful aspects, help if you can. Those of you who are mundane." There are literally tons of equipment and handy machinery in this damned compartment. Even a complete idiot can find a way to reinforce the hull with all that gear, so get to work. The people stared at him for a split second. Then Dorn and Quentin dashed toward the shadow brace. This prompted the others to start moving as well. Another bang rolled through the spacious compartment, but no one paid it any attention. Now that Sonny broke the veil of fear that had paralyzed the members of the First Army, everyone got busy making sure that the bulkheads held, with the massive shadows reinforcing the most damaged section. It was not too hard for them to make sure that several smaller dents that soon appeared elsewhere never broke. The immediate crisis passed. The people in the vehicle stable survived. Now, all that remained was to wait and see if they would be able to continue staying alive in the coming hours. They did. After what felt like an eternity of intense and terrifying struggle, the battle outside finally started showing signs of slowing down. Sonny, who was slowly growing concerned about his reserves of essence, let out a sigh of relief. Through his shadow on the upper deck, he could see that the fleet had escaped from the vast blotch of black water that marred the surface of the ocean. The cannons were slowly ceasing their bombardment, and the crews of the battleships had already started evaluating the damage. A giant shape rose from the depths and broke the surface of the water as it jumped into the air. Sonny saw a glimpse of a creature that resembled a monstrous killer whale, with its black and white hide torn and showing many signs of an intense confrontation against an unknown and ferocious enemy. Then it shimmered and turned into a tiny silhouette of a human, who then tiredly climbed onto the deck of the flagship and disappeared. More human figures emerged from the water and returned aboard the ships of the convoy. Master Knave was among them. The handsome man climbed onto the deck not too far away from where Sonny's shadow was hiding and sat down with an exhausted expression. Drops of water were falling from his black hair. His wetsuit appeared more ragged than it had been when they first met, but the scion of the House of Night did not seem to bear any serious wounds. Soon his indigo eyes shined as they reflected the first rays of sunshine that broke through the eastern horizon. A new day had come. The fearsome battle was over. Chapter 839. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 839. Unholy Blood. In the end, none of the 40 colossal ships had been lost. Some received moderate damage to their hulls, but the high compartmentalization and the rugged engineering of the war vessels prevented them from going down. As the fleet escaped the vast blot of black water, it continued moving south without ever slowing down. In fact, the reactors were sent into a controlled overload to enhance the speed of the convoy even further and quickly increase the distance between it and the latent danger. As the battered ships cut the waves, thousands of crewmates were assigned to repair brigades that started patching up the torn sections of the hulls. None of them paid any attention to the fact that the fleet was still in transit, hinting that this precarious type of work was not new to them. The rows of cannons were checked and reloaded. New missiles and torpedoes were slotted into the empty nests. The wounded were moved to infirmaries, and the dead were given burials at sea. Despite the frightening scope of the battle, not too many humans had lost their lives. Things could have been different if the Awakened of the House of Night had not acted so swiftly. A few days later, Sonny was resting in the officer's lounge of the scarred battleship as he chatted with Master Knave. Since there were no other Ascended stationed on the vessel, the two sometimes kept each other company, so, anyway, the giant just whacked the creepy skull with his hammer. Boom, let me tell you, at that moment, I was glad that my pants were already wet. I don't know if that thing died or not, but it did not bother us after that. The scion of the great clan looked at him with an amused expression. The dark sea of the forgotten shore has to be a great titan then, at least. Sonny shrugged. That is what I think as well. But who can say for sure? That whole place is weird. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Do you think that it is connected to the Black Water? What is that thing, anyway?" Knave's expression dimmed a little. "Well, no one really knows. We have stumbled on the Black Water many times, both in the real world and in the dream realm. It is one of the more prominent hazards in the storm sea. Some think that it is a type of nightmare creature. Some think that it is a powerful terror that had been torn into numerous pieces, thousands of years ago. Some even think that it is the blood of an ancient, long-dead titan." He shook his head and sighed. "In any case, everyone agrees that it is best to avoid it. The Black Water is not really sentient, so hiding from it is not too hard. It's just that this convoy is too damn large. There are too many souls, too many awakened. Their scent attracted it, as well as all the abominations that dwell within it. Luckily, most of them were not too powerful this time." The handsome master thought for a bit. "I don't think that the Black Water is the same as the dark sea of the forgotten shore, though. They seem similar on the surface, but that sea of yours is much more vast and powerful. It is a miracle that you and your friends managed to seal it as mere sleepers." Sonny glanced at Knave with a somber expression. It was not a miracle. Countless thousands of young men and women had died on the forgotten shore across 2 decades to uncover the secrets that eventually allowed us to seal the Dark Sea. Many of them would have been pillars of humanity by now if they had survived. We just finished what they had started. The First Lord and his cohort, the members of the Dream Army, even Gunlog and his lieutenants. If not for their contributions, Nephis and Sonny would have never been able to lay siege to the Crimson Spire and conquer it. The scion of the House of Night sighed. "Most problems can be solved if you throw enough bodies at them. Hopefully the Antarctica campaign will be different. It had to be, considering that no amount of bodies would have been enough to bury a problem of that magnitude." Sonny grimaced. "How long before we reach it, anyway?" Knave shifted slightly and smiled. "Conditions are good. If all goes well, a week at most. Then," he leaned forward and added, "Oh, by the way, I just received the news. The government is going to be announcing the voluntary mobilization in the next couple of days. The 2nd Evacuation Army will already be starting to form by the time you guys make landfall." Sonny gave him a dubious look. "That's great. I doubt that it will arrive to reinforce us any time soon, though. Things like that take a lot of time. Not to mention that the best and the brightest that the government has to offer are already aboard these ships. With the legacy clans remaining on the sidelines, the reinforcements are not going to change much." The Nightwalker shrugged. "I wouldn't be so sure that the legacy clans won't join in on the fun." Sonny frowned. "I've been told that neither Song nor Valor are interested in participating in the campaign. And while you guys are helping out, the House of Night is not going to send its land troops either." Knave lingered for a moment. "My clan is most useful at sea. As for the other two, indeed, they have only sent token forces to the First Army. They are acting reluctant for now." He shook his head. "However, don't let their act fool you. The legacies are definitely going to join the fight. They might not come in the first wave or even the second, but they will come." Sonny looked at him, unconvinced. "What makes you say that?" The handsome master simply smiled. "Have you ever met a legacy that could resist joining a glorious fight?" He leaned back and let out a laugh, especially when there are countless treasures, advancements, and spoils of all kinds to be made in the fight. Sonny's expression darkened. Legacies were known to pursue power and opportunity indeed. If the 2 remaining great clans did really join the Antarctica campaign, the army would be relieved of a large part of its burden. However, with what he knew about the conflict between song and valor, would they be joining the struggle against the chain of nightmares to help humanity? Or would they be joining it simply because Antarctica could become the most convenient battlefield for their own private war? Chapter 840, If Audio Player Doesn't Work, Press Stop, then Play Button Again. Chapter 840, Mobilization. As the naval convoy moved closer and closer to Antarctica, Sonny had to accelerate his attempts to weave new and better enchantments into the memories of his soldiers. Although his rudimentary knowledge of sorcery was not nearly enough to create something truly powerful, he did manage to comprehensively upgrade the cohort's arsenal. Even if the modifications he had made were mostly modest, they were all targeted and suited the tasks facing the first irregular company. While Sonny failed to make the memories considerably stronger, he succeeded in tailoring them to the situation, and more importantly, to their users. This was already enough. Now, many of the memories that his subordinates wielded looked rather peculiar to his eyes. If he were to touch them and peer deep inside, he would see strange weaves that combined the usual strings of ethereal light with the lightless threads made of shadow essence. The sight reminded Sonny of himself and Nephis, and speaking of changing star, a few days before the fleet reached Antarctica, the world was shaken by an emergency announcement transmitted by the government. Of course, the propaganda machine managed to present the approaching cataclysm in an easily digestible and inspiring light. It was almost as if the chain of nightmares was going to be a glorious stage for heroism, valiance, and human triumph, instead of a bloody, unmitigated disaster. However, no matter how hard the government tried, people weren't that easy to fool. Although nothing much changed for the soldiers of the first evacuation army, Sonny was sure that a wave of panic was spreading through the rest of the world. The population centers of the southern quadrant were, of course, hit the worst. He could not even imagine what the people living there were going through, but other continents had to be consumed by fear as well. If something like that could happen in Antarctica, then it could happen anywhere else. The infrastructure was bound to come under terrible strain when hundreds of millions of refugees from the besieged continent arrived, if they could even be saved. What if the evacuation failed? How did people living in South America feel, knowing that they would soon be cut off from the rest of humanity? No one was left unaffected by the shocking news. Nephis and the rest of the cohort had to have seen the announcement as well. Knowing that the next few weeks were going to be extremely turbulent, Sonny retreated into his cabin, spent some time establishing a new tether, and then closed his eyes. It took him several minutes of intense concentration to grasp the elusive sensation of the dream realm anchor. Then, he circulated his essence in a swift, complicated pattern and disappeared. The cabin was suddenly silent and empty. All that remained was a slight, eerie feeling of coldness that permeated the air. The ivory tower did not change much in the many months since Sonny last visited his current citadel, at least on the outside. Well, what did he expect? The great pagoda remained the same for thousands of years, so why would it suddenly change now? The firekeepers might have made it their home, but they were hardly capable of reshaping the ancient structure. The island itself, however, looked a bit different. To his surprise, Sonny noticed a large garden surrounded by a neat and tidy wooden fence. Inside, various vegetables were growing in the soil. There were also several other structures here and there, all built of wood. Some seemed like they were meant for training. Some resembled simple barns. They all looked rather harmonious. That's probably Kaor's and Shakti's handiwork. The two members of Cassie's former cohort had used to be artisans in the Bright Castle. One was an awakened carpenter, the other Keto's disciple with an aspect related to plants. The Ivory Island looked much more inhabited now. More than that, a familiar ship rested on the surface of the lake. Despite thousands of years that had passed since its former captain disappeared, the flying vessel remained much the same. Sonny sighed. He had been rather taken by the Rhino. But now, looking at the graceful lines of the ancient ship's hull, he couldn't help but feel that the armored APC was rather small and shabby. Whatever, it has better plumbing anyway. That's what really matters. Somewhat vindicated, Sonny allowed himself to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the beautiful island for a few moments, and then headed toward the tower. As he did, a thundering voice boomed behind him. "Sonny?" He slowed down and then cautiously turned around. Effie was traversing the green meadow with long strides. Her eyes were burning with intense emotion. "Oh, oh!" A second before the huntress reached him, a swift shadow flew across the grass, and Kai suddenly landed on the ground. The archer seemed concerned. "Sonny?" Effie growled, interrupting him. "What the hell, Sonny? Antarctica! That was your big secret? You up and left to go to war without telling us?" Sonny stared at them for a few moments and then cleared his throat. "Actually, it's Captain Sunless to you, citizens. Please maintain some decorum." Effie's eye twitched. Before the huntress did something that one or both of them would regret. Sonny raised his arms. All right, yeah, I'm currently in the southern quadrant. It wasn't my secret to tell, okay? The government is very particular about classified information, you know?" He lingered for a moment and then added, "Besides, it's not like you can't join me. The Second Army would be very glad to get its hands on two renowned masters. The life of service is not for the faint of heart, of course, but the benefits are to die for." The huntress stared at him in stunned silence. Finally, she palmed her face and said, "Doofus? No, sorry. Captain Doofus, are you really giving us the recruitment speech?" Sonny looked her up and down and grinned. "Well, not really, however. I do think that the uniform will suit you very much." Chapter 841. If audio player doesn't work, press Stop then Play button again. Chapter 841. Prudent Decision. For a few moments there was an awkward silence between the three of them. Eventually, Sonny sighed. "Listen, it is what it is. I have my own reasons to join the campaign in the southern quadrant. Both of you are smart enough to realize that the picture painted by the government is far removed from the truth. The truth is that Antarctica is going to be a disaster, and no one, not even masters like us, can guarantee their survival. So, you have to decide for yourself." He looked at Effie and Kai with a heavy expression and added, "If you decide to join the Second Army, do it for a good reason. Do it for yourself, your desires, your principles. Point is, whatever you do, definitely don't do it for me. Chances are that we won't meet even if you ship to Antarctica. It's a big place, you know." His friends stared at him with unreadable expressions. A few moments later, Kai shook his head with a subtle smile. "Thank you very much for caring, Sonny. But you don't have to remind us, really. We both have good heads on our shoulders. We are more than qualified to make prudent decisions." Effie nodded. "Exactly. If anyone should be giving sage advice here, it's us. We're older than you, and also, it's pointless anyway, because we have already enlisted." Sonny blinked. "You what?" The huntress grinned and patted him on the shoulder. "What? Did you think that we would miss our chance to fight an apocalyptic horde of nightmare creatures? Dream on, buddy. Both Kai and I were among the first ones to submit our applications to the recruitment bureau." He stared at her for a second, then rubbed his temples. "Wait, you did? Why?" Effie and Kai glanced at each other and shrugged. The archer was the first one to respond. "Because there are hundreds of millions of people that need help. Is this not reason enough?" The huntress shook her head. "Because I'm a warrior. When an enemy invades your home, you don't hide. You go to war and kick the enemy's butt. We humans need to protect what's ours. If we can't even do that much, then we won't be humans for much longer. We'll just be food." Sonny studied their faces, then scratched the back of his head. "Well, all right. I guess that makes sense. Welcome aboard, then. With your power and abilities, the Second Army is probably salivating over your applications right now. Chances are, you guys are going to outrank me very soon. Prudent decisions, huh? Doubtful." As they walked toward the ivory tower, he shared some details about the operation with them, including the disposition of human forces, the intended phases of the campaign, and his own role as a captain of the first irregular company. As he did, both Effie and Kai grew a little pensive. "Yeah, I'm not sure that the government can actually pull it off. Even if we maintain control over the evacuation centers, repelling the siege of the nightmare creatures for months won't be easy. It would be a miracle if we hold out for a year. But can the fleets even evacuate everyone in a year?" Sonny hesitated for a moment, then tentatively nodded. "That is the plan, the ships. They are massive. The naval convoy I'm currently at is carrying 100,000 soldiers, but that is only because most of the space is taken by the war machines supplies, and all the logistical stuff needed to support a massive army. On its way back, the same convoy can carry millions upon millions of refugees. There are more convoys than that one, too, so a year is not an unrealistic goal, actually. It's more than most projections suggest. His face grew darker. However, that is only if the convoys don't meet obstacles of their own. So who can say? I doubt that these projections will survive colliding against reality. Kai sighed. It seems that the Second Army won't be ready to deploy anytime soon. By the time we arrive in Antarctica, the situation might be entirely out of control. Many things can go wrong in a few months. Sonny shared the same sentiment. For what it's worth, I don't expect the worst to happen before you guys have the chance to experience it personally. The chain of nightmares is going to be ramping up as time goes on as well. So, you'll have plenty of opportunities to live through the truly terrible parts. They entered the ivory tower, where hope had once been imprisoned. As always, Sonny felt a subtle shiver run through his body and soul when he saw the great hall where he had faced the ineffable Damon. Now, Hope's former prison cell served as the heart of the human citadel. The 7 broken chains lay on the ground, forming the wide borders of the circle that served as the gateway. Myriads of runes glowed softly on their surface. The firekeepers made their home on the upper levels of the great pagoda, so the first level was mostly empty. Only a couple of them were here, busy with chores. Noticing Sonny, they greeted him with excited smiles. Weirdos. Sonny waved at them, then turned to Effie and Kai. By the way, where's Nephis? Has she arrived? Getting Changing Star to the ivory tower was a complicated process. She had to travel to the sanctuary of Noctis first, which demanded cooperation from the saint that had replaced Skytide as the person in charge of the chained isles. After that, the firekeepers had to fly their ship all the way from the ebony tower to the surface, pick her up, and return into the depths of the sky below. However, it had not escaped his notice that the flying ship had somehow ended up on the ivory island itself. Had the firekeepers found a way to brave the crushing? Kai nodded. She reached the tower a couple of days ago. It didn't take as long as we thought. With Noctis's help, Cassie had studied the flying ship extensively in the Nightmare. I don't know how exactly, but she managed to repair its enchantment circuits enough to move directly between here and the Isles. The process is a bit precarious, but the travel time between here and the sanctuary was cut by several weeks. Sonny lingered for a moment and then sighed. Well, where can I find her? Effie gave him a long look and gestured back to the gates that they had walked through. She's there by the lake. Do you want to say hi? Sonny took a deep breath. Yeah, something like that. Chapter 842. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 842. Lessons of the Past. Leaving the great pagoda, Sonny glanced warily at the bones of Severax, the ivory dragon, whom Kai had slain in the Nightmare, and slowly headed for the lake. Its surface was calm and clear, as always. Sunlight reflected from the tranquil waters, making it seem like a pool of shimmering silver. Despite the beauty of the heavenly lake, Sonny couldn't help but feel a hint of unease as he approached it. The memory of the furious naval battle was still fresh in his mind, so no body of water felt safe. On the shore, an intricate bench cut from white stone stood, inviting people to rest and enjoy the idyllic view. Currently, it was occupied by a familiar figure. Nephis sat with her legs crossed, staring at the sparkling water with a distant look. When Sonny's shadow fell on her, she lingered for a moment and then looked up. Sonny. He remained silent for a while, then sat on the bench and studied the beautiful lake as well. How's life treating you? Being adopted into a great clan has to be a weird experience. Nephis frowned. It's fine. Feels a bit strange to be addressed as sister by Morgan of Valor, I guess. She seems to enjoy my discomfort. Considering who Morgan's other sibling was, she probably put a different meaning into the word sister, one that entirely lacked affection most likely. For a moment, Sonny was darkly amused. Never thought I would pity the Princess of War one day, but having both Mordred and Nephis as siblings? Damn, her luck must be even worse than mine, if that's even possible. Changing Star let out a heavy sigh and turned slightly to face him. You should have told me, Sonny. He smiled. What about Antarctica? Oh, that was classified information. I thought that Cassie would have informed you anyway. She had to have known, right? She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head. If she did, she kept the knowledge to herself. Cassie has changed a lot since the Forgotten Shore. She carries a lot of secrets. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Huh? I guess there's trouble in paradise. I was under the impression that she's utterly loyal to you. Like a lost puppy, you know. It's surprising to hear. Changing Star did not respond immediately. After a while, she said, Cassie has her own thoughts and her own desires. She is powerful, too, no less than the rest of us. Brushing her agency aside would be a mistake. Sonny laughed. Of all the people in the world, I would be the last one to underestimate Cassie, don't you think? Nephis simply looked at the lake. Are you safe? He lingered for a bit, then shrugged. Is anyone safe? I'm surrounded by thousands of soldiers, awakened, masters, and even a few saints. Plus, I'm me. Antarctica is no worse than the Forgotten Shore or the Kingdom of Hope. In fact, if anyone is in danger, it's you. Are you safe? Her face grew dark. Nephis gritted her teeth for a moment and then said with unusual intensity, You don't understand, do you? This is not the first expedition of that kind. Humanity has tried to resist the spell before the last attempt. The last one took the lives of both my grandfather and my mother. They were powerful, too. They were exceptional and ahead of their time, too. What makes you think that you'll do better than them? Sonny shook his head. Many things have changed in the past 2 decades. Back then, humanity had much less awakened. There were barely any masters around. No saint had even emerged yet, at least officially. Our tech, spell tech, and strategies were much more primitive. We had no experience dealing with something like that. Yes, North America was a disaster, but we learned our lesson there. This campaign, it will be different. It will be better. I will survive it and grow stronger as a result. Nephis looked at him with a challenge. Says who? He smiled. I do, I say, if I die or not. It all depends on me, does it not? Sonny sighed and glanced at the radiant lake. The nightmare creatures don't scare me. The chain of nightmares doesn't scare me either. If there's one thing that does, however, it's the great clans and their ambitions. Will they really come to Antarctica to start a war of their own? A troubled expression appeared on Changing Star's face. She hesitated before giving him an answer. I don't know, maybe. It is a perfect opportunity. His own face grew ugly. Why are they doing it now? This is insanity. Our civilization is already on its last leg. Nephis lingered for a while, then sighed. There has to be a logic to their actions, but what is it? I'm not sure. All of it is very strange. We are missing something, I think. A key piece of information that can explain everything. The sovereigns. They never do anything without a reason, Sonny scoffed. Is there something you're sure of? She looked at him and said in a serious tone, There is one thing. Changing Star remained silent for a moment, distant flames dancing in her cold gray eyes. When the great clans do come to Antarctica, all of us better be ready. Several days later, Sonny ascended to the upper deck of the colossal battleship and walked over to its bow. The guards stationed here and there on the deck let him pass freely, both because of the 3 stars on the shoulder insignia of his black bodysuit and his close relationship with Knave of House Knight, their direct superior. Stopping in the shadow of a massive cannon turret, Sonny endured the cold winds that pelted him with drops of icy water and looked ahead. In front of him were the towering hulls of other metal leviathans of the naval convoy, which cut the waves as they sailed toward a distant horizon, and out there, on the horizon, a dark line slowly appeared, finally putting an end to the vast expanse of undulating water, Antarctica. After several tumultuous weeks at sea, the fleet had reached its destination. Chapter 843. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 843, Falcon Scott. Perched precariously on a broken mountain road, the Rhino stood still as the members of the cohort cautiously climbed higher. Bell, Dorn, and Luster were hiding 100 steps ahead, just below the crest of the tall hill, while Sonny and Kim were currently on the roof of the armored vehicle. I see them. Samara was tensely studying the screen of her military communicator, which was receiving the video feed from a compact spy drone that she had sent ahead. On it was a small valley. The image was grainy and noisy, sometimes breaking out entirely because of the interference of the nightmare gate exerted on it. Flooding the valley, a swarm of nightmare creatures could be seen. There are hundreds of them. Most are awakened, but there are several fallen abominations as well. The gate guardian has already emerged. It seems to be a devil. Sunny nodded. Correct. There are 274 abominations. Of them, 242 are awakened, while 32 are fallen. The guardian is indeed a fallen devil. One of his shadows had snuck much closer to the swarm of nightmare creatures. It wasn't suffering from any interference as well. Sunny, however, maintaining a calm facade, he shivered inwardly. The gate was whispering into his ears, calling to him on a level much deeper than thought or emotion. He had experienced the call before, but now that he was a master, it became so much stronger and harder to resist. Sunny had experienced this change almost instantly after the first evacuation army made landfall in Antarctica. While the other 3 convoys were sent to East Antarctica, the largest and most populated region of the southern quadrant, the one he had traveled with was meant to deliver troops to the Antarctic Center. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow, mountainous landmass that served as the administrative and industrial center of the continent. As such, it harbored many priority targets that had to be evacuated at all costs. The first several days after the arrival of the army was pure chaos. The large city they entered, Falcon Scott, was in a state of utter havoc. Millions of people had just learned that their entire lives would be uprooted, or maybe even lost. While the local government forces had done their best to maintain order and prepare the civilians for evacuation, that did not amount to much in the end. The situation had been only made worse by all the gates that were opening near and within the city. As one of the southern quadrant Awakened had put it, it used to be that one gate opened every few weeks. Then it was one every week. Then several a week. Then one every day. By the time the evacuation army arrived, the situation was swiftly growing even worse with so many gates around. Every awakened master and saint felt their call, some more than others. It wasn't easy for Sunny to adjust to this new, subtly maddening reality. He wouldn't be surprised if the prolonged exposure to the call drove many people insane. But they had not reached that point yet, even if the world seemed to have lost its mind. After spending several days in the panicked chaos consuming Falcon Scott, a large chunk of the Army Corps stayed behind to start converting it into an impregnable fortress. The northernmost city of the Antarctic Center was going to serve as its largest evacuation center, so it had to be converted into a full-fledged siege capital in the coming months. Most of the government forces, however, moved out and started their long march south. Their job was to reach other population centers, establish safe evacuation corridors, and start moving civilians through them to the handful of siege capitals. The first irregular company left with the field army and split up to assist its various divisions. And now, just a day later, Sunny's cohort was going to fight its first battle. The division they were escorting was already engaged in a low-intensity confrontation against a mass of nightmare creatures that had emerged from half-dozen gates at the lower altitudes. To wipe the abominations faster, they needed to flank them, but the most suitable road skirted the mountain slopes and was itself blocked by the 7th gate. Deploying soldiers to fight on such rough terrain was problematic, so the irregulars were sent instead. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Sunny sighed. "We are in luck." Both Samara and Kim turned and stared at him with inscrutable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, the latter said in a timid voice, "I am sorry, sir, but how can facing 300 nightmare creatures and a fallen devil be called luck?" He shrugged. "That is what I call a low-threat gate. Do you have a guess why?" Samara frowned. "Because there's no tyrant." Sunny nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Sure, there are a lot of abominations, but without a tyrant or a terror to control them, they're just a herd. Things would have been much, much worse if all these creatures could coordinate their attack. Plus, we're smarter. That means that we can stack the odds in our favor." She lingered for a moment. I think the odds are already in our favor. We have higher ground and the wind is blowing in the right direction. The nightmare creatures have not caught our scent yet, which means that the element of surprise is on our side. Sonny shook his head. Don't be fooled. They already know that we're here. Abominations have other ways of sensing human flesh and souls. In fact, they would not have stayed put near the gate unless they were up to something in the first place. They would have spread around and tried to find something to tear apart and devour. Kim shivered. Then, what are they waiting for? He glanced at her with an amused expression. Isn't it obvious? They're waiting for us to walk into the trap. That fallen devil is much smarter than it looks. Sonny's expression hardened, which is why it has to die first. Samara studied the screen of her communicator for a few moments and sighed. I can probably make the shot from this distance, but we don't have a direct line of fire. The crest of the hill that hides us from sight also protects the enemy from ranged attacks. Sonny's smile turned into a dark grin. That is true as far as your rifle goes. A swarm of scarlet sparks shimmered into existence around his hand, and then a black bow appeared in it, radiating a feeling of devastating strength. Its string was bright red, and there was a small brand of the same color on one of its limbs in the shape of an anvil pierced by a straight sword. But arrows, unlike bullets, do not have to fly in a straight line. Chapter 844, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 844, opening act. Sonny studied the swarm of abominations that flooded the small valley. These ones didn't seem as dangerous as the primal hunters he had once fought in front of Rain's school. The creatures had bestial bodies with 4 bony limbs that ended in sharp claws and long slithering tails. Ridges of jagged spikes rose from their spines, and their maws were full of sharp fangs. Most disturbingly, all, except for the fallen ones, seemed to have had their eyes violently torn out. Now, only darkness nestled in the empty, gaping holes of their eye sockets. The abominations did not move as if they were blind, though. There was a strange, predatory precision to their subdued motions. The devil was different from the eyeless beasts, though. It resembled them outwardly, but possessed a more humanoid body. The creature stood on its hind legs, while his front limbs resembled human hands. Its eyes were closed and even seemed sewn shut. Something constantly moved behind the eyelids, giving Sonny the creeps. The powerful abomination towered above its ilk, reaching almost 3 meters in height. 274 nightmare creatures was a lot. Most cohorts of Awakened would not have even considered attacking that many abominations and quietly retreated instead. I need to be careful about this. Sonny thought for a few long moments and then spoke. Samara, move forward and assume a position higher up the slope where you'll be able to shoot over the crest of the road. Vanguard, prepare to advance and secure the crest. Kimmy, work your magic. His words reached the melee fighters of the cohort without any problem. Of course, he could have used the usual technological solutions to ensure good communication. But with how unstable tech was near Nightmare Gates, it was always good to have a backup. For that reason, Luster was currently in possession of an extremely ordinary, very unassuming rock, which, nevertheless, was somehow able to speak with their captain's voice. One of Sonny's shadows was following the vanguard as well, so he had no trouble hearing their responses. As the cohort's ranged specialist hoisted the heavy rifle on her shoulder and jumped down off the rhino, the melee vanguard crept forward. Quentin served as the center of the formation, with Bell and Dorn flanking him. Luster stayed behind to cover their backs and prevent any monsters from escaping toward the rhino. He was confidently wielding a beautifully etched halberd in his hands, which both gave him some range and allowed the young man to support the 3 fighters from the back, should the need arise. Its versatility also gave him a lot of options on how to engage the enemy. During the past weeks, Sonny had done all he could to raise the battle effectiveness of the cohort and enhance the memories of his soldiers. The weapons received most of his attention, but he also augmented their armors by transplanting the tenacious enchantment of the Patient Avenger into their weaves. With its help, the survivability of the cohort had reached a new level. The Patient Avenger itself had been entrusted to Quentin. Sonny also transferred the Blood Blossom to Bell, with much reluctance, of course, with his current strength. The augmentation granted by the morbid charm could not benefit him in any substantial way. It was a different story for the awakened swordsman, however, so the decision sadly made too much sense. Each member of the cohort was additionally protected by a charm that gave them slight resistance to cold, which is why they were able to all but ignore the slowly falling snow and the chilling wind that blew through the mountains. Standing near Sunny on the roof of the Rhino, Kim, who was wielding a round buckler, a sharp rapier, and had a snub-nosed automatic carbine slung around her back, concentrated and unleashed her ability. First, she borrowed Sunny's sight. This also allowed her to see what his shadows saw, even though receiving so many different perspectives put an immense strain on her mind. Then, she used her dormant ability to concentrate on the fallen devil and find its weaknesses. Finally, she shared her own perception back to Sunny, allowing him to see where to strike as well. The shadows did not see color, so to him the body of the towering abomination became painted in different shades of gray. The lighter areas were the most resilient, while those that were darker were less protected. Strangely enough, a small spot at the very center of the devil's forehead was almost entirely black. That was where Sunny aimed. As he wrapped two shadows around his body and strained his muscles, the black bow bent, despite possessing an enchantment called unbending. Because of it, Morgan's warbow required a giant's strength to draw, but was also capable of sending arrows very far and translated devastating force to them. Luckily, Sunny was incredibly strong, even for a master. A ghostly shade appeared on the string of the bow and then turned into a black arrow with dark fletching and a narrow arrowhead that seemed to have been crafted from a long, sharp piece of obsidian. The shadow arrows were swift, flew without producing any sound, and had an unnatural ability to find cracks in the enemy's armor. Sunny closed his eyes and moved the bow higher. Aiming at an abomination that was more than a kilometer away and was only seen by his shadow was not an easy task, but he had not trained with Kai for nothing. He held his breath and then corrected his aim by a couple millimeters when the wind suddenly picked up. Lastly, Sunny poured his essence into the bow, instantly emptying one of his 4 cores. The Death Dealer enchantment was a gluttonous one as far as essence was concerned, but it was worth it. A moment later, Sunny relaxed his fingers, allowing the string to slide off them on its own. The black arrow noiselessly disappeared into the sky, so fast that it was hard to see it at all. It arched above the crest of the road, soared high, and then fell down. The fallen devil might have still dodged if it knew what was coming, but the shadow arrow was so swift and silent that the abomination never stood a chance. A black streak flashed in the air, piercing the center of the gate guardian's forehead with stunning ease and exiting from the back of its head a split second later. The devil's eyes suddenly opened, revealing Sunny never learned what had been hiding behind the creature's eyelids, because a moment after his shadow arrow disappeared into the ground, the creature's entire skull suddenly deformed and violently exploded. Every bone in its upper body was shattered by the residual force of the impact. The misshapen, headless corpse was thrown back with so much momentum that it killed several nightmare creatures that just happened to stand in the way. Just like that, the fallen devil who guarded the nightmare gate was gone. All members of his cohort froze for a moment, astonished by the ghastly sight. The nightmare creatures seemed to have been stunned by the sudden and gruesome death of their leader as well. Standing on top of the Rhino, Sunny lowered his bow and smiled with vicious glee. Not a bad start. A second later, the small valley exploded with movements as hundreds of abominations lunged in the direction from which the black arrow had arrived. Chapter 845. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 845, Ranged Specialists. You have slain a fallen devil, defiled witness. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. A swarm of fearsome nightmare creatures flowed up the slope of the small mountain valley, rushing toward the crest of the road, where a handful of awakened warriors were preparing to make their stand. The eyeless abominations were moving with ferocious determination, covering many meters with each stride as viscous saliva streamed from their terrifying maws. To their right was the slope of the mountain, while to their left was a canyon that grew deeper and deeper as the road climbed up. Standing at the top of the hill, Quentin, Bell, Dorn, and Luster studied the approaching avalanche of monsters with grim apprehension. Lowering the enchanted sledgehammer off his shoulder, the striker of the melee vanguard glanced at his comrades and spoke in a reserved tone. "What do you think?" Bell readied his sword and smiled. "This is going to be fun. If we survive, I won't have to be embarrassed about sleeping through the last one anymore." Quentin silently shook his head, while Luster, who stood behind the three, closed his eyes for a moment. "Crazy bastard!" The swordsman simply laughed at that moment. They heard a subtle electric whine and then a loud crack of a highly compressed sonic boom. A moment later, the head of a hulking abomination that towered above the rest of the swarm exploded into bloody chunks. The massive carcass toppled over like a marionette that had its strings cut, instantly turning into a lifeless heap of twitching meat. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Sonny drew his bow and let an arrow fly. "Keep aiming for their foreheads, Samara. Take down as many fallen as you can before the enemy reaches the 200 meters mark, then switch to explosive ammunition and concentrate on the front rows of the awakened abominations. We must break their momentum." Hidden between large rocks higher up the slope, the deadly sharpshooter recharged her coil gun as she poured a steady flow of essence into an armor-piercing tungsten slug. Understood. A heartbeat later, the rifle whined again and another abomination fell to the ground. At the same time, a black arrow pierced the head of an especially frightening creature. This time, the effect was not as drastic, but the eyeless horror was killed just the same. Drawing the unbending warbow once more, Sonny briefly frowned. Too slow. They had barely 24 seconds left before the swarm reached the melee vanguard. That was not nearly enough to kill all the remaining fallen abominations, and then there were the 240 awakened ones left as well. Sonny and Samara would just have to do their best. Standing by his side, Kim nervously grasped the grip of her carbine and checked its magazine, which was loaded with bullets that seemed to glow slightly in the dim twilight. Each had been charged by Samara prior to the battle. Sadly, the supply of this powerful rounds was limited. The bullets slowly lost their charge as time went by, so the cohort could not hoard them. Black arrows rained from the sky, reaping one life after another. Head after head exploded, turning the cracked asphalt on the mountain road slick with blood. Fearsome nightmare creatures fell almost every second as the number of the fallen abominations slowly dwindled. At some point, Samara shifted her aim to the mass of the rabid eyeless beasts. Her eyes shone with ethereal light as a different kind of bullet escaped from the thick barrel of the Gauss rifle with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a powerful explosion tore through the front row of the rushing swarm. A dozen abominations were instantly ripped apart. Chunks of mangled flesh flew into the air in a cloud of bloody haze. Sharp shards of broken bones pelted the surrounding creatures like shrapnel, wounding and maiming them. Almost instantly after the disfigured corpses fell to the ground, the sound of another thunderous explosion rolled over the mountains, and then another. 2 more bloody rifts appeared in the mass of the frenzied abominations. Now that Samara didn't have to aim, her rate of fire increased. However, so did her consumption of soul essence. "That's enough. Conserve your essence and switch back to priority targets." Sonny felled another fallen creature and drew the black bow again. However, this time a different arrow appeared on its string. Instead of wood and metal, it seemed to be made of pure lightning. Just a couple of seconds before the first nightmare creatures reached the crest of the hill, a furious bolt of lightning fell from above. Augmented by the death-dealer enchantment and 2 of Sonny's shadows, the strike of thunder instantly turned the abomination it hit into a cloud of swiftly dissipating ash. Then, powerful currents of electricity arced to the nearest beasts, spreading through the swarm in a destructive chain reaction. Because the monsters were so close to each other, the lightning spread far and wide. It grew weaker with each jump, but still, the damage it dealt was devastating. Sonny failed to count how many abominations he had killed, but it had to be several dozens at least. Even more were burned and wounded to various degrees. But he wasn't done yet. A moment after the lightning chained through the swarm, the shadows cast by large rocks suddenly surged forward and shot into the air, turning into long, vicious spikes. The nightmare creatures that had tried to leave the road and climb higher were either pierced or blocked by them, turning the slope of the mountain into a macabre forest of impaled bodies. with the deadly spikes blocking the slope and the deep canyon on the other side. The swarm had no other choice than to attack along the narrow line of the road. Funneled that way, and with their momentum broken, the abominations that had jumped over the corpses of their slain kin failed to overwhelm the melee vanguard of the cohort in one fell swoop. As Quentin stepped forward and received the first attack on his shield, the true battle started. Chapter 846, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 846, Melee Vanguard. In early April, Antarctica was enveloped by eternal twilight. The sun seemed to have frozen in place as it plunged behind the horizon, painting a persistent line of vibrant scarlet in the cold purple sky. Stuck between night and day, the southern quadrant was slowly slipping into the embrace of pure darkness that would last for many months. The behavior of the moon was strange and erratic as well. It remained in the sky for several weeks, then disappeared without a trace for long stretches of time. The radiant tapestry of Aurora Australis sometimes appeared to keep it company. Sonny had heard that the southern lights were breathtakingly beautiful, but he was yet to witness them himself. In any case, he did not care about heavenly miracles right now. All he cared about was whether his soldiers would be able to see the enemy clearly. Even though the long night had not descended yet, it was already hard enough to discern important details in the dim twilight. For that reason, Kim was currently channeling his vision to the rest of the cohort. The difference it made could be easily seen. Unencumbered by the absence of bright light and without the need to rely on luminescent memories, the melee vanguard moved as confidently as they would have in the middle of the day. Quentin stepped forward and leaned into his shield, meeting the charging abomination without giving any ground. His sword flashed forward, dealing a deep wound to the beast already. The edges of the cut started to rot, and the damage was even worse inside, since the blade bit deep. The combat healer flung the convulsing body of the nightmare creature aside and slashed at another one without any hint of hesitation to his right. Dorn brought his heavy sledgehammer down, turning the head of a snarling abomination into bloody pulp. To his left, Bell's sword shimmered through the air, decapitating another. The road was narrow enough to prevent the swarm from surrounding them, and the slope of the mountain had turned into a killing field because of the bloodthirsty shadow spikes. The enemy could not flank the vanguard, so all the abominations could do was charge forward and up, half-dozen at a time. As the pressure of the mass of nightmare creatures mounted, the three fighters turned into an impregnable bastion. Quentin drew most attention and withstood an attack after attack, which granted Bell and Dorn a modicum of freedom. They used it well, visiting unabashed slaughter upon the tide of eyeless beasts. The swordsman danced between them, phasing through his enemies and slicing their bodies apart as if they were made from paper. Dorn fought in a more reserved fashion, but his devastating and inescapable attacks were even more fearsome. Luster thrust his halberd forward from time to time, finishing off wounded enemies or preventing them from breaking through the walls of steel created by Quentin, Bell, and Dorn. Streams of foul blood were soon running down the surface of the mountain road. However, not everything went well for the cohort. Despite the unshakable will, ferocity, and deadly skill of the melee vanguard, there were just too many nightmare creatures for them to fight. Each of the abominations was powerful and deadly as well. Already a few heavy hits landed on Quentin's armor, sending a net of thin cracks running through the polished breastplate. The healer easily managed to restore its integrity, but how long would he be able to keep up this lethal dance? Bell and Dorn were better off than him, but not by much. For now one managed to avoid being torn apart due to his elusive aspect, while the other used his strength and calculating mind to avoid danger. Worse still, there were also the fallen abominations to think about. Just then, the first of the lumbering monstrosities finally reached the crest of the hill, ruthlessly throwing several of the lesser creatures into the canyon to clear a path for itself. The fallen lunged forward, opening its maw to bite down on Quentin's shield, and maybe take the healer's entire arm off with it before it could, however, a black arrow silently slid into its throat. The abomination twitched and fell down, sliding forward on the asphalt as a river of blood poured out of its mouth. Sonny was already drawing his bow again. Higher up the slope, Samara was calmly sending slug after slug into the attacking swarm. Kim was standing still, concentrating on providing all 6 members of the cohort with a clear view of the battlefield, as well as letting them know where to strike to deal as much damage as possible. Hell, we might actually make it. Sonny had several trump cards saved up in case things went south, but he was reluctant to use them unless necessary. This clash was an important step for the cohort. Up until now, they had only trained together. Being christened by Blood in an actual battle would not only show how capable his soldiers were, but also truly bring them together. Sadly, just as he thought that, the situation suddenly and dreadfully changed. As the whole swarm of the eyeless abominations got close to the crest of the hill, the creatures froze for a split second, and then the long, jagged spikes growing from their spines suddenly grew hazy, producing a strange vibration that covered the surrounded area like a dome. Sonny heard a high-pitched ringing that burrowed into his ears like a hot needle, and then the entire world suddenly spun. Curses! He swayed, almost falling off the rhino's roof. Suddenly Sonny couldn't tell where was up and where was down, where was left and where was right. Everything around him turned blurry, disorienting, and impossible to tell apart. Through the shadows, he felt Quentin missing a step and being thrown back by a charging abomination. Dorn swung his sledgehammer to cover the falling healer, but missed and was pulled off balance by the inertia of his mighty strike. Bell phased back and staggered, almost tumbling to the ground. Sonic attack? Sonny gritted his teeth and dove through the shadows, disappearing from sight and emerging between the fighters of the melee vanguard a moment later. A flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hands, kicking a nearby beast hard enough to crush its ribs and send the revolting creature flying away. Sonny brought the flute to his lips and blew into it softly. A moment later, a cone of absolute silence enveloped the crest of the hill. Instantly, the world stopped spinning, and he could see clearly again. As Quentin, Dorn, and Bell picked themselves up and readied their weapons with a visible relief, Sonny smiled darkly and stared at the approaching monsters. The cruel sight was already weaving itself into existence, surrounded by swirling fog. Taking a step forward, Sonny gripped the shaft of the somber spear and grinned. Denied. Chapter 847. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 847. Slaughter. The swarm had lost its leader. The momentum of its charge had been crushed. The secret weapon of the eyeless abominations had been rendered useless. And most importantly of all, scores of them had already lost their lives. But the nightmare creatures still presented a mortal danger to the cohort. There were still enough of them to bury Sonny and his soldiers under a mountain of flesh, claws, and fangs. More than a dozen fallen abominations remained as well, rushing forward to devour the 7 humans. An ugly smile appeared on Sonny's face. Come get us, then. As the blade of the cruel sight shone with incandescent light, he sliced through the body of a lunging beast and issued a quick command. "Vanguard, follow me!" He put the shaft of the somber spear in the way of a snarling maw, shifted his weight to throw the enemy to the ground, and struck another abomination with the butt of his weapon. "Kim, move forward to the crest of the hill. Samara, get closer and keep pressuring the fallen." As he spun and unleashed a diagonal cut, beheading a disoriented monster, a new memory was already weaving itself into existence. A thin iron chain was soon wrapped around his neck. On it hung a small statuette in the form of a beautiful young woman that held a spear in one hand and a human heart in another. Blood was pouring from a gaping wound on her bared chest. The dying wish seemed to come alive as his essence flowed into it. Death wish, enchantment, description. Those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge, 000,000. Now that Sonny was at the front of the cohort's battle formation, both his soldiers and the nightmare creatures could see him clearly. Well, he wasn't sure if the eyeless abominations could see anything, but they definitely perceived him in some mysterious way. The effect of the transcendent charm could be felt instantly. Behind him, the 4 fighters of the melee vanguard were suddenly reinvigorated. Their movements grew faster, sharper, and more focused. The enemies, on the other hand, became even more frenzied. They lunged at Sonny like rabid beasts consumed by blind hatred, hunger, and madness. With all this fury mostly concentrated on him and him alone, Quentin, Bell, Dorn, and Luster gained some space to breathe. Which was a good thing, but crap. This was the first time Sonny used this particular memory, and he was already starting to regret it a little. The pressure of the mad onslaught that the affected nightmare creatures unleashed upon him was no joke. Gritting his teeth, he spun and danced, slaughtering one abomination after another. Guided by him, the vanguard slowly pushed into the swarm, taking a few tentative steps forward. Sonny served as the tip of their formation, turning into a bloody hurricane of radiant silver and bleak steel. Despite his superior strength and speed, another fighter would have been quickly overpowered by the sheer mass and ferocity of the countless nightmare creatures, then brought down to the ground and either crushed or torn apart. Luckily, Sonny was just too slippery and elusive to be surrounded and piled upon. As three shadows wrapped themselves around his body, his agility and swiftness reached superhuman heights. More importantly, when even that wasn't enough, he easily stepped through the shadows to avoid being swarmed by the onslaught of frenzied beasts. Empowered by his incredibly high divine affinity, the undying chain effortlessly withstood stray blows that managed to get past his defenses from time to time. The cruel sight sang, harvesting life after life like the scythe of the grim reaper. Behind him, the melee vanguard fought with murderous resolve and swiftly improving cohesion. Not only were they able to provide Sonny with much-needed support and block the enemies from attacking him from the back, each also killed one abomination after another. Bell's sword sliced through bodies, as if not meeting any resistance. Dorn's sledgehammer crushed them like a devastating wrecking ball. Quentin's attacks were not as spectacular, but each abomination wounded by him soon stumbled, convulsed, or simply fell down and died. Even Luster was doing his part, either thrusting his halberd forward like a spear or using its hook to throw the eyeless beasts off balance and make it easier for others to slay them. Samara had abandoned her sniper nest and moved closer to the crest of the hill to dive into the dome of silence created by Sonny. Her new position was not as advantageous, but she still managed to lend most of her shots, although not all of them were able to hit the weak spot on the forehead of the fallen abominations, even those that had not dealt the powerful creatures serious wounds. A few eyeless beasts had managed to slip through the defensive line of the melee vanguard, back when the swarm first unleashed its sonic attack. They were already hurtling in her direction, with nothing slowing them down. As they did, a hail of bullets suddenly struck the abominations from the side, tearing into their bodies. Kim, who was running up the road, aimed her carbine without ever slowing down and unleashed a rain of charged rounds on the nightmare creatures barreling down on Samara. Reaching the last one, she let go of the weapon and allowed it to hang freely from its sling. The young woman sidestepped the lunge of the rabid monstrosity, then delivered a powerful uppercut with her buckler. As its edge connected with the beast's jaw and jerked the eyeless head up, a slender rapier shot forward, piercing the abomination's neck. A moment later, the beast was dead. Not too long after that, Kim reached the crest, fell on one knee, and took up her carbine once again. Now that the melee vanguard advanced slightly down the road, she had a clear line of fire at the swarm. Firing it in short bursts, the young woman joined the mayhem. Suffocating under the constant flood of frenzied monsters, Sonny grinned. "Dorn, don't try to kill every abomination. Just push them off the cliff when you can. The fall is unlikely to kill them, but we can easily clean up the stragglers later. Luster, disengage and help Samara regain some essence. The rest, continue doing what you're doing. Slaughter them all." The members of the cohort obliged, echoing his last command with battle cries of their own. "Slaughter them! Slaughter them all! Slaughter!" And so they did. Chapter 848. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 848. Persistent Threat. In the end, the cohort eradicated the swarm of the eyeless nightmare creatures. It was not easy, and there were moments when each of them brushed with death. But eventually, the 7 humans observed the vast killing field with tired expressions, exhausted but alive. Hundreds of cut, crushed, and torn bodies littered the broken asphalt of the mountain road. Blood flowed down the hill, pooling into crimson puddles at its base. The carcasses of the fallen abominations towered above the corpses of their lesser ilk like mounds of rotten meat. Looking at the ghastly sight, Sonny felt very happy that the army supplied them with actual food. Right now, he was very reluctant to go back to the familiar diet of only eating monster meat. With a sigh, he turned away and glanced at his ragged band of soldiers. Despite the fact that their battle was over, time was still of the essence. Luster, go inform the army command that the road is secured, then bring the rhino to the crest and park it on the slope. The rest of you, rest while you can. Oh, and also, good work. The members of the cohort looked at each other, lively smiles appearing on their tired faces. We did do all right, didn't we? With that, they walked away from the mass of mangled bodies and sprawled on the ground, steam rising from their blood-covered armors into the cold air. Soon the rhino arrived, its headlights painting a much more morbid picture of the recent battleground. The soldiers rested and recovered their essence. Since no one was seriously injured, Quentin was in no hurry to tend to the wounded. No one stood guard as well, since Sonny's shadows could fulfill that role better than any human. Everything seemed to be peaceful and safe, however. He was not fooled. Down in the valley, the ugly rift in the fabric of reality was still pulsing with eerie darkness, silently calling to Sonny. The gate was still open. Although they had defeated the initial wave of nightmare creatures that had emerged from it, more could arrive at any moment. The first wave was usually the most dangerous, but not always. It ordinarily consisted of the abominations that had been close to the seat of nightmare when it bloomed, but as long as the gate remained open, more monsters could wander through it into the real world. In fact, Sonny suspected that nightmare creatures experienced a call that was very similar to the one that Awakened felt. It drew them from the reaches of the dream realm toward the blooming seed. Those that had been near it arrived first, but many more could eventually come. That was why if a gate could not be closed, it had to be contained and constantly monitored by the government forces, at least near or within the population centers. With time, the number of such containment zones grew, stretching the ability of the government to secure them. So the cohort was not entirely safe. He stared at the eerie rift for some time, feeling the call slowly eating away at his sanity. Then Sonny shook his head, walked over to the rhino, and sat down in its shadow. He was tired, as well. It was time to sort out the results of the battle. Summoning the runes, he thoughtfully studied them. Name, sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, ascended. Class, devil shadow cores, 4/7. Shadow fragments, 1246 4000. Curses. Despite the scope and ferocity of the recent battle, he had only received 30 or so shadow fragments from it. 4 for killing the gate guardian, the rest for slaying the fallen abominations. Since Sonny was ascended now, he gained nothing from slaying nightmare creatures of the dormant and awakened ranks. Becoming a tyrant was not going to be easy. Whatever. He continued to read the runes with a sour expression. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Extraordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Darkwing Moonlight Shard, Mantle of the Underworld, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Undying Chain, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Shadow Lantern, Bone Singer, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Dying Wish, Evil Eye. Sonny had learned to weave names into the memories he created after coming back from the nightmare. Shadow Chair was the exquisite wooden chair he had borrowed from Noctis. Sadly, no other item Sonny had tried to bring back to the real world survived. Everything had simply ceased to exist once he returned, to his bitter disappointment. However, the artificial memory remained. The overpriced saddle was the stupidly expensive saddle he had commissioned for Nightmare. The evil eye was the new memory he had just received for killing the devil named Defiled Witness. There were also a few awakened memories he had gained, but they seemed only good enough to be fed to his shadows. I'll deal with them later. He turned his attention back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Marble Saint, Nightmare, Soul Serpent attributes faded, flame of divinity, master of shadows, blood weave, bone weave. Aspect, shadow slave aspect, rank, divine. Aspect abilities, shadow control, shadow step, shadow manifestation. Aspect legacy, shadow dance. Flaw, clear conscience. Dream anchor, tower of hope. The name of the soul serpent was dim and lifeless. Sunny could not dismiss or summon the shadow back after gifting it to Rain, at least not from a distance. He still felt a subtle connection to it, though. He knew that Serpent was alive and well. That's something, at least, they are both all right. With a sigh, Sunny concentrated on his new memory, the evil eye. After reading the description, he learned that it was capable of enhancing one's vision, making a person capable of discerning more details and seeing things clearly from a greater distance. The effect had to be rather powerful since it came from a fallen devil, but he had to decide what to do with it. Sunny could either use it himself, feed it to one of his shadows, or give it to one of his soldiers. Samara and Kim were the best candidates. The awakened sharpshooter would be able to pick off targets from much further away, which was an obvious benefit. The timid seer, however, Sunny was very curious to find out how the augmentation of the evil eye would affect her ability to see the vulnerabilities of his enemies. After thinking about it for a bit, he turned his head and said, "Hey, Kimmy, come here for a second." Chapter 849. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 849, Pincer Maneuver. The evil eye seemed to suit Kim's aspect very well. Of course, the cohort was only going to really learn how much it had been improved during their next battle, which, without a doubt, would follow very soon. But not yet. Sitting on the ground and watching snowflakes dance in the dim sky, Sunny rested and evaluated the performance of his soldiers and his own in the clash against the swarm of eyeless beasts. Overall, he was satisfied with the result. Why wouldn't he be, considering that the enemy had been destroyed while none of his subordinates had suffered a serious injury? Everyone had performed well. Bell, Dorn, and Quentin had shown their value as elite combat specialists. Samara had confidently surpassed his already high expectations. Kim had been instrumental to their overall effectiveness and provided adequate support. While Lester's contribution had not seemed that spectacular, his presence actually made all the difference. The young man had also done well enough for himself as a second-line fighter. However, things weren't that simple. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. How troublesome! The relative ease of their victory had been predicated on several factors. Firstly, and most importantly, control over the terrain and the proper use of its advantages. Secondly, the immediate elimination of the fallen commander of the swarm. Without the defiled witness, none of the nightmare creatures had possessed fearsome, unnatural powers. The vile abilities that devils and abominations of higher classes possessed added an element of unpredictability to every battle. It was that instability that made any kind of strategy and planning unreliable. This time, Sunny had been able to remove the threat and maintain tactical superiority. But what about the next? He doubted that every future battle would be as orderly. Lastly, the cohort had not held back and unleashed its full power to destroy the swarm. Sunny had avoided using his trump cards, but his reserves of essence were now depleted by more than a half. His soldiers were in an even worse situation. It was going to take a couple of days for them to recover. Maybe less if Luster was involved. Sunny did not regret going all out, since it allowed him to create a benchmark of what the cohort was capable of. However, he had a nagging suspicion that they would not be allowed the luxury of carelessly burning through their essence in the future. Who knew when the next combat engagement would come? There was no guarantee that the cohort would receive the time they needed to recharge. Conserving essence is going to be a priority. I feel it in my bones. His expression darkened. The more his soldiers were constrained in how to express their powers, the more risks they would have to endure. Turning his head slightly, Sunny threw a calculating glance at Luster. The young man suddenly shivered and looked back. Captain, why are you staring at me?" Sunny gave him a reassuring smile, which only made Luster appear more nervous for some reason. "Oh, just thinking about the future. But since we are talking, take Kim and go collect us some soul shards. Don't bother with the fallen abominations, though. Their hides are too tough, so it would be a waste of time to dress them. The army would take care of this." As the officer in charge of the cohort, Sonny was privy to the information about how saturated the soul cores of his subordinates were, not to mention that he could make a rough estimate himself simply by taking a look. Actually, they did not need too many shards. Dorn and Samara had long reached full saturation, while Bell and Quentin were extremely close to it. Only Luster and Kim lagged behind a bit due to their age. The cohort was going to reach its full potential sooner rather than later, as Luster and Kim left, chaperoned by one of his shadows. Just in case, Sonny leaned on the hull of the Rhino and closed his eyes. After spending years in the deadly and unpredictable expanse of the dream realm, he knew not to miss the rare and precious opportunities to rest. For a while, the small mountain valley was calm and silent. Not too far away, behind the rugged slopes, the bleakness of the twilight sky was being torn apart by orange flashes of heavy artillery fire. The echoes of thunderous explosions reached the valley from time to time, but the mayhem itself remained somewhere in the distance, where the main body of the army division was engaged in a bloody battle against the small horde of nightmare creatures. Soon, however, a low rumbling drew closer, and subtle vibrations spread through the surface of the broken road. Opening one eye, Sonny looked down where a long column of army vehicles was climbing up the slope. At its front, a squad of war platforms marched, their wide metal feet sending cracks through the asphalt with each step. A few of the smaller ones were holding rifles, not unlike the coil gun wielded by Samara. Of course, in their giant hands, the massive rifles looked small and lightweight, like modest sidearms at most. The battalion whose path the cohort had been ordered to secure finally arrived. They were going to follow the road and flank the horde of abominations, finishing the pincer maneuver. This probably meant that Sonny and his soldiers were done with their short respite. Soon, the towering war platforms reached the crest of the hill where Rhino was parked, lingered there for a moment, and continued down into the valley. The army vehicles and members of the mechanized infantry arrived next, accompanied by a good number of awakened. One of them stopped near the spot where the cohort was resting and glanced at the carnage below. His face paled. The man remained silent for a while, then glanced at Bell, who was relaxing on a boulder nearby. You guys killed all these abominations by yourself?" The swordsman simply smiled. "Sure did." The awakened stared at him incredulously. "But there are hundreds of them." Bell blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. "So we're irregulars?" The soldier opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Bell, meanwhile, thought for a bit and added, Don't be too impressed. Our captain probably killed half of them. We just stayed back and tried to make ourselves useful." The awakened soldier was clearly impressed. He looked at the swordsman with begrudging respect, remained silent for a few moments, and asked, "Who is your captain?" Bell suddenly laughed. "Our captain? He is the devil himself." Chapter 850. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 850. Surrounded. At that moment, Samara appeared from the hatch of the Rhino and called out to Sonny. "Captain, we are being hailed on the comms." He sighed, then opened his eyes and reluctantly stood up. As the awakened soldier stared at the pale young man with wide eyes, he smiled pleasantly and then disappeared without a trace, prompting the man to flinch and take a step back. Back inside the APC, Sonny emerged from the shadows, walked over to the communication suite, and sat down behind a terminal. At the press of a button, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. Soul Reaper seemed to be standing in front of a pile of mangled corpses, illuminated by an angry orange glow. Dancing flames reflected in her icy blue eyes, making it seem as if they were glowing. Set against that backdrop, her smile looked rather sinister. "Hey, Sonny. I heard that your cohort won its first battle. I guess congratulations are in order." He nodded and studied the carcasses of nightmare creatures behind her. "Yeah, you seem to have achieved a victory as well. What's the situation like with the other divisions?" The field army had separated into 7 divisions after reaching the Antarctic Center, or was it brigades? Sonny was still a bit confused about the hierarchy of army units. In any case, one of them had stayed behind in Falcon Scott, while the other 6 had deployed south and were currently on the move. Each consisted of 10,000 to 15,000 soldiers and was accompanied by 700 awakened or so. Master Jet shrugged. "It's not too bad yet. The irregulars are doing their job as well. For now, everything seems to be going according to plan. What about you? How did your cohort perform? Sunny sighed. Not bad. We mopped up the opposition easily enough. However, we wasted a lot of essence. If the intensity of the conflict picks up, I'm not sure if I can employ the same strategy again. She nodded. It will definitely pick up, so good thinking. At that moment, something thundered from the dynamics, and the image on the screen became noisy for a few moments. Soul Reaper lowered her communicator and looked somewhere to the side with a resentful expression. She pursed her lips, then said in a neutral tone, "Anyway, I have to go follow the flanking battalion for now and help them deal with the horde that's blocking your division from advancing south. Don't exert yourself and your soldiers, though. Take it easy and conserve your essence." Sunny smiled. "Will do." Master Jet glanced at him briefly and nodded. "Good luck, Sunny," he sighed. "Good luck to you, too." However, the signal had already cut, turning the screen black. All that remained was his pale reflection. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head and headed toward the exit hatch of the Rhino. Nothing much had changed outside. The sky was still cold, dim, and illuminated by the distant cannonade of human artillery. In the valley below, the Army engineers were setting up autonomous observation posts around the active gate and laying explosive charges around it. While humanity could not close every gate, it had learned to diminish their threat in various ways over the years. Encasing them in cement or burying the rift under tons of soil were just a couple of methods to slow down the emerging nightmare creatures at least a little. Another group of support personnel was already cleaning up the road and harvesting the soul shards. Sunny could have made a point about securing his share of the spoils, but it was too much hassle. The results would be tallied and converted to an appropriate amount of contribution points anyway. Plus, Luster and Kim were already back with their trophies. Stepping out of the APC, Sunny looked at his soldiers. "Gather up." As the cohort assembled around him, he pointed to the glimmering crystals. "Those with unsaturated cores, share the soul shards among yourself and absorb them. We have 10 minutes to get ready to move out. Our next task is to support the assault on the flank of the bunch of abominations making a ruckus on the other side of the mountain. Only dormant abilities and passive enchantments this time, so don't get too rowdy. Once the threat is eliminated, we can get some sleep." Understood? There were no questions. 10 minutes later, the Rhino joined the column of the Army vehicles and rolled forward in the direction where the flashes of light and the sounds of explosions were coming from. The flanking battalion passed the small valley, climbed high up the slope of the mountain, then crested a narrow pass and came in view of a massive battle below. Around 2,000 nightmare creatures were pressing down on the defensive line of a well-organized human force. The soldiers were not in a hurry to attack and concentrated on keeping the abominations away from themselves. The barrage of explosive shells, squall of slugs unleashed by the towering war platforms and countless soldiers of the mechanized infantry, and several hundred awakened were doing a good job of containing the raging horde. Looking at the chaotic battlefield from above, Sunny grimaced. At this distance, the 6 nightmare gates that had disgorged the horde were already whispering into his ears. "This is going to get old really fast, isn't it?" The Army Command soon sent them a packet of information, marking down priority targets in the mass of abominations and transferring other important data. As the battalion formed to start the assault on the flank of the enemy force, Sunny studied it all and then pointed at an especially ugly monstrosity. "That will be our target. We must take this gate guardian down. You guys help me clear the path to the big bastard, then stay back?" Sure, Master Jet had told him to take it easy. But Sunny was not going to miss a chance to earn a few shadow fragments. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, making the members of the cohort shift uncomfortably. Soon the preparations were done and the flanking force attacked. At the same time, the main body of the division changed its routine, initiating a charge of their own pressed between the two. The horde of nightmare creatures stood no chance. Of course, the battalion attacking from the slope of the mountain and the irregulars accompanying it got it much worse than the rest of the human force. Nevertheless, the resistance of the abominations was quickly crushed, and they were ruthlessly eradicated. Sunny managed to take down another gate guardian as well. As the exhausted soldiers celebrated the decisive victory, he scowled deeply and then looked south. The whispers assaulting his mind were growing stronger and stronger. A moment later, the ground shook and the fabric of reality seemed to split open in the distance. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. 1, 2, 3. As he watched with a weary expression, several new nightmare gates suddenly tore a path into the waking world. Then, even more. The shocked soldiers rushed to get back into formations while countless abominations were appearing from the rifts, flooding the air with their frenzied howls and shrieks. Worse still, one of the gates opened directly behind the army, putting it into an encirclement. Standing on top of the corpse of the massive guardian, Sonny sighed and shook his head dejectedly. This is going to be a long day. Well, of course it would be. Since they were in Antarctica, this day was going to last for another few weeks, and then turn into a night that would last for many months. He had a feeling that this endless night would feel even longer. And that's the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for spending your time with me and for continuing this incredible journey through Shadow Slave. If you enjoyed the episode, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to KevinAudiobook.tv, and share your thoughts or theories in the comments. I always love hearing what you think about the story and what you believe might happen next. Take care of yourselves and your loved ones. Stay healthy, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Until then, happy listening.